21 Intuitions vs. Formulas. Paul Meehl was a strange and wonderful character and one of the most versatile psychologists of the 20th century. Among the departments in which he had faculty appointments at the University of Minnesota were psychology, law, psychiatry, neurology, and philosophy. He also wrote on religion, political science, and learning in rats. A statistically sophisticated researcher and a fierce critic of empty claims in clinical psychology, Meehl was also a practicing psychoanalyst. He wrote thoughtful essays on the philosophical foundations of psychological research that I almost memorized while I was a graduate student. I never met Meehl, but he was one of my heroes from the time I read his Clinical vs. Statistical Prediction, a theoretical analysis and a review of the evidence. In the slim volume that he later called my disturbing little book, Meehl reviewed the results of 20 studies that had analyzed whether clinical predictions based on the subjective impressions of trained professionals were more accurate than statistical predictions made by combining a few scores or ratings according to a rule. In a typical study, trained counselors predicted the grades of freshmen at the end of the school year. The counselors interviewed each student for 45 minutes. They also had access to high school grades, several aptitude tests, and a 4-page personal statement. The statistical algorithm used only a fraction of this information, high school grades, and 1 aptitude test. Nevertheless, the formula was more accurate than 11 of the 14 counselors. Meehl reported generally similar results across a variety of other forecast outcomes, including violations of parole, success in pilot training, and criminal recidivism. Not surprisingly, Meehl's book provoked shock and disbelief among clinical psychologists, and the controversy started has engendered a stream of research that is still flowing today, more than 50 years after its publication. The number of studies reporting comparisons of clinical and statistical predictions has increased to roughly 200, but the score in a contest between algorithms and humans has not changed. About 60% of the studies have shown significantly better accuracy for the algorithms. The other comparisons scored a draw in accuracy, but a tie is tantamount to a win for the statistical rules, which are normally much less expensive to use than expert judgment. No exception has been convincingly documented. The range of predicted outcomes has expanded to cover medical variables such as the longevity of cancer patients, the length of hospital stays, the diagnosis of cardiac disease, and the susceptibility of babies to sudden infant death syndrome, economic measures such as the prospects of success for new businesses, the evaluation of credit risks by banks, and the future career satisfaction of workers, questions of interest to government agencies, including assessments of the suitability of foster parents, the odds of recidivism among juvenile offenders, and the likelihood of other forms of violent behavior, and miscellaneous outcomes such as the evaluation of scientific presentations, the winners of football games, and the future prices of Bordeaux wine. Each of these domains entails a significant degree of uncertainty and unpredictability. We describe them as low-validity environments. In every case, the accuracy of experts was matched or exceeded by a simple algorithm. As Meehl pointed out with justified pride 30 years after the publication of his book, there is no controversy in social science which shows such a large body of qualitatively diverse studies coming out so uniformly in the same direction as this one. The Princeton economist and wine lover Ole Ashenfelter has offered a compelling demonstration of the power of simple statistics to a few world-renowned experts. Ashenfelter wanted to predict the future value of fine Bordeaux wines from information available in the year they are made. The question is important because fine wines take years to reach their peak quality, and the prices of mature wines from the same vineyard vary dramatically across different vintages. Bottles filled only 12 months apart can differ in value by a factor of 10 or more. An ability to forecast future prices is a substantial value because investors buy wine, like art, in the anticipation that its value will appreciate. It is generally agreed that the effect of vintage can be due only to variations in the weather during the grape growing season. The best wines are produced when the summer is warm and dry, which makes the Bordeaux wine industry a likely beneficiary of global warming. The industry is also helped by wet springs, which increase quantity without much effect on quality. Ashenfelter converted the conventional knowledge into a statistical formula that predicts the price of a wine for a particular property and at a particular age by 3 features of the weather: the average temperature over the summer growing season, the amount of rain at harvest time, and the total rainfall during the previous winter. His formula provides accurate price forecasts years and even decades into the future. Indeed, his formula forecasts future prices much more accurately than the current prices of young wines do. This new example of a Meehl pattern challenges the abilities of the experts whose opinions help shape the early price. It also challenges economic theory according to which prices should reflect all the available information, including the weather. Ashenfelter's formula is extremely accurate. The correlation between his predictions and actual prices is above 90. Why are experts inferior to algorithms? One reason, which Meehl suspected, is that experts try to be clever, think outside the box, and consider complex combinations of features in making their predictions. Complexity may work in the odd case, but more often than not it reduces validity. Simple combinations of features are better. Several studies have shown that human decision makers are inferior to a prediction formula even when they are given the score suggested by the formula. They feel that they can overrule the formula because they have additional information about the case, but they are wrong more often than not. According to Michal, there are few circumstances under which it is a good idea to substitute judgment for a formula. In a famous thought experiment, he described a formula that predicts whether a particular person will go to the movies tonight and noted that it is proper to disregard the formula if information is received that the individual broke a leg today. The name broken leg rule is stuck. The point, of course, is that broken legs are very rare as well as decisive. Another reason for the inferiority of expert judgment is that humans are incorrigibly inconsistent in making summary judgments of complex information. When asked to evaluate the same information twice, they frequently give different answers. The extent of the inconsistency is often a matter of real concern. Experienced radiologists who evaluate chest X-rays as normal or abnormal contradict themselves 20% of the time when they see the same picture on separate occasions. A study of 101 independent auditors who were asked to evaluate the reliability of internal corporate audits revealed a similar degree of inconsistency. A review of 41 separate studies of the reliability of judgments made by auditors, pathologists, psychologists, organizational managers, and other professionals suggests that this level of inconsistency is typical, even when a case is re-evaluated within a few minutes. Unreliable judgments cannot be valid predictors of anything. The widespread inconsistency is probably due to the extreme context dependency of System 1. We know from studies of priming that unnoticed stimuli in our environment have a substantial influence on our thoughts and actions. These influences fluctuate from moment to moment. The brief pleasure of a cool breeze on a hot day may make you slightly more positive and optimistic about whatever you are evaluating at the time. The prospects of a convict being granted parole may change significantly during the time that elapses between successive fruit breaks in the parole judge's schedule. Because you have little direct knowledge of what goes on in your mind, you will never know that you might have made a different judgment or reached a different decision under very slightly different circumstances. Formulas do not suffer from such problems. Given the same input, they always return the same answer. When predictability is poor, which it is in most of the studies reviewed by Michal and his followers, inconsistency is disruptive of any predictive validity. The research suggests a surprising conclusion: to maximize predictive accuracy, final decisions should be left to formulas, especially in low-validity environments. In admission decisions for medical schools, for example, the final determination is often made by the faculty members who interview the candidate. The evidence is fragmentary, but there are solid grounds for conjecture. Conducting an interview is likely to diminish the accuracy of a selection procedure if the interviewers also make the final admission decisions. Because interviewers are overconfident in their intuitions, they will assign too much weight to their personal impressions and too little weight to other sources of information, lowering validity. Similarly, the experts who evaluate the quality of a mature wine to predict its future have a source of information that almost certainly makes things worse rather than better. They can taste the wine. In addition, of course, even if they have a good understanding of the effects of the weather on wine quality, they will not be able to maintain the consistency of a formula. The most important development in the field since Michal's original work is Robin Dawes' famous article, The Robust Beauty of Improper Linear Models in Decision-Making. The dominant statistical practice in the social sciences is to assign weights to the different predictors by following an algorithm, called multiple regression, that is now built into conventional software. The logic of multiple regression is unassailable. It finds the optimal formula for putting together a weighted combination of the predictors. However, Dawes observed that the complex statistical algorithm adds little or no value. One can do just as well by selecting a set of scores that have some validity for predicting the outcome and adjusting the values to make them comparable by using standard scores or ranks. A formula that combines these predictors with equal weights is likely to be just as accurate in predicting new cases as the multiple regression formula that was optimal in the original sample. More recent research went further. Formulas that assign equal weights to all the predictors are often superior because they are not affected by accidents of sampling. The surprising success of equal weighting schemes has an important practical implication. It is possible to develop useful algorithms without any prior statistical research. Simple equally weighted formulas based on existing statistics or on common sense are often very good predictors of significant outcomes. In a memorable example, Dawes showed that marital stability is well predicted by a formula: frequency of lovemaking minus frequency of quarrels. You don't want your result to be a negative number. The important conclusion from this research is that an algorithm that is constructed on the back of an envelope is often good enough to compete with an optimally weighted formula, and certainly good enough to outdo expert judgment. This logic can be applied in many domains, ranging from the selection of stocks by portfolio managers to the choices of medical treatments by doctors or patients. A classic application of this approach is a simple algorithm that has saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of infants. Obstetricians had always known that an infant who is not breathing normally within a few minutes of birth is at high risk of brain damage or death. Until the anesthesiologist Virginia Apgar intervened in 1953, physicians and midwives used their clinical judgment to determine whether a baby was in distress. Different practitioners focused on different cues. Some watched for breathing problems while others monitored how soon a baby cried. Without a standardized procedure, danger signs were often missed and many newborn infants died. One day over breakfast, a medical resident asked how Dr. Apgar would make a systematic assessment of her newborn. "That's easy," she replied. "He would do it like this." Apgar jotted down 5 variables: heart rate, respiration, reflex, muscle tone, and color, and 3 scores: 0, 1, or 2, depending on the robustness of each sign. Realizing that she might have made a breakthrough that any delivery room could implement, Apgar began rating infants by this rule 1 minute after they were born. A baby with a total score of 8 or above was likely to be pink, squirming, crying, grimacing, with a pulse of 100 or more in good shape. A baby with a score of 4 or below was probably bluish, flaccid, passive, with a slow or weak pulse in need of immediate intervention. Applying Apgar's score, the staff in delivery rooms finally had consistent standards for determining which babies were in trouble, and the formula is credited for an important contribution to reducing infant mortality. The Apgar test is still used every day in every delivery room. Atul Gawan's recent checklist manifesto provides many other examples of the virtues of checklists and simple rules. The hostility to algorithms from the very outset, clinical psychologists responded to Meal's ideas with hostility and disbelief. Clearly, they were in the grip of an illusion of skill in terms of their ability to make long-term predictions. On reflection, it is easy to see how the illusion came about and easy to sympathize with the clinician's rejection of Meal's research. The statistical evidence of clinical inferiority contradicts clinicians' everyday experience of the quality of their judgments. Psychologists who work with patients have many hunches during each therapy session, anticipating how the patient will respond to an intervention, guessing what will happen next. Many of these hunches are confirmed, illustrating the reality of clinical skill. The problem is that the correct judgments involve short-term predictions in the context of the therapeutic interview, a skill in which therapists may have years of practice. The tasks at which they fail typically require long-term predictions about the patient's future. These are much more difficult. Even the best formulas do only modestly well, and they are also tasks that the clinicians have never had the opportunity to learn properly. They would have to wait years for feedback, instead of receiving the instantaneous feedback of the clinical session. However, the line between what clinicians can do well and what they cannot do at all well is not obvious, and certainly not obvious to them. They know their skill, but they don't necessarily know the boundaries of their skill. Not surprisingly, then, the idea that a mechanical combination of a few variables could outperform the subtle complexity of human judgment strikes experienced clinicians as obviously wrong. The debate about the virtues of clinical and statistical prediction has always had a moral dimension. The statistical method, Meal wrote, was criticized by experienced clinicians as mechanical, atomistic, additive, cut and dried, artificial, unreal, arbitrary, incomplete, dead, pedantic, fractionated, trivial, forced, static, superficial, rigid, sterile, academic, pseudoscientific, and blind. The clinical method, on the other hand, was lauded by its proponents as dynamic, global, meaningful, holistic, subtle, sympathetic, configural, patterned, organized, rich, deep, genuine, sensitive, sophisticated, real, living, concrete, natural, true to life, and understanding. This is an attitude we can all recognize. When a human competes with a machine, whether it is John Henry hammering on the mountain or the chess genius Garry Kasparov facing off against the computer Deep Blue, our sympathies lie with our fellow human. The aversion to algorithms making decisions that affect humans is rooted in the strong preference that many people have for the natural over the synthetic or artificial. Asked whether they would rather eat an organic or commercially grown apple, most people prefer the all-natural one. Even after being informed that the 2 apples taste the same, have identical nutritional value, and are equally healthful, a majority still prefer the organic fruit. Even the producers of beer have found that they can increase sales by putting all natural or no preservatives on the label. The deep resistance to the demystification of expertise is illustrated by the reaction of the European wine community to Ashenfelter's formula for predicting the price of Bordeaux wines. Ashenfelter's formula answered a prayer. One might thus have expected that wine lovers everywhere would be grateful to him for demonstrably improving their ability to identify the wines that later would be good. Not so. The response in French wine circles, wrote the New York Times, ranged somewhere between violent and hysterical. Ashenfelter reports that one oenophile called his findings ludicrous and absurd. Another scoffed, it is like judging movies without actually seeing them. The prejudice against algorithms is magnified when the decisions are consequential. Mill remarked, "I do not quite know how to alleviate the horror some clinicians seem to experience when they envisage a treatable case being denied treatment because a blind, mechanical equation misclassifies him." In contrast, Mill and other proponents of algorithms have argued strongly that it is unethical to rely on intuitive judgments for important decisions if an algorithm is available that will make fewer mistakes. The rational argument is compelling, but it runs against a stubborn psychological reality. For most people, the cause of a mistake matters. The story of a child dying because an algorithm made a mistake is more poignant than the story of the same tragedy occurring as a result of human error, and the difference in emotional intensity is readily translated into a moral preference. Fortunately, the hostility to algorithms will probably soften as their role in everyday life continues to expand. Looking for books or music we might enjoy, we appreciate recommendations generated by software. We take it for granted that decisions about credit limits are made without the direct intervention of any human judgment. We are increasingly exposed to guidelines that have the form of simple algorithms, such as the ratio of good and bad cholesterol levels we should strive to attain. The public is now well aware that formulas may do better than humans in some critical decisions in the world of sports, how much a professional team should pay for particular rookie players, or when to punt on fourth down. The expanding list of tasks that are assigned to algorithms should eventually reduce the discomfort that most people feel when they first encounter the pattern of results that Mill described in his disturbing little book. Learning from Mill in 1955 as a 21-year-old lieutenant in the Israeli Defense Forces, I was assigned to set up an interview system for the entire army. If you wonder why such a responsibility would be forced upon someone so young, bear in mind that the State of Israel itself was only 7 years old at the time, all its institutions were under construction, and someone had to build them. Odd as it sounds today, my bachelor's degree in psychology probably qualified me as the best trained psychologist in the army. My direct supervisor, a brilliant researcher, had a degree in chemistry. An interview routine was already in place when I was given my mission. Every soldier drafted into the army completed a battery of psychometric tests, and each man considered for combat duty was interviewed for an assessment of personality. The goal was to assign the recruit score of general fitness for combat and to find the best match of his personality among various branches: infantry, artillery, armor, and so on. The interviewers were themselves young draftees, selected for this assignment by virtue of their high intelligence and interest in dealing with people. Most were women, who were at the time exempt from combat duty. Trained for a few weeks in how to conduct a 15 to 20-minute interview, they were encouraged to cover a range of topics and to form a general impression of how well the recruit would do in the army. Unfortunately, follow-up evaluations had already indicated that this interview procedure was almost useless for predicting the future success of recruits. I was instructed to design an interview that would be more useful but would not take more time. I was also told to try out the new interview and to evaluate its accuracy. From the perspective of a serious professional, I was no more qualified for the task than I was to build a bridge across the Amazon. Fortunately, I had read Paul Michel's little book, which had appeared just a year earlier. I was convinced by his argument that simple, statistical rules are superior to intuitive clinical judgments. I concluded that the then current interview had failed, at least in part because it allowed the interviewers to do what they found most interesting, which was to learn about the dynamics of the interviewee's mental life. Instead, we should use the limited time at our disposal to obtain as much specific information as possible about the interviewee's life in his normal environment. Another lesson I learned from Michel was that we should abandon the procedure in which the interviewer's global evaluations of the recruit determine the final decision. Michel's book suggested that such evaluations should not be trusted and that statistical summaries of separately evaluated attributes would achieve higher validity. I decided on a procedure in which the interviewers would evaluate several relevant personality traits and score each separately. The final score of fitness for combat duty would be computed according to a standard formula, with no further input from the interviewers. I made up a list of 6 characteristics that appeared relevant to performance in a combat unit, including responsibility, sociability, and masculine pride. I then composed, for each trait, a series of factual questions about the individual's life before his enlistment, including the number of different jobs he had held, how regular and punctual he had been in his work or studies, the frequency of his interactions with friends, and his interest and participation in sports, among others. The idea was to evaluate as objectively as possible how well the recruit had done on each dimension. By focusing on standardized, factual questions, I hoped to combat the halo effect, where favorable first impressions influence later judgments. As a further precaution against halos, I instructed the interviewers to go through the 6 traits in a fixed sequence, rating each trait on a 5-point scale before going on to the next. And that was that. I informed the interviewers that they need not concern themselves with the recruit's future adjustment to the military. Their only task was to elicit relevant facts about his past and to use that information to score each personality dimension. Your function is to provide reliable measurements, I told them. Leave the predictive validity to me, by which I meant the formula that I was going to devise to combine their specific ratings. The interviewers came close to mutiny. These bright young people were displeased to be ordered, by someone hardly older than themselves, to switch off their intuition and focus entirely on boring factual questions. One of them complained, "You are turning us into robots." So I compromised. "Carry out the interview exactly as instructed," I told them, "and when you are done, have your wish, close your eyes, try to imagine the recruit as a soldier, and assign him a score on a scale of 1 to 5. Several hundred interviews were conducted by this new method, and a few months later we collected evaluations of the soldiers' performance from the commanding officers of the units to which they had been assigned. The results made us happy. As Mia's book had suggested, the new interview procedure was a substantial improvement over the old one. The sum of our 6 ratings predicted soldiers' performance much more accurately than the global evaluations of the previous interviewing method, although far from perfectly. We had progressed from completely useless to moderately useful. The big surprise to me was that the intuitive judgment that the interviewers summoned up in the close your eyes exercise also did very well, indeed just as well as the sum of the 6 specific ratings. I learned from this finding a lesson that I have never forgotten. Intuition adds value even in the justly derided selection interview, but only after a disciplined collection of objective information and disciplined scoring of separate traits. I set a formula that gave the close your eyes evaluation the same weight as the sum of the 6 trait ratings. A more general lesson that I learned from this episode was do not simply trust intuitive judgment your own or that of others, but do not dismiss it either. Some 45 years later, after I won a Nobel Prize in economics, I was for a short time a minor celebrity in Israel. On one of my visits, someone had the idea of escorting me around my old army base, which still has the unit that interviews new recruits. I was introduced to the commanding officer of the psychological unit, and she described the current interviewing practices, which had not changed much from the system I had designed. There was, it turned out, a considerable amount of research indicating that the interviews still worked well. As she came to the end of her description of how the interviews are conducted, the officer added, "And then we tell them, close your eyes. Do to yourself the message of this chapter is readily applicable to tasks other than making manpower decisions for an army." Implementing interview procedures in the spirit of Michel and Dawes requires relatively little effort, but substantial discipline. Suppose that you need to hire a sales representative for your firm. If you are serious about hiring the best possible person for the job, this is what you should do. First, select a few traits that are prerequisites for success in this position: technical proficiency, engaging personality, reliability, and so on. Don't overdo it. 6 dimensions is a good number. The traits you choose should be as independent as possible from each other, and you should feel that you can assess them reliably by asking a few factual questions. Next, make a list of those questions for each trait and think about how you will score it, say on a 1-5 scale. You should have an idea of what you will call very weak or very strong. These preparations should take you half an hour or so, a small investment that can make a significant difference in the quality of the people you hire. To avoid halo effects, you must collect the information on one trait at a time, scoring each before you move on to the next one. Do not skip around. To evaluate each candidate, add up the 6 scores. Because you are in charge of the final decision, you should not do a close your eyes. Firmly resolve that you will hire the candidate whose final score is the highest. Even if there is another one whom you like better, try to resist your wish to invent broken legs to change the ranking. A vast amount of research offers a promise. You are much more likely to find the best candidate if you use this procedure than if you do what people normally do in such situations, which is to go into the interview unprepared and to make choices by an overall intuitive judgment such as "I looked into his eyes and liked what I saw." Speaking of judges vs formulas, whenever we can replace human judgment by a formula, we should at least consider it. He thinks his judgments are complex and subtle, but a simple combination of scores could probably do better. Let's decide in advance what weight to give to the data we have on the candidate's past performance, otherwise we will give too much weight to our impression from the interviews. 22. Expert intuition. When can we trust IT? Professional controversies bring out the worst in academics. Scientific journals occasionally publish exchanges, often beginning with someone's critique of another's research, followed by a reply and a rejoinder. I have always thought that these exchanges are a waste of time. Especially when the original critique is sharply worded, the reply and the rejoinder are often exercises in what I have called sarcasm for beginners and advanced sarcasm. The replies rarely concede anything to a biting critique, and it is almost unheard of for a rejoinder to admit that the original critique was misguided or erroneous in any way. On a few occasions I have responded to criticisms that I thought were grossly misleading, because a failure to respond can be interpreted as conceding error, but I have never found the hostile exchanges destructive. In search of another way to deal with disagreements, I have engaged in a few adversarial collaborations, in which scholars who disagree on the science agree to write a jointly authored paper on their differences, and sometimes conduct research together. In especially tense situations, the research is moderated by an arbiter. My most satisfying and productive adversarial collaboration was with Gary Klein, the intellectual leader of an association of scholars and practitioners who do not like the kind of work I do. They call themselves students of naturalistic decision-making, or NDM, and mostly work in organizations where they often study how experts work. The NDMers adamantly reject a focus on biases in the heuristics and biases approach. They criticize this model as overly concerned with failures and driven by artificial experiments rather than by the study of real people doing things that matter. They are deeply skeptical about the value of using rigid algorithms to replace human judgment, and Paul Michel is not among their heroes. Gary Klein has eloquently articulated this position over many years. This is hardly the basis for a beautiful friendship, but there is more to the story. I had never believed that intuition is always misguided. I had also been a fan of Klein's studies of expertise in firefighters since I first saw a draft of a paper he wrote in the 1970s and was impressed by his book Sources of Power, much of which analyzes how experienced professionals develop intuitive skills. I invited him to join in an effort to map the boundary that separates the marvels of intuition from its flaws. He was intrigued by the idea, and we went ahead with the project with no certainty that it would succeed. We set out to answer a specific question: when can you trust an experienced professional who claims to have an intuition? It was obvious that Klein would be more disposed to be trusting, and I would be more skeptical. But could we agree on principles for answering the general question? Over 7 or 8 years we had many discussions, resolved many disagreements, almost blew up more than once, wrote many drafts, became friends, and eventually published a joint article with a title that tells the story, Conditions for Intuitive Expertise, a Failure to Disagree. Indeed, we did not encounter real issues on which we disagreed, but we did not really agree. Marvels and Flaws Malcolm Gladwell's bestseller Blink appeared while Klein and I were working on the project, and it was reassuring to find ourselves in agreement about it. Gladwell's book opens with the memorable story of art experts faced with an object that is described as a magnificent example of Akuro's sculpture of a striding boy. Several of the experts had strong visceral reactions. They felt in their gut that the statue was a fake but were not able to articulate what it was about it that made them uneasy. Everyone who read the book Chameleon as did remembers that story as a triumph of intuition. The experts agreed that they knew the sculpture was a fake without knowing how they knew the very definition of intuition. The story appears to imply that a systematic search for the cue that guided the experts would have failed, but Klein and I both rejected that conclusion. From our point of view, such an inquiry was needed, and if it had been conducted properly, which Klein knows how to do, it would probably have succeeded. Although many readers of the Akuro's example were surely drawn to an almost magical view of expert intuition, Gladwell himself does not hold that position. In a later chapter he describes the massive failure of intuition. Americans elected President Harding, whose only qualification for the position was that he perfectly looked the part. Square-jawed and tall, he was the perfect image of a strong and decisive leader. People voted for someone who looked strong and decisive without any other reason to believe that he was. An intuitive prediction of how Harding would perform as president arose from substituting one question for another. A reader of this book should expect such an intuition to be held with confidence. Intuition is recognition. The early experiences that shaped Klein's views of intuition were starkly different from mine. My thinking was formed by observing the illusion of validity in myself and by reading Paul Michel's demonstrations of the inferiority of clinical prediction. In contrast, Klein's views were shaped by his early studies of fireground commanders, the leaders of firefighting teams. He followed them as they fought fires and later interviewed the leader about his thoughts as he made decisions. As Klein described it in our joint article, he and his collaborators investigated how the commanders could make good decisions without comparing options. The initial hypothesis was that commanders would restrict their analysis to only a pair of options, but that hypothesis proved to be incorrect. In fact, the commanders usually generated only a single option, and that was all they needed. They could draw on a repertoire of patterns that they had compiled during more than a decade of both real and virtual experience to identify a plausible option, which they considered first. They evaluated this option by mentally simulating it to see if it would work in the situation they were facing. If the course of action they were considering seemed appropriate, they would implement it. If it had shortcomings, they would modify it. If they could not easily modify it, they would turn to the next most plausible option and run through the same procedure until an acceptable course of action was found. Klein elaborated this description into a theory of decision-making that he called the Recognition Prime Decision RPD model, which applies to firefighters but also describes expertise in other domains, including chess. The process involves both System 1 and System 2. In the first phase, a tentative plan comes to mind by an automatic function of associative memory System 1. The next phase is a deliberate process in which the plan is mentally simulated to check if it will work, an operation of System 2. The model of intuitive decision-making as pattern recognition develops ideas presented some time ago by Herbert Simon, perhaps the only scholar who is recognized and admired as a hero and founding figure by all the competing clans and tribes in the study of decision-making. I quoted Herbert Simon's definition of intuition in the introduction, but it will make more sense when I repeat it now. The situation has provided a cue. This cue has given the expert access to information stored in memory, and the information provides the answer. Intuition is nothing more and nothing less than recognition. This strong statement reduces the apparent magic of intuition to the everyday experience of memory. We marvel at the story of the firefighter who has a sudden urge to escape a burning house just before it collapses, because the firefighter knows the danger intuitively, without knowing how he knows. However, we also do not know how we immediately know that person we see as we enter a room is our friend Peter. The moral of Simon's remark is that the mystery of knowing without knowing is not a distinctive feature of intuition, it is the norm of mental life. Acquiring skill. How does the information that supports intuition get stored in memory? Certain types of intuitions are acquired very quickly. We have inherited from our ancestors a great facility to learn when to be afraid. Indeed, one experience is often sufficient to establish a long-term aversion and fear. Many of us have the visceral memory of a single dubious dish that still leaves us vaguely reluctant to return to a restaurant. All of us tense up when we approach a spot in which an unpleasant event occurred, even when there is no reason to expect it to happen again. For me, one such place is the ramp leading to the San Francisco airport, where years ago a driver in the throes of road rage followed me from the freeway, rolled down his window, and hurled obscenities at me. I never knew what caused his hatred, but I remember his voice whenever I reached that point on my way to the airport. My memory of the airport incident is conscious, and it fully explains the emotion that comes with it. On many occasions, however, you may feel uneasy in a particular place or when someone uses a particular turn of phrase without having a conscious memory of the triggering event. In hindsight, you will label that unease an intuition if it is followed by a bad experience. This mode of emotional learning is closely related to what happened in Pavlov's famous conditioning experiments, in which the dogs learned to recognize the sound of the bell as a signal that food was coming. What Pavlov's dogs learn can be described as a learned hope. Learned fears are even more easily acquired. Fear can also be learned quite easily, in fact, by words rather than by experience. The fireman who had the sixth sense of danger had certainly had many occasions to discuss and think about types of fires he was not involved in, and to rehearse in his mind what the cues might be and how he should react. As I remember from experience, a young platoon commander with no experience of combat will tense up while leading troops through a narrowing ravine because he was taught to identify the terrain as favoring an ambush. Little repetition is needed for learning. Emotional learning may be quick, but what we consider as expertise usually takes a long time to develop. The acquisition of expertise in complex tasks such as high-level chess, professional basketball, or firefighting is intricate and slow because expertise in a domain is not a single skill but rather a large collection of mini-skills. Chess is a good example. An expert player can understand a complex position at a glance, but it takes years to develop that level of ability. Studies of chess masters have shown that at least 10,000 hours of dedicated practice, about 6 years of playing chess 5 hours a day, are required to attain the highest levels of performance. During those hours of intense concentration, a serious chess player becomes familiar with thousands of configurations, each consisting of an arrangement of related pieces that can threaten or defend each other. Learning high-level chess can be compared to learning to read. A first grader works hard at recognizing individual letters and assembling them into syllables and words, but a good adult reader perceives entire clauses. An expert reader has also acquired the ability to assemble familiar elements in a new pattern and can quickly recognize and correctly pronounce a word that she has never seen before. In chess, recurrent patterns of interacting pieces play the role of letters, and a chess position is a long word or a sentence. A skilled reader who sees it for the first time will be able to read the opening stanza of Lewis Carroll's Jabberwocky with perfect rhythm and intonation, as well as Pleasure, Tors Brillig, and the Slithy Toves Digire and Gimble in the Way, Omens you with the Borgovs, and the Mom Rassout Grabe. Acquiring expertise in chess is harder and slower than learning to read because there are many more letters in the alphabet of chess and because the words consist of many letters. After thousands of hours of practice, however, chess masters are able to read a chess situation at a glance. The few moves that come to their mind are almost always strong and sometimes creative. They can deal with a word they have never encountered, and they can find a new way to interpret a familiar one. The environment of skill client and I quickly found that we agree both on the nature of intuitive skill and on how it is acquired. We still needed to agree on our key question: when can you trust a self-confident professional who claims to have an intuition? We eventually concluded that our disagreement was due in part to the fact that we had different experts in mind. Klein had spent much time with fireground commanders, clinical nurses, and other professionals who have real expertise. I had spent more time thinking about clinicians, stock pickers, and political scientists trying to make unsupportable long-term forecasts. Not surprisingly, his default attitude was trust and respect. Mine was skepticism. He was more willing to trust experts who claim an intuition because, as he told me, true experts know the limits of their knowledge. I argued that there are many pseudo-experts who have no idea that they do not know what they are doing, the illusion of validity, and that as a general proposition subjective confidence is commonly too high and often uninformative. Earlier I traced people's confidence in a belief to two related impressions, cognitive ease and coherence. We are confident when the story we tell ourselves comes easily to mind, with no contradiction and no competing scenario. But ease and coherence do not guarantee that a belief held with confidence is true. The associative machine is set to suppress doubt and to evoke ideas and information that are compatible with the currently dominant story. A mind that follows voicati will achieve high confidence much too easily by ignoring what it does not know. It is therefore not surprising that many of us are prone to have high confidence in unfounded intuitions. Klein and I eventually agreed on an important principle: the confidence that people have in their intuitions is not a reliable guide to their validity. In other words, do not trust anyone, including yourself, to tell you how much you should trust their judgment. If subjective confidence is not to be trusted, how can we evaluate the probable validity of an intuitive judgment? When do judgments reflect true expertise? When do they display an illusion of validity? The answer comes from the two basic conditions for acquiring a skill: an environment that is sufficiently regular to be predictable, and opportunity to learn these regularities through prolonged practice. When both these conditions are satisfied, intuitions are likely to be skilled. Chess is an extreme example of a regular environment, but bridge and poker also provide robust statistical regularities that can support skill. Physicians, nurses, athletes, and firefighters also face complex but fundamentally orderly situations. The accurate intuitions that Gary Klein has described are due to highly valid cues that the expert system 1 has learned to use, even if system 2 has not learned to name them. In contrast, stock pickers and political scientists who make long-term forecasts operate in a zero-validity environment. Their failures reflect the basic unpredictability of the events that they try to forecast. Some environments are worse than irregular. Robin Hogarth described wicked environments, in which professionals are likely to learn the wrong lessons from experience. He borrows from Lewis Thomas the example of a physician in the early 20th century who often had intuitions about patients who were about to develop typhoid. Unfortunately, he tested his hunch by palpating the patient's tongue without washing his hands between patients. One patient after patient became ill, the physician developed a sense of clinical infallibility. His predictions were accurate, but not because he was exercising professional intuition. Meal's clinicians were not inept, and their failure was not due to lack of talent. They performed poorly because they were assigned tasks that did not have a simple solution. The clinician's predicament was less extreme than the zero-validity environment of long-term political forecasting, but they operated in low-validity situations that did not allow high accuracy. We know this to be the case because the best statistical algorithms, although more accurate than human judges, were never very accurate. Indeed, the studies by Michal and his followers never produce a smoking gun demonstration, a case in which clinicians completely missed a highly valid cue that the algorithm detected. An extreme failure of this kind is unlikely because human learning is normally efficient. If a strong predictive cue exists, human observers will find it, given a decent opportunity to do so. Statistical algorithms greatly outdo humans in noisy environments for two reasons. They are more likely than human judges to detect weakly valid cues and much more likely to maintain a modest level of accuracy by using such cues consistently. It is wrong to blame anyone for failing to forecast accurately in an unpredictable world. However, it seems fair to blame professionals for believing they can succeed in an impossible task. Claims for correct intuitions in an unpredictable situation are self-delusional at best, sometimes worse. In the absence of valid cues, intuitive hits are due either to luck or to lies. If you find this conclusion surprising, you still have a lingering belief that intuition is magic. Remember this rule: intuition cannot be trusted in the absence of stable regularities in the environment. Feedback and practice. Some regularities in the environment are easier to discover and apply than others. Think of how you developed your style of using the brakes on your car. As you were mastering the skill of taking curves, you gradually learn when to let go of the accelerator and when and how hard to use the brakes. Curves differ, and the variability you experience while learning ensures that you are now ready to brake at the right time and strength for any curve you encounter. The conditions for learning this skill are ideal, because you receive immediate and unambiguous feedback every time you go around a bend, the mild reward of a comfortable turn or the mild punishment of some difficulty in handling the car if you brake either too hard or not quite hard enough. The situations that face a harbour pilot maneuvering large ships are no less regular, but skill is much more difficult to acquire by sheer experience because of the long delay between actions and their noticeable outcomes. Whether professionals have a chance to develop intuitive expertise depends essentially on the quality and speed of feedback, as well as on sufficient opportunity to practice. Expertise is not a single skill, it is a collection of skills, and the same professional may be highly expert in some of the tasks in her domain while remaining a novice in others. By the time chess players become experts, they have seen everything or almost everything, but chess is an exception in this regard. Surgeons can be much more proficient in some operations than in others. Furthermore, some aspects of any professional's tasks are much easier to learn than others. Psychotherapists have many opportunities to observe the immediate reactions of patients to what they say. The feedback enables them to develop the intuitive skill to find the words and the tone that will calm anger, forge confidence, or focus the patient's attention. On the other hand, therapists do not have a chance to identify which general treatment approach is most suitable for different patients. The feedback they receive from their patients' long-term outcomes is sparse, delayed, or usually non-existent, and in any case too ambiguous to support learning from experience. Among medical specialties, anesthesiologists benefit from good feedback because the effects of their actions are likely to be quickly evident. In contrast, radiologists obtain little information about the accuracy of the diagnoses they make and about the pathologies they fail to detect. Anesthesiologists are therefore in a better position to develop useful intuitive skills. If an anesthesiologist says, "I have a feeling something is wrong," everyone in the operating room should be prepared for an emergency. Here again, as in the case of subjective confidence, the experts may not know the limits of their expertise. An experienced psychotherapist knows that she is skilled in working out what is going on in her patient's mind and that she has good intuitions about what the patient will say next. It is tempting for her to conclude that she can also anticipate how well the patient will do next year, but this conclusion is not equally justified. Short-term anticipation and long-term forecasting are different tasks, and the therapist has had adequate opportunity to learn one but not the other. Similarly, a financial expert may have skills in many aspects of his trade but not in picking stocks, and an expert in the Middle East knows many things but not the future. The clinical psychologist, the stock picker, and the pundit do have intuitive skills in some of their tasks, but they have not learned to identify the situations and the tasks in which intuition will betray them. The unrecognized limits of professional skill help explain why experts are often overconfident. Evaluating validity at the end of our journey, Gary Klein and I agreed on a general answer to our initial question: when can you trust an experienced professional who claims to have an intuition? Our conclusion was that for the most part it is possible to distinguish intuitions that are likely to be valid from those that are likely to be bogus. As in the judgment of whether a work of art is genuine or a fake, you will usually do better by focusing on its provenance than by looking at the piece itself. If the environment is sufficiently regular and if the judge has had a chance to learn its regularities, the associative machinery will recognize situations and generate quick and accurate predictions and decisions. You can trust someone's intuitions if these conditions are met. Unfortunately, associative memory also generates subjectively compelling intuitions that are false. Anyone who has watched the chess progress of a talented youngster knows well a skill does not become perfect all at once, and that on the way to near perfection some mistakes are made with great confidence. When evaluating expert intuition, you should always consider whether there was an adequate opportunity to learn the cues, even in a regular environment. In a less regular or low validity environment, the heuristics of judgment are invoked. System 1 is often able to produce quick answers to difficult questions by substitution, creating coherence where there is none. The question that is answered is not the one that was intended, but the answer is produced quickly and may be sufficiently plausible to pass the lax and lenient review of System 2. You may want to forecast the commercial future of a company, for example, and believe that this is what you are judging, while in fact your evaluation is dominated by your impressions of the energy and competence of its current executives. Because substitution occurs automatically, you often do not know the origin of a judgment that you assist them to endorse and adopt. If it is the only one that comes to mind, it may be subjectively indistinguishable from valid judgments that you make with expert confidence. This is why subjective confidence is not a good diagnostic of accuracy. Judgments that answer the wrong question can also be made with high confidence. You may be asking, why didn't Gary Klein and I come up immediately with the idea of evaluating an expert's intuition by assessing the regularity of the environment and the expert's learning history, mostly setting aside the expert's confidence? And what did we think the answer could be? These are good questions because the contours of the solution were apparent from the beginning. We knew at the outset that fireground commanders and pediatric nurses would end up on one side of the boundary of valid intuitions and that the specialties studied by Meal would be on the other, along with stock pickers and pundits. It is difficult to reconstruct what it was that took us years, long hours of discussion, endless exchanges of drafts and hundreds of emails negotiating over words, and more than once almost giving up. But this is what always happens when a project ends reasonably well. Once you understand the main conclusion, it seems it was always obvious. As the title of our article suggests, Klein and I disagreed less than we had expected and accepted joint solutions of almost all the substantive issues that were raised. However, we also found that our early differences were more than an intellectual disagreement. We had different attitudes, emotions, and tastes, and those changed remarkably little over the years. This is most obvious in the facts that we find amusing and interesting. Klein still winces when the word bias is mentioned, and he still enjoys stories in which algorithms or formal procedures lead to obviously absurd decisions. I tend to view the occasional failures of algorithms as opportunities to improve them. On the other hand, I find more pleasure than Klein does in the comeuppance of arrogant experts who claim intuitive powers in zero-validity situations. In the long run, however, finding as much intellectual agreement as we did is surely more important than the persistent emotional differences that remained. Speaking of expert intuition, how much expertise does she have in this particular task? How much practice has she had? Does he really believe that the environment of startups is sufficiently regular to justify an intuition that goes against the base rates? She is very confident in her decision, but subjective confidence is a poor index of the accuracy of a judgment. Did he really have an opportunity to learn? How quick and how clear was the feedback he received on his judgments? 23. The outside view. A few years after my collaboration with Amos began, I convinced some officials in the Israeli Ministry of Education of the need for a curriculum to teach judgment and decision-making in high schools. The team that I assembled to design the curriculum and write a textbook for it included several experienced teachers, some of my psychology students, and Seymour Fox, then Dean of the Hebrew University School of Education, who was an expert in curriculum development. After meeting every Friday afternoon for about a year, we had constructed a detailed outline of the syllabus, had written a couple of chapters, and had run a few sample lessons in the classroom. We all felt that we had made good progress. One day, as we were discussing procedures for estimating uncertain quantities, the idea of conducting an exercise occurred to me. I asked everyone to write down an estimate of how long it would take us to submit a finished draft of the textbook to the Ministry of Education. I was following a procedure that we already planned to incorporate into our curriculum. The proper way to elicit information from a group is not by starting with a public discussion but by confidentially collecting each person's judgment. This procedure makes better use of the knowledge available to members of the group than the common practice of open discussion. I collected the estimates and jotted the results on the blackboard. They were narrowly centered around 2 years. The low end was 1.5, the high end 2.5 years. Then I had another idea. I turned to Seymour, our curriculum expert, and asked whether he could think of other teams similar to us that had developed a curriculum from scratch. This was a time when several pedagogical innovations like new math had been introduced, and Seymour said he could think of quite a few. I then asked whether he knew the history of these teams in some detail, and it turned out that he was familiar with several. I asked him to think of these teams when they had made as much progress as we had. How long, from that point, did it take them to finish their textbook products? He fell silent. When he finally spoke, it seemed to me that he was blushing, embarrassed by his own answer. You know, I never realized this before, but in fact not all the teams at stage comparable to ours ever did complete their task. The substantial fraction of the teams ended up failing to finish the job. This was worrisome. We had never considered the possibility that we might fail. My anxiety rising, I asked how large he estimated that fraction was. About 40%, he answered. By now, a pall of gloom was falling over the room. The next question was obvious. Those who finished, I asked. How long did it take them? I cannot think of any group that finished in less than 7 years, he replied, nor any that took more than 10. I grasped at a straw. When you compare our skills and resources to those of the other groups, how good are we? How would you rank us in comparison with these teams? Seymour did not hesitate long this time. We're below average, he said, but not by much. This came as a complete surprise to all of us, including Seymour, whose prior estimate had been well within the optimistic consensus of the group. Until I prompted him, there was no connection in his mind between his knowledge of the history of other teams and his forecast of our future. Our state of mind when we heard Seymour is not well described by stating what we knew. Surely all of us knew that a minimum of 7 years and a 40% chance of failure was a more plausible forecast of the fate of our project than the numbers we had written on our slips of paper a few minutes earlier. But we did not acknowledge what we knew. The new forecast still seemed unreal because we could not imagine how it could take so long to finish a project that looked so manageable. No crystal ball was available to tell us the strange sequence of unlikely events that were in our future. All we could see was a reasonable plan that should produce a book in about 2 years, conflicting with statistics indicating that other teams had failed or had taken an absurdly long time to complete their mission. What we had heard was base rate information from which we should have inferred a causal story. If so many teams failed, and if those that succeeded took so long, writing a curriculum was surely much harder than we had thought. But such an inference would have conflicted with our direct experience of the good progress we had been making. The statistics that Seymour provided were treated as base rates normally are noted and promptly set aside. We should have quit that day. None of us was willing to invest 6 more years of work in a project with a 40% chance of failure. Although we must have sensed that persevering was not reasonable, the warning did not provide an immediately compelling reason to quit. After a few minutes of desultory debate, we gathered ourselves together and carried on as if nothing had happened. The book was eventually completed 8 years later. By that time I was no longer living in Israel and had long since ceased to be part of the team, which completed the task after many unpredictable vicissitudes. The initial enthusiasm for the idea in the Ministry of Education had waned by the time the text was delivered, and it was never used. This embarrassing episode remains one of the most instructive experiences of my professional life. I eventually learned 3 lessons from it. The first was immediately apparent. I had stumbled onto a distinction between 2 profoundly different approaches to forecasting, which Amos and I later labeled the inside view and the outside view. The second lesson was that our initial forecasts of about 2 years for the completion of the project exhibited a planning fallacy. Our estimates were closer to a best-case scenario than to a realistic assessment. I was slower to accept the third lesson, which I call irrational perseverance, the folly we displayed that day in failing to abandon the project. Facing a choice, we gave up rationality rather than give up the enterprise. Drawn to the inside view on that long ago Friday, our curriculum expert made 2 judgments about the same problem and arrived at very different answers. The inside view is the one that all of us, including Seymour, spontaneously adopted to assess the future of our project. We focused on our specific circumstances and searched for evidence in our own experiences. We had a sketchy plan, we knew how many chapters we were going to write, and we had an idea of how long it had taken us to write the 2 that we had already done. The more cautious among us probably added a few months to their estimate as a margin of error. Extrapolating was a mistake. We were forecasting based on the information in front of us, but the chapters we wrote first were probably easier than others, and our commitment to the project was probably then at its peak. But the main problem was that we failed to allow for what Donald Rumsfeld famously called the unknown unknowns. There was no way for us to foresee, that day, the succession of events that would cause the project to drag out for so long. The divorces, the illnesses, the crises of coordination with bureaucracies that delayed the work could not be anticipated. Such events not only caused the writing of chapters to slow down, they also produce long periods during which little or no progress is made at all. The same must have been true, of course, for the other teams that Seymour knew about. The members of those teams were also unable to imagine the events that would cause them to spend 7 years to finish, or ultimately fail to finish, a project that they evidently had thought was very feasible. Like us, they did not know the odds they were facing. There are many ways for any plan to fail, and although most of them are too improbable to be anticipated, the likelihood that something will go wrong in a big project is high. The second question I asked Seymour directed his attention away from us and toward a class of similar cases. Seymour estimated the base rate of success in that reference class 40% failure and 7 to 10 years for completion. His informal survey was surely not up to scientific standards of evidence, but it provided a reasonable basis for a baseline prediction, a prediction you make about a case if you know nothing except the category to which it belongs. As we saw earlier, the baseline prediction should be the anchor for further adjustments. If you are asked to guess the height of a woman about whom you know only that she lives in New York City, your baseline prediction is your best guess at the average height of women in the city. If you are now given case-specific information, for example that the woman's son is the starting center of his high school basketball team, you will adjust your estimate away from the mean in the appropriate direction. Seymour's comparison of our team to others suggested that the forecast of our outcome was slightly worse than the baseline prediction, which was already grim. The spectacular accuracy of the outside view forecast in our problem was surely a fluke and should not count as evidence for the validity of the outside view. The argument for the outside view should be made on general grounds. If the reference cast is properly chosen, the outside view will give an indication of where the ballpark is, and it may suggest, as it did in our case, that the inside view forecasts are not even close to it. For a psychologist, the discrepancy between Seymour's 2 judgments is striking. He had in his head all the knowledge required to estimate the statistics of an appropriate reference class, but he reached his initial estimate without ever using that knowledge. Seymour's forecast from his inside view was not an adjustment from the baseline prediction, which had not come to his mind. It was based on the particular circumstances of our efforts. Like the participants in the Tom W. experiment, Seymour knew the relevant base rate but did not think of applying it. Unlike Seymour, the rest of us did not have access to the outside view and could not have produced a reasonable baseline prediction. It is noteworthy, however, that we did not feel we needed information about other teams to make our guesses. My request for the outside view surprised all of us, including me. This is a common pattern. People who have information about an individual case rarely feel the need to know the statistics of the class to which the case belongs. When we were eventually exposed to the outside view, we collectively ignored it. We can recognize what happened to us. It is similar to the experiment that suggested the futility of teaching psychology. When they made predictions about individual cases about which they had little information, a brief and bland interview, Nisbet and Borgida students completely neglected the global results they had just learned. Pallid statistical information is routinely discarded when it is incompatible with one's personal impressions of a case. In the competition with the inside view, the outside view doesn't stand a chance. The preference for the inside view sometimes carries moral overtones. I once asked my cousin, a distinguished lawyer, a question about a reference class: what is the probability of the defendant winning in cases like this one? His sharp answer that every case is unique was accompanied by a look that made it clear he found my question inappropriate and superficial. A proud emphasis on the uniqueness of cases is also common in medicine, in spite of recent advances in evidence-based medicine that point the other way. Medical statistics and baseline predictions come up with increasing frequency in conversations between patients and physicians. However, the remaining ambivalence about the outside view in the medical profession is expressed in concerns about the impersonality of procedures that are guided by statistics and checklists. The planning fallacy in light of both the outside view forecast and the eventual outcome, the original estimates we made that Friday afternoon appear almost delusional. This should not come as a surprise. Overly optimistic forecasts of the outcome of projects are found everywhere. Amos and I coined the term planning fallacy to describe plans and forecasts that are unrealistically close to best-case scenarios could be improved by consulting the statistics of similar cases. Examples of the planning fallacy abound in the experiences of individuals, governments, and businesses. The list of horror stories is endless. In July 1997, the proposed new Scottish Parliament building in Edinburgh was estimated to cost up to £40 million. By June 1999, the budget for the building was £109 million. In April 2000, legislators imposed a £195 million cap on costs. By November 2001, they demanded an estimate of final cost, which was set at £241 million. That estimated final cost rose twice in 2002, ending the year at £294 million. It rose 3 times more in 2003, reaching £375 million by June. The building was finally completed in 2004 at an ultimate cost of roughly £431 million. A 2005 study examined rail projects undertaken worldwide between 1969 and 1998. In more than 90% of the cases, the number of passengers projected to use the system was overestimated. Even though these passenger shortfalls were widely publicized, forecasts did not improve over those 30 years. On average, planners overestimated how many people would use the new rail projects by 106%, and the average cost overrun was 45%. As more evidence accumulated, the experts did not become more reliant on it. In 2002, a survey of American homeowners who had remodeled their kitchens found that, on average, they had expected the job to cost $18,658. In fact, they ended up paying an average of $38,769. The optimism of planners and decision-makers is not the only cause of overruns. Contractors of kitchen renovations and of weapon systems readily admit, though not to their clients, that they routinely make most of their profit on additions to their original plan. The failures of forecasting in these cases reflect the customer's inability to imagine how much their wishes will escalate over time. They end up paying much more than they would if they had made a realistic plan and stuck to it. Errors in the initial budget are not always innocent. The authors of unrealistic plans are often driven by the desire to get the plan approved, whether by their superiors or by a client, supported by the knowledge that projects are rarely abandoned and finished merely because of overruns in costs or completion times. In such cases, the greatest responsibility for avoiding the planning fallacy lies with the decision-makers who approve the plan. If they do not recognize the need for an outside view, they commit a planning fallacy. Mitigating the planning fallacy, the diagnosis of and the remedy for the planning fallacy have not changed since that Friday afternoon, but the implementation of the idea has come a long way. The renowned Danish planning expert Bent Flavbjerg, now at Oxford University, offered a forceful summary. The prevalent tendency to underweight or ignore distributional information is perhaps the major source of error in forecasting. Planners should therefore make every effort to frame the forecasting problem so as to facilitate utilizing all the distributional information that is available. This may be considered the single most important piece of advice regarding how to increase accuracy in forecasting through improved methods. Using such distributional information from other ventures similar to the being forecasted is called taking an outside view and is the cure to the planning fallacy. The treatment for the planning fallacy has now acquired a technical name, reference class forecasting, and Flavbjerg has applied it to transportation projects in several countries. The outside view is implemented by using a large database, which provides information on both plans and outcomes for hundreds of projects all over the world, and can be used to provide statistical information about the likely overruns of costs and time, and about the likely underperformance of projects of different types. The forecasting method that Fourfold applies is similar to the practices recommended for overcoming base rate neglect. 1. Identify an appropriate reference class kitchen renovations, large railway projects, etc. 2. Obtain the statistics of the reference class in terms of cost per mile of railway, or of the percentage by which expenditures exceeded budget. Use the statistics to generate a baseline prediction. 3. Use specific information about the case to adjust the baseline prediction if there are particular reasons to expect the optimistic bias to be more or less pronounced in this project than in others of the same type. Fourfold's analyses are intended to guide the authorities that commission public projects by providing the statistics of overruns in similar projects. Decision-makers need a realistic assessment of the costs and benefits of a proposal before making the final decision to approve it. They may also wish to estimate a budget reserve that they need in anticipation of overruns, although such precautions often become self-fulfilling prophecies. As one official told Fourfold, a budget reserve is to contractors as red meat is to lions, and they will devour it. Organizations face the challenge of controlling the tendency of executives competing for resources to present overly optimistic plans. A well-run organization will reward planners for precise execution and penalize them for failing to anticipate difficulties and for failing to allow for difficulties that they could not have anticipated the unknown unknowns. Decisions and errors that Friday afternoon occurred more than 30 years ago. I often thought about it and mentioned it in lectures several times each year. Some of my friends got bored with the story, but I kept drawing new lessons from it. Almost 15 years after I first reported on the planning fallacy with Amos, I returned to the topic with Dan Lavallo. Together we sketched a theory of decision-making in which the optimistic bias is a significant source of risk-taking. In the standard rational model of economics, people take risks because the odds are favorable. They accept some probability of a costly failure because the probability of success is sufficient. We propose an alternative idea. When forecasting the outcomes of risky projects, executives too easily fall victim to the planning fallacy. In its grip, they make decisions based on delusional optimism rather than on a rational weighting of gains, losses, and probabilities. They overestimate benefits and underestimate costs. They spin scenarios of success while overlooking the potential for mistakes and miscalculations. As a result, they pursue initiatives that are unlikely to come in on budget or on time or to deliver the expected returns or even to be completed. In this view, people often but not always take on risky projects because they are overly optimistic about the odds they face. I will return to this idea several times in this book. It probably contributes to an explanation of why people litigate, why they start wars, and why they open small businesses. Failing a test for many years, I thought that the main point of the curriculum story was what I had learned about my friend Seymour, that his best guess about the future of our project was not informed by what he knew about similar projects. I came off quite well in my telling of the story, in which I had the role of clever questioner and astute psychologist. I only recently realized that I had actually played the roles of chief dunce and inept leader. The project was my initiative, and it was therefore my responsibility to ensure that it made sense and that major problems were properly discussed by the team, but I failed the test. My problem was no longer the planning fallacy. I was cured of the fallacy as soon as I heard Seymour's statistical summary. If pressed, I would have said that our earlier estimates had been absurdly optimistic. If pressed further, I would have admitted that we had started the project on faulty premises and that we should at least consider seriously the option of declaring defeat and going home. But nobody pressed me, and there was no discussion. We tacitly agreed to go on without an explicit forecast of how long the effort would last. This was easy to do because we had not made such a forecast to begin with. If we had had a reasonable baseline prediction when we started, we would not have gone into it, but we had already invested a great deal of effort in an instance of the sunk cost fallacy, which we will look at more closely in the next part of the book. It would have been embarrassing for us, especially for me, to give up at that point, and there seemed to be no immediate reason to do so. It is easier to change directions in a crisis, but this was not a crisis, only some new facts about people we did not know. The outside view was much easier to ignore than bad news in our own effort. I can best describe our state as a form of lethargy and unwillingness to think about what had happened. So we carried on. There was no further attempt at rational planning for the rest of the time I spent as a member of the team, a particularly troubling omission for a team dedicated to teaching rationality. I hope I am wiser today, and I have acquired a habit of looking for the outside view. But it will never be the natural thing to do. Speaking of the outside view, he's taking an inside view. He should forget about his own case and look for what happened in other cases. She is the victim of a planning fallacy. She's assuming a best-case scenario. but there are too many different ways for the plan to fail, and she cannot foresee them all. Suppose you did not know a thing about this particular legal case, only that it involves a malpractice claim by an individual against a surgeon. What would be your baseline prediction? How many of these cases succeed in court? How many settle? What are the amounts? Is the case we are discussing stronger or weaker than similar claims, but we are making an additional investment because we do not want to admit failure? This is an instance of the sunk cost fallacy. 24. The engine of capitalism. The planning fallacy is only one of the manifestations of a pervasive optimistic bias. Most of us view the world as more benign than it really is, our own attributes as more favorable than they truly are, and the goals we adopt as more achievable than they are likely to be. We also tend to exaggerate our ability to forecast the future, which fosters optimistic overconfidence. In terms of its consequences for decisions, the optimistic bias may well be the most significant of the cognitive biases. Because optimistic bias can be both a blessing and a risk, you should be both happy and wary if you are temperamentally optimistic. Optimism is normal, but some fortunate people are more optimistic than the rest of us. If you are genetically endowed with an optimistic bias, you hardly need to be told that you are a lucky person. You already feel fortunate. An optimistic attitude is largely inherited, and it is part of a general disposition for well-being, which may also include a preference for seeing the bright side of everything. If you were allowed one wish for your child, seriously consider wishing him or her optimism. Optimists are normally cheerful and happy, and therefore popular. They are resilient in adapting to failures and hardships. Their chances of clinical depression are reduced, their immune system is stronger, they take better care of their health, they feel healthier than others and are in fact likely to live longer. A study of people who exaggerate their expected lifespan beyond actuarial predictions showed that they work longer hours, are more optimistic about their future income, are more likely to remarry after divorce, a classic triumph of hope over experience, and are more prone to bet on individual stocks. Of course, the blessings of optimism are offered only to individuals who are only mildly biased and who are able to accentuate the positive without losing track of reality. Optimistic individuals play a disproportionate role in shaping our lives. Their decisions make a difference. They are the inventors, the entrepreneurs, the political and military leaders, not average people. They got to where they are by seeking challenges and taking risks. They are talented and they have been lucky, almost certainly luckier than they acknowledge. They are probably optimistic by temperament. A survey of founders of small businesses concluded that entrepreneurs are more sanguine than mid-level managers about life in general. Their experiences of success have confirmed their faith in their judgment and in their ability to control events. This self-confidence is reinforced by the admiration of others. This reasoning leads to a hypothesis: the people who have the greatest influence on the lives of others are likely to be optimistic and overconfident, and to take more risks than they realize. The evidence suggests that an optimistic bias plays a role, sometimes the dominant role, whenever individuals or institutions voluntarily take on significant risks. More often than not, risk takers underestimate the odds they face and do invest sufficient effort to find out what the odds are. Because they misread the risks, optimistic entrepreneurs often believe they are prudent, even when they are not. Their confidence in their future success sustains a positive mood that helps them obtain resources from others, raise the morale of their employees, and enhance their prospects of prevailing. When action is needed, optimism, even of the mildly delusional variety, may be a good thing. Entrepreneurial delusions: the chances that a small business will survive for 5 years in the United States are about 35%. But the individuals who open such businesses do not believe that the statistics apply to them. A survey found that American entrepreneurs tend to believe they are in a promising line of business. The average estimate of the chances of success for any business like yours was 60%, almost double the true value. The bias was more glaring when people assessed the odds of their own venture. Fully 81% of the entrepreneurs put their personal odds of success as 7 out of 10 or higher, and 33% said their chance of failing was 0. The direction of the bias is not surprising. If you interviewed someone who recently opened an Italian restaurant, you would not expect her to have underestimated her prospects for success or to have a pro view of her ability as a restaurateur. But you must wonder, would she still have invested money and time if she had made a reasonable effort to learn the odds? For if she did learn the odds, 60% of new restaurants are out of business after 3 years. Paid attention to them. The idea of adopting the outside view probably didn't occur to her. One of the benefits of an optimistic temperament is that it encourages persistence in the face of obstacles. But persistence can be costly. An impressive series of studies by Thomas Estebre sheds light on what happens when optimists receive bad news. He drew his data from a Canadian organization, the Inventors Assistance Program, which collects a small fee to provide inventors with an objective assessment of the commercial prospects of their idea. The evaluations rely on careful ratings of each invention on 37 criteria, including need for the product, cost of production, and estimated trend of demand. The analysts summarize their ratings by a letter grade. where D and E predict failure or prediction made for over 70% of the inventions they review. The forecasts of failure are remarkably accurate. Only 5 of 411 projects that were given the lowest grade reached commercialization, and none was successful. Discouraging news led about half of the inventors to quit after receiving a grade that unequivocally predicted failure. However, 47% of them continued development efforts even after being told that their project was hopeless, and on average these persistent or obstinate individuals doubled their initial losses before giving up. Significantly, persistence after discouraging advice was relatively common among inventors who had a high score on a personality measure of optimism, on which inventors generally scored higher than the general population. Overall, the return on private invention was small, lower than the return on private equity and on high-risk securities. More generally, the financial benefits of self-employment are mediocre. Given the same qualifications, people achieve higher average returns by selling their skills to employers than by setting out on their own. The evidence suggests that optimism is widespread, stubborn, and costly. Psychologists have confirmed that most people genuinely believe that they are superior to most others on most desirable traits. They are willing to bet small amounts of money on these beliefs in a laboratory. In the market, of course, beliefs in one's superiority have significant consequences. Leaders of large businesses sometimes make huge bets in expensive mergers and acquisitions, acting on the mistaken belief that they can manage the assets of another company better than its current owners do. The stock market commonly responds by downgrading the value of the acquiring firm because experience has shown that efforts to integrate large firms fail more often than they succeed. The misguided acquisitions have been explained by a hubris hypothesis. The executives of the acquiring firm are simply less competent than they think they are. The economists Alwick Malmendier and Jeffrey Tate identified optimistic CEO by the amount of company stock that they owned personally and observed that highly optimistic leaders took excessive risks. They assumed debt rather than issue equity and were more likely than others to overpay for target companies and undertake value-destroying mergers. Remarkably, the stock of the acquiring company suffered substantially more in mergers if the CEO was overly optimistic by the author's measure. The stock market is apparently able to identify overconfident CEO. This observation exonerates the CEO from one accusation even as it convicts them of another. The leaders of enterprises who make unsound bets do not do so because they are betting with other people's money. On the contrary, they take greater risks when they personally have more at stake. The damage caused by overconfident CEO is compounded when the business press anoints them as celebrities. The evidence indicates that prestigious press awards to the CEO are costly to stockholders. The author is right. We find that firms with award-winning CEOs subsequently underperform in terms both of stock and of operating performance. At the same time, CEO compensation increases. CEOs spend more time on activities outside the company, such as writing books and sitting on outside boards, and they are more likely to engage in earnings management. Many years ago, my wife and I were on vacation on Vancouver Island looking for a place to stay. We found an attractive but deserted motel on a little travel road in the middle of a forest. The owners were a charming young couple who needed little prompting to tell us their story. They had been school teachers in the province of Alberta. They had decided to change their life and use their life savings to buy this motel, which had been built a dozen years earlier. They told us without irony or self-consciousness that they had been able to buy it cheap because 6 or 7 previous owners had failed to make a go of it. They also told us about plans to seek a loan to make the establishment more attractive by building a restaurant next to it. They felt no need to explain why they expected to succeed where 6 or 7 others had failed. A common thread of boldness and optimism links business people from motel owners to superstar CEO. The optimistic risk-taking of entrepreneurs surely contributes to the economic dynamism of a capitalistic society, even if most risk-takers end up disappointed. However, Marta Silla of the London School of Economics has pointed out the difficult policy issues that arise when founders of small businesses ask the government to support them in decisions that are most likely to end badly. Should the government provide loans to would-be entrepreneurs who probably will bankrupt themselves in a few years? Many behavioral economists are comfortable with the libertarian paternalistic procedures that help people increase their savings rate beyond what they would do on their own. The question of whether and how government should support small business does not have an equally satisfying answer. Competition neglect is tempting to explain entrepreneurial optimism by wishful thinking, but emotion is only part of the story. Cognitive biases play an important role, notably the System 1 feature Wysati. We focus on our goal, anchor on our plan, and neglect relevant base rates, exposing ourselves to the planning fallacy. We focus on what we want to do and can do, neglecting the plans and skills of others. Often explaining the past and then predicting the future, we focus on the causal role of skill and neglect the role of luck. We are therefore prone to an illusion of control. We focus on what we know and neglect what we do not know, which makes us overly confident in our beliefs. The observation that 90% of drivers believe they are better than average is a well-established psychological finding that has become part of the culture, and it often comes up as a prime example of a more general above-average effect. However, the interpretation of the finding has changed in recent years from self-aggrandizement to cognitive bias. Consider these two questions. Are you a good driver? Are you better than average as a driver? The first question is easy and the answer comes quickly. Most drivers say yes. The second question is much harder and for most respondents almost impossible to answer seriously and correctly because it requires an assessment of the average quality of drivers. At this point in the book, it comes as no surprise that people respond to a difficult question by answering an easier one. They compare themselves to the average without ever thinking about the average. The evidence for the cognitive interpretation of the above-average effect is that when people are asked about a task they find difficult, for many of us this could be are you better than average in starting conversations with strangers, they readily rate themselves as below average. The upshot is that people tend to be overly optimistic about their relative standing on any activity in which they do moderately well. I have had several occasions to ask founders and participants in innovative startups a question: to what extent will the outcome of your effort depend on what you do in your firm? This is evidently an easy question. The answer comes quickly, and in my small sample it has never been less than 80%. Even when they are not sure they will succeed, these bold people think their fate is almost entirely in their own hands. They are surely wrong. The outcome of a startup depends as much on the achievements of its competitors and on changes in the market as on its own efforts. However, Wiseauty plays its part, and entrepreneurs naturally focus on what they know best: their plans and actions and the most immediate threats and opportunities, such as the availability of funding. They know less about their competitors and therefore find it natural to imagine a future in which the competition plays little part. Colin Kamer and Dan Lovallo, who coined the concept of competition neglect, illustrated it with a quote from the then chairman of Disney Studios. Asked why so many expensive big-budget movies are released on the same days such as Memorial Day and Independence Day, he replied, hubris. Hubris. If you only think about your own business, you think, I've got a good story department, I've got a good marketing department, we're going to go out and do this. And you don't think that everybody else is thinking the same way. In a given weekend in a year, you'll have 5 movies open, and there's certainly not enough people to go around. The candid answer refers to hubris, but it displays no arrogance, no conceit of superiority to competing studios. The competition is simply not part of the decision, in which a difficult question has again been replaced by an easier one. The question that needs an answer is this: considering what others will do, how many people will see our film? The question the studio executives considered is simpler and refers to knowledge that is most easily available to them. Do we have a good film and a good organization to market it? The familiar System 1 processes of Wiseauty and substitution produce both competition neglect and the above-average effect. The consequence of competition neglect is excess entry. More competitors enter the market than the market can profitably sustain, so their average outcome is a loss. The outcome is disappointing for the typical entrant in the market, but the effect on the economy as a whole could well be positive. In fact, Giovanni Dossi and Dan Lovallo call entrepreneurial firms that fail but signal new markets to more qualified competitors optimistic matters are good for the economy but bad for their investors. Overconfidence. For a number of years, professors at Duke University conducted a survey in which the chief financial officers of large corporations estimated the returns of the Standard & Poor's index over the following year. The Duke scholars collected 11,600 such forecasts and examined their accuracy. The conclusion was straightforward. Financial officers of large corporations had no clue about the short-term future of the stock market. The correlation between their estimates and the true value was slightly less than 0. When they said the market would go down, it was slightly more likely than not that it would go up. These findings are not surprising. The truly bad news is that the CFO did not appear to know that their forecasts were worthless. In addition to their best guess about S&P returns, the participants provided 2 other estimates: a value that they were 90% sure would be too high, and one that they were 90% sure would be too low. The range between the 2 values is called an 80% confidence interval, and outcomes that fall outside the interval are labeled surprises. An individual who sets confidence intervals on multiple occasions expects about 20% of the outcomes to be surprises. As frequently happens in such exercises, there were far too many surprises. The incidence was 67%, more than 3 times higher than expected. This shows that CFO were grossly overconfident about their ability to forecast the market. Overconfidence is another manifestation of Wiseauty. When we estimate a quantity, we rely on information that comes to mind and construct a coherent story in which the estimate makes sense. Allowing for the information that does not come to mind, perhaps because one never knew it, is impossible. The authors calculated the confidence intervals that would have reduced the incidence of surprises to 20%. The results were striking. To maintain the rate of surprises at the desired level, the CFO should have said, year after year, there is an 80% chance that the S&P return next year will be between 10% and plus 30%. The confidence interval that properly reflects the CFO's knowledge more precisely, their ignorance is more than 4 times wider than the intervals they actually stated. Social psychology comes into the picture here because the answer that a truthful CFO would offer is plainly ridiculous. A CFO who informs his colleagues that there is a good chance that the S&P returns will be between 10% and plus 30% can expect to be laughed out of the room. The wide confidence interval is a confession of ignorance, which is not socially acceptable for someone who is paid to be knowledgeable in financial matters. Even if they knew how little they know, the executives would be penalized for admitting it. President Truman famously asked for a one-armed economist who would take a clear stand. He was sick and tired of economists who kept saying, on the other hand, organizations that take the word of overconfident experts can expect costly consequences. The study of CFOs showed that those who were most confident and optimistic about the S&P index were also overconfident and optimistic about the prospects of their own firm, which went on to take more risk than others. As Nassim Taleb has argued, inadequate appreciation of the uncertainty of the environment inevitably leads economic agents to take risks they should avoid. However, optimism is highly valued. Socially and in the market, people and firms reward the providers of dangerously misleading information more than they reward truth tellers. One of the lessons of the financial crisis that led to the Great Recession is that there are periods in which competition among experts and among organizations creates powerful forces that favor a collective blindness to risk and uncertainty. The social and economic pressures that favor overconfidence are not restricted to financial forecasting. Other professionals must deal with the fact that an expert worthy of the name is expected to display high confidence. Philip Tetlock observed that the most overconfident experts were the most likely to be invited to strut their stuff in news shows. Overconfidence also appears to be endemic in medicine. A study of patients who died in the ICU compared autopsy results with the diagnosis that physicians had provided while the patients were still alive. Physicians also reported their confidence. The result, clinicians who were completely certain of the diagnosis antemortem were wrong 40% of the time. Here again, expert overconfidence is encouraged by their clients. Generally, it is considered a weakness and a sign of vulnerability for clinicians to appear unsure. Confidence is valued over uncertainty, and there is a prevailing censure against disclosing uncertainty to patients. Experts who acknowledge the full extent of their ignorance may expect to be replaced by more confident competitors who are better able to gain the trust of clients. An unbiased appreciation of uncertainty is a cornerstone of rationality, but it is not what people and organizations want. Extreme uncertainty is paralyzing under dangerous circumstances, and the admission that one is merely guessing is especially unacceptable when the stakes are high. Acting on pretended knowledge is often the preferred solution. When they come together, the emotional, cognitive, and social factors that support exaggerated optimism are a heady brew, which sometimes leads people to take risks that they would avoid if they knew the odds. There is no evidence that risk-takers in the economic domain have an unusual appetite for gambles on high stakes. They are merely less aware of risks than more timid people are. Dan Lavallo and I coined the phrase bold forecasts and timid decisions to describe the background of risk-taking. The effects of high optimism on decision-making are, at best, a mixed blessing, but the contribution of optimism to good implementation is certainly positive. The main benefit of optimism is resilience in the face of setbacks. According to Martin Seligman, the founder of positive psychology, an optimistic explanation style contributes to resilience by defending one's self-image. In essence, the optimistic style involves taking credit for successes but little blame for failures. This style can be taught, at least to some extent, and Seligman has documented the effects of training on various occupations that are characterized by a high rate of failures, such as cold call sales of insurance, a common pursuit in pre-internet days. When one has just had a door slammed in one's face by an angry homemaker, the thought that she was an awful woman is clearly superior to "I'm an inept salesperson." I have always believed that scientific research is another domain where a form of optimism is essential to success. I have yet to meet a successful scientist who lacks the ability to exaggerate the importance of what he or she is doing, and I believe that someone who lacks a delusional sense of significance will wilt in the face of repeated experiences of multiple small failures and rare successes. The fate of most research is the primordium. A partial remedy. Can overconfident optimism be overcome by training? I'm not optimistic. There have been numerous attempts to train people to state confidence intervals that reflect the imprecision of their judgments, with only a few reports of modest success. An often cited example is that geologists at Royal Dutch Shell became less overconfident in their assessments of possible drilling sites after training with multiple past cases for which the outcome was known. In other situations, overconfidence was mitigated but not eliminated when judges were encouraged to consider competing hypotheses. However, overconfidence is a direct consequence of features of System 1 that can be tamed but not vanquished. The main obstacle is that subjective confidence is determined by the coherence of the story one has constructed, not by the quality and amount of the information that supports it. Organizations may be better able to tame optimism in individuals than individuals are. The best idea for doing so was contributed by Garrett Klein, my adversarial collaborator who generally defends intuitive decision-making against claims of bias and is typically hostile to algorithms. He labels his proposal the promortem. The procedure is simple. When the organization has almost come to an important decision but has not formally committed itself, Klein proposes gathering for a brief session a group of individuals who are knowledgeable about the decision. The premise of the session is a short speech. Imagine that we are a year into the future. We implemented the plan as it now exists. The outcome was a disaster. Please take 5 to 10 minutes to write a brief history of that disaster. Garrett Klein's idea of the promortem usually evokes immediate enthusiasm. After I described it casually at a session in Davos, someone behind me muttered, "It was worth coming to Davos just for this." I later noticed that the speaker was the CEO of a major international corporation. The promortem has two main advantages. It overcomes the groupthink that affects many teams once a decision appears to have been made, and it unleashes the imagination of knowledgeable individuals in a much-needed direction. As a team converges on a decision, and especially when the leader tips her hand, public doubts about the wisdom of the plan move are gradually suppressed and eventually come to be treated as evidence of flawed loyalty to the team and its leaders. The suppression of doubt contributes to overconfidence in a group where only supporters of the decision have a voice. The main virtue of the promortem is that it legitimizes doubts. Furthermore, it encourages even supporters of the decision to search for possible threats that they had not considered earlier. The promortem is not a panacea and does not provide complete protection against nasty surprises, but it goes some way toward reducing the damage of plans that are subject to the biases of wiseauty and uncritical optimism. Speaking of optimism, they have an illusion of control. They seriously underestimate the obstacles. They seem to suffer from an acute case of competitor neglect. So this is a case of overconfidence. They seem to believe they know more than they actually do know, so we should conduct a promortem session. Someone may come up with a threat we have neglected. 25 Bernoulli's errors. One day in the early 1970s, Amos handed me a mimeographed essay by a Swiss economist named Bruno Frey, which discussed the psychological assumptions of economic theory. I vividly remember the color of the cover, dark red. Bruno Frey barely recalls writing the piece, but I can still recite its first sentence: "The agent of economic theory is rational, selfish, and his tastes do not change." I was astonished. My economist colleagues worked in the building next door, but I had not appreciated the profound difference between our intellectual worlds. To a psychologist, it is self-evident that people are neither fully rational nor completely selfish, and that their tastes are anything but stable. Our two disciplines seem to be studying different species, which the behavioral economist Richard Thaler later dubbed Ekans and humans. Unlike Ekans, the humans that psychologists know have a system on. Their view of the world is limited by the information that is available at a given moment wiseauty, and therefore they cannot be as consistent and logical as Ekans. They are sometimes generous and often willing to contribute to the group to which they are attached. And they often have little idea of what they will like next year or even tomorrow. Here was an opportunity for an interesting conversation across the boundaries of the disciplines. I did not anticipate that my career would be defined by that conversation. Soon after he showed me Frey's article, Amos suggested that we make the study of decision-making our next project. I knew next to nothing about the topic, but Amos was an expert and a star of the field, and he said he would coach me. While still a graduate student, he had co-authored a textbook, Mathematical Psychology, and he directed me to a few chapters that he thought would be a good introduction. I soon learned that our subject matter would be people's attitudes to risky options and that we would seek to answer a specific question: what rules govern people's choices between different simple gambles and between gambles and sure things? Simple gambles such as 40% chance to win $300 or to students of decision-making what the fruit fly is to geneticists. Choices between such gambles provide a simple model that shares important features with the more complex decisions that researchers actually aim to understand. Gambles represent the fact that the consequences of choices are never certain. Even ostensibly sure outcomes are uncertain. When you sign a contract to buy an apartment, you do not know the price at which you later may have to sell it, nor do you know that your neighbor's son will soon take up the tuba. Every significant choice we make in life comes with some uncertainty, which is why students of decision-making hope that some of the lessons learned in the model situation will be applicable to more interesting everyday problems. But of course the main reason that decision theorists study simple gambles is that this is what other decision theorists do. The field had a theory, expected utility theory, which was the foundation of the rational agent model and is to this day the most important theory in the social sciences. Expected utility theory was not intended as a psychological model, it was a logic of choice, based on elementary rules axioms of rationality. Consider this example. If you prefer an apple to a banana, then you also prefer a 10% chance to win an apple to a 10% chance to win a banana. The apple and the banana stand for any objects of choice including gambles, and the 10% chance stands for any probability. The mathematician John von Neumann, one of the giant intellectual figures of the 20th century, and the economist Oscar Morgenstern had derived their theory of rational choice between gambles from a few axioms. Economists adopt expected utility theory in a dual role as a logic that prescribes how decisions should be made, and as a description of how icons make choices. Amos and I were psychologists, however, and we set out to understand how humans actually make risky choices, without assuming anything about their rationality. We maintained a routine of spending many hours each day in conversation, sometimes in our offices, sometimes at restaurants, often on long walks through the quiet streets of beautiful Jerusalem. As we had done when we studied judgment, we engaged in a careful examination of our own intuitive preferences. We spent our time inventing simple decision problems and asking ourselves how we would choose. For example, which do you prefer? A. Toss a coin. If it comes up heads you win $100, and if it comes up tails you win nothing. B. Get $46 for sure. We were not trying to figure out the most rational or advantageous choice. We wanted to find the intuitive choice, the one that appeared immediately tempting. We almost always selected the same option. In this example, both of us would have picked the sure thing, and you probably would do the same. When we confidently agreed on a choice, we believed almost always correctly, as it turned out that most people would share our preference, and we moved on as if we had solid evidence. We knew, of course, that we would need to verify our hunches later, but by playing the roles of both experimenters and subjects, we were able to move quickly. 5 years after we began our study of gambles, we finally completed an essay that we titled A Prospect Theory, an Analysis of Decision Under Risk. Our theory was closely modeled on utility theory, but departed from it in fundamental ways. Most important, our model was purely descriptive, and its goal was to document and explain systematic violations of the axioms of rationality in choices between gambles. We submitted our essay to Econometrica, a journal that publishes significant theoretical articles in economics and in decision theory. The choice of venue turned out to be important. If we had published the identical paper in a psychological journal, it would likely have had little impact on economics. However, our decision was not guided by a wish to influence economics. Econometrica just happened to be where the best papers on decision-making had been published in the past, and we were aspiring to be in that company. In this choice, as in many others, we were lucky. Prospect theory turned out to be the most significant work we ever did, and our article is among the most often cited in the social sciences. 2 years later, we published in Science an account of framing effects, the large changes of preferences that are sometimes caused by inconsequential variations in the wording of a choice problem. During the first 5 years we spent looking at how people make decisions, we established a dozen facts about choices between risky options. Several of these facts were in flat contradiction to expected utility theory. Some had been observed before, a few were new. Then we constructed a theory that modified expected utility theory just enough to explain our collection of observations. That was prospect theory. Our approach to the problem was in the spirit of a field of psychology called psychophysics, which was founded and named by the German psychologist and mystic Gustav Fechner 1801–1887. Fechner was obsessed with the relation of mind and matter. On one side there is a physical quantity that can vary, such as the energy of a light, the frequency of a tone, or an amount of money. On the other side there is a subjective experience of brightness, pitch, or value. Mysteriously, variations of the physical quantity cause variations in the intensity or quality of the subjective experience. Fechner's project was to find the psychophysical laws that relate the subjective quantity in the observer's mind to the objective quantity in a material world. He proposed that for many dimensions, the function is logarithmic, which simply means that an increase of stimulus intensity by a given factor, say, times 1.5 or times 10, always yields the same increment on the psychological scale. If raising the energy of the sound from 10 to 100 units of physical energy increases psychological intensity by 4 units, then a further increase of stimulus intensity from 100 to 1000 will also increase psychological intensity by 4 units. Bernoulli's error, as Fechner well knew, he was not the first to look for a function that relates psychological intensity to the physical magnitude of the stimulus. In 1738, the Swiss scientist Daniel Bernoulli anticipated Fechner's reasoning and applied it to the relationship between the psychological value or desirability of money, now called utility, and the actual amount of money. He argued that a gift of 10 ducats has the same utility to someone who already has 100 ducats as a gift of 20 ducats to someone whose current wealth is 200 ducats. Bernoulli was right, of course. We normally speak of changes of income in terms of percentages, as when we say she got a 30% raise. The idea is that a 30% raise may evoke a fairly similar psychological response for the rich and for the poor, which an increase of $100 will not do. As in Fechner's law, the psychological response to a change of wealth is inversely proportional to the initial amount of wealth, leading to the conclusion that utility is a logarithmic function of wealth. If this function is accurate, the same psychological distance separates $100,000 from $1 million and $10 million from $100 million. Bernoulli drew on his psychological insight into the utility of wealth to propose a radically new approach to the evaluation of gambles, an important topic for the mathematicians of his day. Prior to Bernoulli, mathematicians had assumed that gambles are assessed by their expected value, a weighted average of the possible outcomes, where each outcome is weighted by its probability. For example, the expected value of 80% chance to win $100 and 20% chance to win $10 is $82 0.8 times 100 plus 0.2 times 10. Now ask yourself this question: which would you prefer to receive as a gift, this gamble or $80 for sure? Almost everyone prefers the sure thing. If people valued in certain prospects by their expected value, they would prefer the gamble because $82 is more than $80. Bernoulli pointed out that people do not in fact evaluate gambles in this way. Bernoulli observed that most people dislike risk the chance of receiving the lowest possible outcome, and if they are offered a choice between a gamble and an amount equal to its expected value, they will pick the sure thing. In fact, a risk-averse decision-maker will choose a sure thing that is less than expected value, in effect paying a premium to avoid the uncertainty. 100 years before Fechner, Bernoulli invented psychophysics to explain this aversion to risk. His idea was straightforward: people's choices are based not on dollar values but on the psychological values of outcomes, their utilities. The psychological value of a gamble is therefore not the weighted average of its possible dollar outcomes, it is the average of the utilities of these outcomes, each weighted by its probability. Table 3 shows a version of the utility function that Bernoulli calculated. It presents the utility of different levels of wealth, from 1 million to 10 million. You can see that adding 1 million to a wealth of 1 million yields and wealth millions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 utility units 10, 30, 48, 60, 70, 78, 84, 90, 96, 100. Table 3 increment of 20 utility points, but adding 1 million to a wealth of 9 million adds only 4 points. Bernoulli proposed that the diminishing marginal value of wealth in the modern jargon is what explains risk aversion, the common preference that people generally show for a sure thing over a favorable gamble of equal or slightly higher expected value. Consider this choice: equal chances to have 1 million or 7 million utility, 10 plus 84/2 equals 47, or have 4 million with certainty utility, 60. The expected value of the gamble and the sure thing are equal and you get 4 million, but the psychological utilities of the two options are different because of the diminishing utility of wealth. The increment of utility from 1 million to 4 million is 50 units, but an equal increment from 4 to 7 million increases the utility of wealth by only 24 units. The utility of the gamble is 94/2 equals 47, the utility of its two outcomes, each weighted by its probability of 1/2. The utility of 4 million is 60. Because 60 is more than 47, an individual with this utility function will prefer the sure thing. Bernoulli's insight was that a decision maker with diminishing marginal utility for wealth will be risk-averse. Bernoulli's essay is a marvel of concise brilliance. He applied his new concept of expected utility, which he called moral expectation, to compute how much a merchant in St. Petersburg would be willing to pay to ensure a shipment of spice from Amsterdam if he is well aware of the fact that at this time of year of 100 ships which sail from Amsterdam to Petersburg, 5 are usually lost. His utility function explained why poor people buy insurance and why richer people sell it to them. As you can see in the table, the loss of 1 million causes a loss of 4 points of utility from 100 to 96 to someone who has 10 million, and a much larger loss of 18 points from 48 to 30 to someone who starts off with 3 million. The poorer man will happily pay a premium to transfer the risk to the richer one, which is what insurance is about. Bernoulli also offered a solution to the famous St. Petersburg paradox, in which people who are offered a gamble that has infinite expected value in ducats are willing to spend only a few ducats for it. Most impressive, his analysis of risk attitudes in terms of preferences for wealth has stood the test of time. It is still current in economic analysis almost 300 years later. The longevity of the theory is all the more remarkable because it is seriously flawed. The errors of a theory are rarely found in what it asserts explicitly, they hide in what it ignores or tacitly assumes. For an example, take the following scenarios. Today Jack and Jill each have a wealth of 5 million. Yesterday, Jack had 1 million and Jill had 9 million. Are they equally happy? Do they have the same utility? Bernoulli's theory assumes that the utility of their wealth is what makes people more or less happy. Jack and Jill have the same wealth, and the theory therefore asserts that they should be equally happy, but you do not need a degree in psychology to know that today Jack is elated and Jill despondent. Indeed, we know that Jack would be a great deal happier than Jill even if he had only 2 million today while she has 5. So Bernoulli's theory must be wrong. The happiness that Jack and Jill experience is determined by the recent change in their wealth, relative to the different states of wealth that define their reference points: 1 million for Jack, 9 million for Jill. This reference dependence is ubiquitous in sensation and perception. The same sound will be experienced as very loud or quite faint, depending on whether it was preceded by a whisper or by a roar. To predict the subjective experience of loudness, it is not enough to know its absolute energy, you also need to know the reference sound to which it is automatically compared. Similarly, you need to know about the background before you can predict whether a grey patch on a page will appear dark or light. And you need to know the reference before you can predict the utility of an amount of wealth. For another example of what Bernoulli's theory misses, consider Anthony and Betty. Anthony's current wealth is 1 million. Betty's current wealth is 4 million. They are both offered a choice between a gamble and a sure thing. The gamble, equal chances to end up owning 1 million or 4 million of the sure thing, own 2 million for sure in Bernoulli's account. Anthony and Betty face the same choice. Their expected wealth will be 2.5 million if they take the gamble and 2 million if they prefer the sure thing option. Bernoulli would therefore expect Anthony and Betty to make the same choice, but this prediction isn't correct. Here again, the theory fails because it does not allow for the different reference points from which Anthony and Betty consider their options. If you imagine yourself in Anthony's and Betty's shoes, you will quickly see that current wealth matters a great deal. Here is how they may think. Anthony, who currently owns 1 million, if I choose the sure thing, my wealth will double with certainty. This is very attractive. Alternatively, I can take a gamble with equal chances to quadruple my wealth or to gain nothing. Betty, who currently owns 4 million, if I choose the sure thing, I lose half of my wealth with certainty, which is awful. Alternatively, I can take a gamble with equal chances to lose 3/4 of my wealth or to lose nothing. You can sense that Anthony and Betty are likely to make different choices because the sure thing option of owning 2 million makes Anthony happy and makes Betty miserable. Note also how the sure outcome differs from the worst outcome of the gamble. For Anthony, it is the difference between doubling his wealth and gaining nothing. For Betty, it is the difference between losing half her wealth and losing 3/4 of it. Betty is much more likely to take her chances, as others do when faced with very bad options. As I have told their story, neither Anthony nor Betty thinks in terms of states of wealth. Anthony thinks of gains and Betty thinks of losses. The psychological outcomes they assess are entirely different, although the possible states of wealth they face are the same. Because Bernoulli's model lacks the idea of a reference point, expected utility theory does not represent the obvious fact that the outcome that is good for Anthony is bad for Betty. His model could explain Anthony's risk aversion, but it cannot explain Betty's risk-seeking preference for the gamble, behavior that is often observed in entrepreneurs and in generals when all their options are bad. All this is rather obvious, isn't it? One could easily imagine Bernoulli himself constructing similar examples and developing a more complex theory to accommodate them. For some reason, he did not. One could also imagine colleagues of his time disagreeing with him, or later scholars objecting as they read his essay. For some reason, they did not either. The mystery is how a conception of the utility of outcomes that is vulnerable to such obvious counterexamples survived for so long. I can explain it only by a weakness of the scholarly mind that I have often observed in myself. I call it theory-induced blindness. Once you have accepted a theory and used it as a tool in your thinking, it is extraordinarily difficult to notice its flaws. If you come upon an observation that does not seem to fit the model, you assume that there must be a perfectly good explanation that you are somehow missing. You give the theory the benefit of the doubt, trusting the community of experts who have accepted it. Many scholars have surely thought at one time or another of stories such as those of Anthony and Betty, or Jack and Jill, and casually noted that these stories did not jibe with utility theory. But they did not pursue the idea to the point of saying, this theory is seriously wrong because it ignores the fact that utility depends on the history of one's wealth, not only on present wealth. As the psychologist Daniel Gilbert observed, disbelieving is hard work, and system 2 is easily tired. Speaking of Bernoulli's errors, he was very happy with the $20,000 bonus 3 years ago, but his salary has gone up by 20% since, so he will need a higher bonus to get the same utility. Both candidates are willing to accept the salary we're offering, but they won't be equally satisfied because their reference points are different. She currently has a much higher salary, as she's suing him for alimony. She would actually like to settle, but he prefers to go to court. That's not surprising, she can only gain, so she's risk-averse. He, on the other hand, faces options that are all bad, so he'd rather take the risk. 26. Prospect theory. Amos and I stumbled on the central flaw in Bernoulli's theory by a lucky combination of skill and ignorance. At Amos's suggestion, I read a chapter in his book that described experiments in which distinguished scholars have measured the utility of money by asking people to make choices about gambles in which the participant could win or lose a few pennies. The experimenters were measuring the utility of wealth by modifying wealth within a range of less than $1. This raised questions. Is it plausible to assume that people evaluate the gambles by tiny differences in wealth? How could one hope to learn about the psychophysics of wealth by studying reactions to gains and losses of pennies? Recent developments in psychophysical theory suggested that if you want to study the subjective value of wealth, you should ask direct questions about wealth, not about changes of wealth. I did not know enough about utility theory to be blinded by respect for it, and I was puzzled. When Amos and I met the next day, I reported my difficulties as a vague thought, not as a discovery. I fully expected him to set me straight and to explain why the experiment that had puzzled me made sense after all, but he did nothing of the kind. The relevance of the modern psychophysics was immediately obvious to him. He remembered that the economist Harry Markowitz, who would later earn the Nobel Prize for his work on finance, had proposed a theory in which utilities were attached to changes of wealth rather than to states of wealth. Markowitz's idea had been around for a quarter of a century and had not attracted much attention, but we quickly concluded that this was the way to go, and that the theory we were planning to develop would define outcomes as gains and losses, not as states of wealth. Knowledge of perception and ignorance about decision theory both contributed to a large step forward in our research. We soon knew that we had overcome a serious case of theory-induced blindness, because the idea we had rejected now seemed not only false, but absurd. We were amused to realize that we were unable to assess our current wealth within tens of thousands of dollars. The idea of deriving attitudes to small changes from the utility of wealth now seemed indefensible. You know you have made a theoretical advance when you can no longer reconstruct why you failed for so long to see the obvious. Still, it took us years to explore the implications of thinking about outcomes as gains and losses. In utility theory, the utility of a gain is assessed by comparing the utilities of two states of wealth. For example, the utility of getting an extra $500 when your wealth is $1 million is the difference between the utility of $1,500,000 and the utility of $1 million. And if you own the larger amount, the disutility of losing $500 is again the difference between the utilities of the two states of wealth. In this theory, the utilities of gains and losses are allowed to differ only in the sign plus or. There is no way to represent the fact that the disutility of losing $500 could be greater than the utility of winning the same amount, though of course it is. As might be expected in a situation of theory-induced blindness, possible differences between gains and losses were neither expected nor studied. The distinction between gains and losses was assumed not to matter, so there was no point in examining it. Amos and I did not see immediately that our focus on changes of wealth opened the way to an exploration of a new topic. We were mainly concerned with differences between gambles with high or low probability of winning. One day, Amos made the casual suggestion, how about losses, and we quickly found that our familiar risk aversion was replaced by risk-seeking when we switched our focus. Consider these two problems. Problem 1, which do you choose? Get $900 for sure or 90% chance to get $1,000. Problem 2, which do you choose? Lose $900 for sure or 90% chance to lose $1,000. You were probably risk-averse in problem 1, as is the great majority of people. The subjective value of a gain of $900 is certainly more than 90% of the value of a gain of $1,000. The risk-averse choice in this problem would not have surprised Bernoulli. Now examine your preference in problem 2. If you are like most other people, you chose to gamble in this question. The explanation for this risk-seeking choice is the mirror image of the explanation of risk aversion in problem 1. The negative value of losing $900 is much more than 90% of the negative value of losing $1,000. The show loss is very aversive, and this drives you to take the risk. Later, we will see that the evaluations of the probabilities 90% versus 100% also contributes to both risk aversion in problem 1 and a preference for gamble in problem 2. We were not the first to notice that people become risk-seeking when all their options are bad, but theory-induced blindness had prevailed. Because the dominant theory did not provide a plausible way to accommodate different attitudes to risk for gains and losses, the fact that the attitudes differed had to be ignored. In contrast, our decision to view outcomes as gains and losses led us to focus precisely on this discrepancy. The observation of contrasting attitudes to risk with favorable and unfavorable prospects soon yielded a significant advance. We found a way to demonstrate the central error in Bernoulli's model of choice. Have a look. Problem 3. In addition to whatever you own, you have been given $1,000. You are now asked to choose one of these options. 50% chance to win $1,000 or get $500 for sure. Problem 4. In addition to whatever you own, you have been given $2,000. You are now asked to choose one of these options. 50% chance to lose $1,000 or lose $500 for sure. You can easily confirm that in terms of final states of wealth, all that matters for Bernoulli's theory problems 3 and 4 are identical. In both cases, you have a choice between the same two options. You can have the certainty of being richer than you currently are by $1,500, or accept a gamble in which you have equal chances to be richer by $1,000 or by $2,000. In Bernoulli's theory, therefore, the two problems should elicit similar preferences. Check your intuitions, and you will probably guess what other people did. In the first choice, a large majority of respondents preferred the sure thing. In the second choice, a large majority preferred the gamble. The finding of different preferences in problems 3 and 4 was a decisive counterexample to the key idea of Bernoulli's theory. If the utility of wealth is all that matters, then transparently equivalent statements of the same problem should yield identical choices. The comparison of the problems highlights the all-important role of the reference point from which the options are evaluated. The reference point is higher than current wealth by $1,000 in problem 3, by $2,000 in problem 4. Being richer by $1,500 is therefore a gain of $500 in problem 3 and a loss in problem 4. Obviously, other examples of the same kind are easy to generate. The story of Anthony and Betty had a similar structure. How much attention did you pay to the gift of $1,000 or $2,000 that you were given prior to making your choice? If you were like most people, you barely noticed it. Indeed, there was no reason for you to tend to it because the gift is included in the reference point, and reference points are generally ignored. You know something about your preferences that utility theorists do not, that your attitudes to risk would not be different if your net worth were higher or lower by a few $1,000s unless you are abjectly poor. And you also know that your attitudes to gains and losses are not derived from your evaluation of your wealth. The reason you like the idea of gaining $100 and dislike the idea of losing $100 is not that these amounts change your wealth. You just like winning and dislike losing, and you almost certainly dislike losing more than you like winning. The 4 problems highlight the weakness of Bernoulli's model. His theory is too simple and lacks a moving part. The missing variable is the reference point, the earlier state relative to which gains and losses are evaluated. In Bernoulli's theory, you need to know only the state of wealth to determine its utility, but in prospect theory, you also need to know the reference state. Prospect theory is therefore more complex than utility theory. In science, complexity is considered a cost, which must be justified by a sufficiently rich set of new and preferably interesting predictions of facts that the existing theory cannot explain. This was the challenge we had to meet. Although Amos and I were not working with the two systems model of the mind, it's clear now that there are 3 cognitive features at the heart of prospect theory. They play an essential role in the evaluation of financial outcomes and are common to many automatic processes of perception, judgment, and emotion. They should be seen as operating characteristics of System 1. Evaluation is relative to a neutral reference point, which is sometimes referred to as an adaptation level. You can easily set up a compelling demonstration of this principle. Place 3 bowls of water in front of you. Put ice water into the left-hand bowl and warm water into the right-hand bowl. The water in the middle bowl should be at room temperature. Immerse your hands in the cold and warm water for about a minute, then dip both in the middle bowl. You will experience the same temperature as heat in one hand and cold in the other. For financial outcomes, the usual reference point is the status quo, but it can also be the outcome that you expect, or perhaps the outcome to which you feel entitled, for example, the raise or bonus that your colleagues receive. Outcomes that are better than the reference points are gains. Below the reference point they are losses. A principle of diminishing sensitivity applies to both sensory dimensions and the evaluation of changes of wealth. Turning on a weak light has a large effect in a dark room. The same increment of light may be undetectable in a brightly illuminated room. Similarly, the subjective difference between $900 and $1,000 is much smaller than the difference between $100 and $200. The third principle is loss aversion. When directly compared or weighted against each other, losses loom larger than gains. This asymmetry between the power of positive and negative expectations or experiences has an evolutionary history. Organisms that treat threats as more urgent than opportunities have a better chance to survive and reproduce. The 3 principles that govern the value of outcomes are illustrated by Figure 10. If prospect theory had a flag, this image would be drawn on it. The graph shows the psychological value of gains and losses, which are the carriers of value in prospect theory, unlike Bernoulli's model, in which states of wealth are the carriers of value. The graph has 2 distinct parts to the right and to the left of a neutral reference point. A salient feature is that it is S-shaped, which represents diminishing sensitivity for both gains and losses. Finally, the 2 curves of the S are not symmetrical. The slope of the function changes abruptly at the reference point. The response to losses is stronger than the response to corresponding gains. This is loss aversion. Loss aversion, many of the options we face in life are mixed. There is a risk of loss and an opportunity for gain, and we must decide whether to accept the gamble or reject it. Investors who evaluate a startup, lawyers who wonder whether to file a lawsuit, wartime generals who consider an offensive, and politicians who must decide whether to run for office all face the possibilities of victory or defeat. For an elementary example of a mixed prospect, examine your reaction to the next question. Problem 5. You are offered a gamble on the toss of a coin. If the coin shows tails, you lose $100. If the coin shows heads, you win $150. Is this gamble attractive? Would you accept it? To make this choice, you must balance the psychological benefit of getting $150 against the psychological cost of losing $100. How do you feel about it? Although the expected value of the gamble is obviously positive because you stand to gain more than you can lose, you probably dislike it. Most people do. The rejection of this gamble is an act of System 2, but the critical inputs are emotional responses that are generated by System 1. For most people, the fear of losing $100 is more intense than the hope of gaining $150. We concluded from many such observations that losses loom larger than gains and that people are loss averse. You can measure the extent of your aversion to losses by asking yourself a question: what is the smallest gain that I need to balance an equal chance to lose $100? For many people, the answer is about $200, twice as much as the loss. The loss aversion ratio has been estimated in several experiments and is usually in the range of 1.5 to 2.5. This is an average, of course. Some people are much more loss averse than others. Professional risk takers in the financial markets are more tolerant of losses, probably because they do not respond emotionally to every fluctuation. When participants in an experiment were instructed to think like a trader, they became less loss averse and their emotional reaction to losses measured by a physiological index of emotional arousal was sharply reduced. In order to examine your loss aversion ratio for different stakes, consider the following questions. Ignore any social considerations, do not try to appear either bold or cautious, and focus only on the subjective impact of the possible loss and the offsetting gain. Consider a 50-50 gamble which you can lose $10. What is the smallest gain that makes the gamble attractive? If you say $10, then you are indifferent to risk. If you give a number less than $10, you seek risk. If your answer is above $10, you are loss averse. What about a possible loss of $500 on a coin toss? What possible gain do you require to offset it? What about a loss of $2,000? As you carried out this exercise, you probably found that your loss aversion coefficient tends to increase when the stakes rise, but not dramatically. All bets are off, of course, if the possible loss is potentially ruinous, or if your lifestyle is threatened. The loss aversion coefficient is very large in such cases and may even be infinite. There are risks that you will not accept, regardless of how many millions you might stand to win if you are lucky. Another look at Figure 10 may help prevent a common confusion. In this chapter I have made two claims, which some readers may view as contradictory. In mixed gambles, where both a gain and a loss are possible, loss aversion causes extremely risk-averse choices. In bad choices, where a sure loss is compared to a larger loss that is merely probable, diminishing sensitivity causes risk-seeking. There is no contradiction. In the mixed case, the possible loss looms twice as large as a possible gain, as you can see by comparing the slopes of the value function for losses and gains. In the bad case, the bending of the value curve diminishing sensitivity causes risk-seeking. The pain of losing $900 is more than 90% of the pain of losing $1,000. These few insights are the essence of prospect theory. Figure 10 shows an abrupt change in the slope of the value function where gains turn into losses, because there is considerable loss aversion even when the amount at risk is minuscule relative to your wealth. Is it plausible that attitudes to states of wealth could explain the extreme aversion to small risks? It is a striking example of theory-induced blindness that this obvious flaw in Bernoulli's theory failed to attract scholarly notice for more than 250 years. In 2000, the behavioral economist Matthew Rabin finally proved mathematically that attempts to explain loss aversion by the utility of wealth are absurd and doomed to fail, and his proof attracted attention. Rabin's theorem shows that anyone who rejects a favorable gamble with small stakes is mathematically committed to a foolish level of risk aversion for some larger gamble. For example, he notes that most humans reject the following gamble: 50% chance to lose $100 and 50% chance to win $200. He then shows that according to utility theory, an individual who rejects the gamble will also turn down the following gamble: 50% chance to lose $200 and 50% chance to win $20,000, but of course no one in his or her right mind will reject this gamble. In an exuberant article they wrote about the proof, Matthew Rabin and Richard Thaler commented that the larger gamble has an expected return of $9,900 with exactly zero chance of losing more than $200. Even a lousy lawyer could have you declared legally insane for turning down this gamble. Perhaps carried away by their enthusiasm, they concluded their article by recalling the famous Monty Python sketch in which a frustrated customer attempts to return a dead parrot to a pet store. The customer uses a long series of phrases to describe the state of the bird, culminating in "this is an ex-parrot." Rabin and Thaler went on to say that it is time for economists to recognize that expected utility is an ex-hypothesis. Many economists saw this flippant statement as a little short of blasphemy. However, the theory-induced blindness of accepting the utility of wealth as an explanation of attitudes to small losses is a legitimate target for humorous comment. Blind spots of prospect theory. So far in this part of the book I have extolled the virtues of prospect theory and criticized the rational model and expected utility theory. It is time for some balance. Most graduate students in economics have heard about prospect theory and loss aversion, but you are unlikely to find these terms in the index of an introductory text in economics. I am sometimes pained by this omission, but in fact it is quite reasonable because of the central role of rationality in basic economic theory. The standard concepts and results that undergraduates are taught are most easily explained by assuming that deacons do not make foolish mistakes. This assumption is truly necessary, and it would be undermined by introducing the humans of prospect theory, whose evaluations of outcomes are unreasonably short-sighted. There are good reasons for keeping prospect theory out of introductory texts. The basic concepts of economics are essential intellectual tools, which are not easy to grasp even with simplified and unrealistic assumptions about the nature of the economic agents who interact in markets. Raising questions about these assumptions even as they are introduced would be confusing, and perhaps demoralizing. It is reasonable to put priority on helping students acquire the basic tools of the discipline. Furthermore, the failure of rationality that is built into prospect theory is often irrelevant to the predictions of economic theory, which work out with great precision in some situations and provide good approximations in many others. In some contexts, however, the difference becomes significant. The humans described by prospect theory are guided by the immediate emotional impact of gains and losses, not by long-term prospects of wealth and global utility. I emphasize theory-induced blindness in my discussion of flaws in Bernoulli's model that remained unquestioned for more than 2 centuries. But of course, theory-induced blindness is not restricted to expected utility theory. Prospect theory has flaws of its own, and theory-induced blindness to these flaws has contributed to its acceptance as the main alternative to utility theory. Consider the assumption of prospect theory that the reference point, usually the status quo, has a value of 0. This assumption seems reasonable, but it leads to some absurd consequences. Have a good look at the following prospects. What would it be like to own them? A. 1 chance in a million to win $1 million. B. 90% chance to win $12 and 10% chance to win nothing. C. 90% chance to win $1 million and 10% chance to win nothing. Winning nothing is a possible outcome in all 3 gambles, and prospect theory assigns the same value to that outcome in the 3 cases. Winning nothing is the reference point, and its value is 0. Do these statements correspond to your experience? Of course not. Winning nothing is a non-event in the first 2 cases, and assigning it a value of 0 makes good sense. In contrast, failing to win in the 3rd scenario is intensely disappointing. Like a salary increase that has been promised informally, a high probability of winning the large sum sets up a tentative new reference point. Relative to your expectations, winning nothing will be experienced as a large loss. Prospect theory cannot cope with this fact because it does not allow the value of an outcome, in this case, winning nothing, to change when it is highly unlikely or when the alternative is very valuable. In simple words, prospect theory cannot deal with disappointment. Disappointment and the anticipation of disappointment are real, however, and the failure to acknowledge them is as obvious a flaw as the counter-examples that I invoke to criticize Bernoulli's theory. Prospect theory and utility theory also fail to allow for regret. The 2 theories share the assumption that available options in a choice are evaluated separately and independently, and that the option with the highest value is selected. This assumption is certainly wrong, as the following example shows. Problem 6. Choose between 90% chance to win $1 million or $50 with certainty. Problem 7. Choose between 90% chance to win $1 million or $150,000 with certainty. Compare the anticipated pain of choosing the gamble and not winning in the 2 cases. Failing to win is a disappointment in both, but the potential pain is compounded in problem 7 by knowing that if you choose the gamble and lose, you will regret the greedy decision you made by spurning a sure gift of $150,000. The regret, the experience of an outcome, depends on an option you could have adopted but did not. Several economists and psychologists have proposed models of decision-making that are based on the emotions of regret and disappointment. It is fair to say that these models have had less influence than prospect theory, and the reason is instructive. The emotions of regret and disappointment are real, and decision-makers surely anticipate these emotions when making their choices. The problem is that regret theories make few striking predictions that would distinguish them from prospect theory, which has the advantage of being simpler. The complexity of prospect theory was more acceptable in a competition with expected utility theory because it did predict observations that expected utility theory could not explain. Richer and more realistic assumptions do not suffice to make a theory successful. Scientists use theories as a bag of working tools, and they will not take on the burden of a heavier bag unless the new tools are very useful. Prospect theory was accepted by many scholars not because it is true but because the concepts that it added to utility theory, notably the reference point and loss aversion, were worth the trouble. They yielded new predictions that turned out to be true. We were lucky. Speaking of prospect theory, he suffers from extreme loss aversion, which makes him turn down very favorable opportunities. Considering her vast wealth, her emotional response to trivial gains and losses makes no sense. He weighs losses about twice as much as gains, which is normal. 27. The endowment effect. You have probably seen figure 11 or a close cousin of it even if you never had a class in economics. The graph displays an individual's indifference map for two goods. Students learn in introductory economics classes that each point on the map specifies a particular combination of income and vacation days. Each indifference curve connects the combinations of the two goods that are equally desirable. They have the same utility. The curves would turn into parallel straight lines if people were willing to sell vacation days for extra income at the same price regardless of how much income and how much vacation time they have. The convex shape indicates diminishing marginal utility. The more leisure you have, the less you care for an extra day of it, and each added day is worth less than the one before. Similarly, the more income you have, the less you care for an extra dollar, and the amount you are willing to give up for an extra day of leisure increases. All locations on an indifference curve are equally attractive. This is literally what indifference means. You don't care where you are on an indifference curve. So if A and B are on the same indifference curve for you, you are indifferent between them and will need no incentive to move from one to the other or back. Some version of this figure has appeared in every economics textbook written in the last 100 years, and many millions of students have stared at it. Few have noticed what is missing. Here again, the power and elegance of a theoretical model have blinded students and scholars to a serious deficiency. What is missing from the figure is an indication of the individual's current income and leisure. If you're a salaried employee, the terms of your employment specify a salary and a number of vacation days, which is a point on the map. This is your reference point, your status quo, but the figure does not show it. By failing to display it, the theorists who draw this figure invite you to believe that the reference point does not matter, but by now you know that of course it does. This is Bernoulli's error all over again. The representation of indifference curves implicitly assumes that your utility at any given moment is determined entirely by your present situation, that the past is irrelevant, and that your valuation of a possible job does not depend on the terms of your current job. These assumptions are completely unrealistic in this case and in many others. The omission of the reference point from the indifference map is a surprising case of theory-induced blindness, because we so often encounter cases in which the reference point obviously matters. In labor negotiations, it is well understood by both sides that the reference point is the existing contract and that the negotiations will focus on mutual demands for concessions relative to that reference point. The role of loss aversion in bargaining is also well understood. Making concessions hurts. You have much personal experience of the role of reference point. If you change jobs or locations, or even considered such a change, you surely remember that the features of the new place were coded as pluses or minuses relative to where you were. You may also have noticed that disadvantages loomed larger than advantages in this evaluation. Loss aversion was at work. It is difficult to accept changes for the worse. For example, the minimal wage that unemployed workers would accept for new employment averages 90% of their previous wage, and it drops by less than 10% over a period of 1 year. To appreciate the power that the reference point exerts on choices, consider Albert and Ben, hedonic twins who have identical tastes and currently hold identical starting jobs, with little income and little leisure time. Their current circumstances correspond to the point marked 1 in figure 11. The firm offers them to improve positions, and B, and lets them decide who will get a raise of $10,000 position and who will get an extra day of paid vacation each month position B. As they are both indifferent, they toss a coin. Albert gets the raise, Ben gets the extra leisure. Some time passes as the twins get accustomed to their positions. Now the company suggests they may switch jobs if they wish. The standard theory represented in the figure assumes that preferences are stable over time. Positions A and B are equally attractive for both twins and they will need little or no incentive to switch. In sharp contrast, prospect theory asserts that both twins will definitely prefer to remain as they are. This preference for the status quo is a consequence of loss aversion. Let us focus on Albert. He was initially in position 1 on the graph, and from that reference point he found these two alternatives equally attractive. Go to A raise of $10,000, or go to B, 12 extra days of vacation. Taking position A changes Albert's reference point, and when he considers switching to B, his choice has a new structure, say no gain and no loss, or move to B, 12 extra days of vacation and a $10,000 salary cut. He just had the subjective experience of loss aversion. You could feel it. A salary cut of $10,000 is very bad news. Even if a gain of 12 vacation days was as impressive as a gain of $10,000, the same improvement of leisure is not sufficient to compensate for a loss of $10,000. Albert will state it because the disadvantage of moving outweighs the advantage. The same reasoning applies to Ben, who will also want to keep his present job because the loss of no precious leisure outweighs the benefit of the extra income. This example highlights two aspects of choice that the standard model of indifference curves does not predict. First, tastes are not fixed, they vary with the reference point. Second, the disadvantages of a change loom larger than its advantages, inducing a bias that favors the status quo. Of course, loss aversion does not imply that you never prefer to change your situation. The benefits of an opportunity may exceed even overweighted losses. Loss aversion implies only that choices are strongly biased in favor of the reference situation, and generally biased to favor small rather than large changes. Conventional indifference maps in Bernoulli's representation of outcomes as states of wealth share a mistaken assumption that your utility for a state of affairs depends only on that state and is not affected by your history. Correcting that mistake has been one of the achievements of behavioral economics. The endowment effect, the question of when an approach or a movement got its start, is often difficult to answer, but the origin of what is now known as behavioral economics can be specified precisely. In the early 1970s, Richard Thaler, then a graduate student in the very conservative economics department of the University of Rochester, began having heretical thoughts. Thaler always had a sharp wit and an ironic bent, and as a student he amused himself by collecting observations of behavior that the model of rational economic behavior could not explain. He took special pleasure in evidence of economic irrationality among his professors, and he found one that was particularly striking. Professor R now revealed to be Richard Rosett, who went on to become the dean of the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business, was a firm believer in standard economic theory as well as a sophisticated wine lover. Thaler observed that Professor R was very reluctant to sell a bottle from his collection even at the high price of $100 in 1975. Professor R bought wine at auctions, but would never pay more than $35 for a bottle of that quality. At prices between $35 and $100, he would neither buy nor sell. The large gap is inconsistent with economic theory, in which the professor is expected to have a single value for the bottle. If a particular bottle is worth $50 to him, then he should be willing to sell it for any amount in excess of $50. If he did not own the bottle, he should be willing to pay any amount up to $50 for it. The just acceptable selling price and the just acceptable buying price should have been identical, but in fact the minimum price to sell $100 was much higher than the maximum buying price of $35. Owning the good appeared to increase its value. Richard Thaler found many examples of what he called the endowment effect, especially for goods that are not regularly traded. You can easily imagine yourself in a similar situation. Suppose you hold a ticket to a sold-out concert by a popular band, which you bought at the regular price of $200. You are an avid fan and would have been willing to pay up to $500 for the ticket. Now you have your ticket and you learn on the internet that richer or more desperate fans are offering $3,000. Would you sell? If you resemble most of the audience at sold-out events, you do not sell. Your lowest selling price is above $3,000 and your maximum buying price is $500. This is an example of an endowment effect, and a believer in standard economic theory would be puzzled by it. Thaler was looking for an account that could explain puzzles of this kind. Chance intervened when Thaler met one of our former students at a conference and obtained an early draft of prospect theory. He reports that he read the manuscript with considerable excitement because he quickly realized that the loss-averse value function of prospect theory could explain the endowment effect and some other puzzles in his collection. The solution was to abandon the standard idea that Professor R had a unique utility for the state of having a particular bottle. Prospect theory suggested that the willingness to buy or sell the bottle depends on the reference point whether or not the professor owns the bottle now. If he owns it, he considers the pain of giving up the bottle. If he does not own it, he considers the pleasure of getting the bottle. The values were unequal because of loss aversion. Giving up a bottle of nice wine is more painful than getting an equally good bottle is pleasurable. Remember the graph of losses and gains in the previous chapter. The slope of the function is steeper in the negative domain. The response to a loss is stronger than the response to a corresponding gain. This was the explanation of the endowment effect that Thaler had been searching for. And the first application of prospect theory to an economic puzzle now appears to have been a significant milestone in the development of behavioral economics. Thaler arranged to spend a year at Stanford when he knew that Amos and I would be there. During this productive period, we learned much from each other and became friends. 7 years later, he and I had another opportunity to spend a year together and to continue the conversation between psychology and economics. The Russell Sage Foundation, which was for a long time the main sponsor of behavioral economics, gave one of its first grants to Thaler for the purpose of spending a year with me in Vancouver. During that year, we worked closely with a local economist, Jack Netsch, with whom we shared intense interest in the endowment effect, the roles of economic fairness, and spicy Chinese food. The starting point for our investigation was that the endowment effect is not universal. If someone asks you to change a $5 bill for 5 singles, you hand over the 5 ones without any sense of loss. Nor is there much loss aversion when you shop for shoes. The merchant who gives up the shoes in exchange for money certainly feels no loss. Indeed, the shoes that he hands over have always been, from his point of view, a cumbersome proxy for money that he was hoping to collect from some consumer. Furthermore, you probably do not experience paying the merchant as a loss, because you were effectively holding money as a proxy for the shoes you intended to buy. These cases of routine trading are not essentially different from the exchange of a $5 bill for 5 singles. There is no loss aversion on either side of routine commercial exchanges. What distinguishes these market transactions from Professor O's reluctance to sell his wine, or the reluctance of Super Bowl ticket holders to sell even at a very high price? The distinctive feature is that both the shoes the merchant sells you and the money you spend from your budget for shoes are held for exchange. They are intended to be traded for other goods. Other goods, such as wine and Super Bowl tickets, are held for use, to be consumed or otherwise enjoyed. Your leisure time and the standard of living that your income supports are also not intended for sale or exchange. Netsch, Thaler, and I set out to design an experiment that would highlight the contrast between goods that are held for use and for exchange. We borrowed one aspect of the design of our experiment from Vernon Smith, the founder of experimental economics, with whom I would share a Nobel Prize many years later. In this method, a limited number of tokens are distributed to the participants in a market. Any participants who own a token at the end of the experiment can redeem it for cash. The redemption values differ for different individuals to represent the fact that the goods traded in markets are more valuable to some people than to others. The same token may be worth $10 to you and $20 to me, and an exchange at any price between these values will be advantageous to both of us. Smith created vivid demonstrations of how well the basic mechanisms of supply and demand work. Individuals would make successive public offers to buy or sell a token, and others would respond publicly to the offer. Everyone watches these exchanges and sees the price at which the tokens change hands. The results are as regular as those of a demonstration in physics. As inevitably as water flows downhill, those who own a token that is of little value to them because their redemption values are low end up selling their token at a profit to someone who values it more. When trading ends, the tokens are in the hands of those who can get the most money for them from the experimenter. The magic of the markets has worked. Furthermore, economic theory correctly predicts both the final price at which the market will settle and the number of tokens that will change hands. If half the participants in the market were randomly assigned tokens, the theory predicts that half of the tokens will change hands. We used a variation on Smith's method for our experiment. Each session began with several rounds of trades for tokens, which perfectly replicated Smith's finding. The estimated number of trades was typically very close or identical to the amount predicted by the standard theory. The tokens, of course, had value only because they could be exchanged for the experimenter's cash. They had no value for use. Then we conducted a similar market for an object that we expected people to value for use, an attractive coffee mug, decorated with the university insignia of wherever we were conducting the experiments. The mug was then worth about $6 and would be worth about double that amount today. Mugs were distributed randomly to half the participants. The sellers had their mug in front of them, and the buyers were invited to look at their neighbor's mug. All indicated the price at which they would trade. The buyers had to use their own money to acquire a mug. The results were dramatic. The average selling price was about double the average buying price, and the estimated number of trades was less than half of the number predicted by standard theory. The magic of the market did not work for a good that the owners expected to use. We conducted a series of experiments using variants of the same procedure, always with the same results. My favorite is one in which we added to the sellers and buyers a third group choosers. Unlike the buyers, who had to spend their own money to acquire the good, the choosers could receive either a mug or a sum of money, and they indicated the amount of money that was as desirable as receiving the good. These were the results: sellers $7.12, choosers $3.12, buyers $2.87. The gap between sellers and choosers is remarkable because they actually face the same choice. If you are a seller, you can go home with either a mug or money, and if you are a chooser, you have exactly the same two options. The long-term effects of the decision are identical for the two groups. The only difference is in the emotion of the moment. The high price that sellers set reflects the reluctance to give up an object that they already own, a reluctance that can be seen in babies who hold on fiercely to a toy and show great agitation when it is taken away. Loss aversion is built into the automatic evaluations of System 1. Buyers and choosers set similar cash values, although the buyers have to pay for the mug, which is free for the choosers. This is what we would expect if buyers do not experience spending money on the mug as a loss. Evidence from brain imaging confirms the difference. Selling goods that one would normally use activates regions of the brain that are associated with disgust and pain. Buying also activates these areas, but only when the prices are perceived as too high when you feel that a seller is taking money that exceeds the exchange value. Brain recordings also indicate that buying at especially low prices is a pleasurable event. The cash value that the seller has set on the mug is a bit more than twice as high as the value set by choosers and buyers. The ratio is very close to the loss aversion coefficient in risky choice, as we might expect if the same value function for gains and losses of money is applied to both riskless and risky decisions. A ratio of about 2:1 has appeared in studies of diverse economic domains, including the response of households to price changes. As economists would predict, customers tend to increase their purchases of eggs, orange juice, or fish when prices drop and to reduce their purchases when prices rise. However, in contrast to the predictions of economic theory, the effect of price increases losses relative to the reference price is about twice as large as the effect of gains. The mugs experiment has remained the standard demonstration of the endowment effect, along with an even simpler experiment that Jack Netsch reported at about the same time. Netsch asked 2 classes to fill out a questionnaire and rewarded them with a gift that remained in front of them for the duration of the experiment. In one session, the prize was an expensive pen, in another, a bar of Swiss chocolate. At the end of the class, the experimenter showed the alternative gift and allowed everyone to trade his or her gift for another. Only about 10% of the participants opted to exchange their gift. Most of those who had received the pen stayed with the pen, and those who had received the chocolate did not budge either. Thinking like a trader, the fundamental ideas of prospect theory are that reference points exist, and that losses loom larger than corresponding gains. Observations in real markets collected over the years illustrate the power of these concepts. A study of the market for condo apartments in Boston during a downturn yielded particularly clear results. The authors of the study compared the behavior of owners of similar units who had bought their dwellings at different prices. For a rational agent, the buying price is irrelevant. History of the current market value is all that matters. Not so for humans in a down market for housing. Owners who have a high reference point and thus face higher losses set a high price on their dwelling, spend a longer time trying to sell their home, and eventually receive more money. The original demonstration of an asymmetry between selling prices and buying prices, or, more convincingly, between selling and choosing, was very important in the initial acceptance of the ideas of reference point and loss aversion. However, it is well understood that reference points are labile, especially in unusual laboratory situations, and that the endowment effect can be eliminated by changing the reference point. No endowment effect is expected when owners view their goods as carriers of value for future exchanges, a widespread attitude in routine commerce and in financial markets. The experimental economist John List, who has studied trading at baseball card conventions, found that novice traders were reluctant to part with the cards they owned, but that this reluctance eventually disappeared with trading experience. More surprisingly, this found a large effect of trading experience on the endowment effect for new goods. At a convention, List displayed a notice that invited people to take part in a short survey for which they would be compensated with a small gift, a coffee mug, or a chocolate bar of equal value. The gifts were assigned at random. As the volunteers were about to leave, List said to each of them, "We gave you a mug or chocolate bar, but you can trade for a chocolate bar or mug instead, if you wish." In an exact replication of Jack Netsch's earlier experiment, List found that only 18% of the inexperienced traders were willing to exchange their gift for the other. In sharp contrast, experienced traders showed no trace of an endowment effect. 48% of them traded. At least in a market environment in which trading was the norm, they showed no reluctance to trade. Jack Netsch also conducted experiments in which subtle manipulations made the endowment effect disappear. Participants displayed an endowment effect only if they had physical possession of the good for a while before the possibility of trading it was mentioned. Economists of the standard persuasion might be tempted to say that Netsch had spent too much time with psychologists because his experimental manipulation showed concern for the variables that social psychologists expect to be important. Indeed, the different methodological concerns of experimental economists and psychologists have been much in evidence in the ongoing debate about the endowment effect. Veteran traders have apparently learned to ask the correct question, which is how much do I want to have that mug, compared with other things I could have instead. This is the question that Ekins ask, and with this question there is no endowment effect because the asymmetry between the pleasure of getting and the pain of giving up is irrelevant. Recent studies of the psychology of decision-making under poverty suggest that the poor are another group in which we do not expect to find the endowment effect. Being poor, in prospect theory, is living below one's reference point. There are goods that the poor need and cannot afford, so they are always in the losses. Small amounts of money that they receive are therefore perceived as a reduced loss, not as a gain. The money helps one climb a little toward the reference point, but the poor always remain on the steep limb of the value function. People who are poor think like traders, but the dynamics are quite different. Unlike traders, the poor are not indifferent to the differences between gaining and giving up. Their problem is that all their choices are between losses. Money that is spent on one good is the loss of another good that could have been purchased instead. For the poor, costs are losses. We all know people for whom spending is painful, although they are objectively quite well off. There may also be cultural differences in the attitude toward money, and especially toward the spending of money on whims and minor luxuries, such as the purchase of a decorated mug. Such a difference may explain the large discrepancy between the results of the mug study in the United States and in the UK. Buying and selling prices diverge substantially in experiments conducted in samples of students of the United States, but the differences are much smaller among English students. Much remains to be learned about the endowment effect. Speaking of the endowment effect, she didn't care which of the two offices she would get, but a day after the announcement was made, she was no longer willing to trade. Endowment effect. These negotiations are going nowhere because both sides find it difficult to make concessions. Even when they can get something in return, losses loom larger than gains, but when they raise their prices, demand dried up. He just hates the idea of selling his house for less money than he paid for it. Loss aversion is at work. He is a miser, and treats any dollar he spends as a loss. 28 BAD events. The concept of loss aversion is certainly the most significant contribution of psychology to behavioral economics. This is odd, because the idea that people evaluate many outcomes as gains and losses, and that losses loom larger than gains, surprises no one. Amos and I often joke that we were engaged in studying a subject about which our grandmothers knew a great deal. In fact, however, we know more than our grandmothers did and can now embed loss aversion in the context of a broader two-systems model of the mind, and specifically a biological and psychological view in which negativity and escape dominate positivity and approach. We can also trace the consequences of loss aversion in surprisingly diverse observations. Only out-of-pocket losses are compensated when goods are lost in transport. Attempts at large-scale reforms very often fail, and professional golfers putt more accurately for par than for a birdie. Clever as she was, my grandmother would have been surprised by the specific predictions from a general idea she considered obvious. Negativity dominance figure 12. Your heartbeat accelerated when you looked at the left-hand figure. It accelerated even before you could label what is so eerie about that picture. After some time, you may have recognized the eyes of a terrified person. The eyes on the right, narrowed by the raised cheeks of a smile, express happiness, and they are not nearly as exciting. The two pictures were presented to people lying in a brain scanner. Each picture was shown for less than 2/100 of a second and immediately masked by a visual noise, a random display of dark and bright squares. None of the observers ever consciously knew that he had seen pictures of eyes, but one part of their brain evidently knew, the amygdala, which has a primary role as the threat center of the brain, although it is also activated in other emotional states. Images of the brain showed an intense response of the amygdala to a threatening picture that the viewer did not recognize. The information about the threat probably traveled via a superfast neural channel that feeds directly into a part of the brain that processes emotions, bypassing the visual cortex that supports the conscious experience of seeing. The same circuit also causes schematic angry faces a potential for it to be processed faster and more efficiently than schematic happy faces. Some experimenters have reported that an angry face pops out of a crowd of happy faces, but a single happy face does not stand out in an angry crowd. The brains of humans and other animals contain a mechanism that is designed to give priority to bad news. By shaving a few hundredths of a second from the time needed to detect a predator, this circuit improves the animal's odds of living long enough to reproduce. The automatic operations of System 1 reflect this evolutionary history. No comparably rapid mechanism for recognizing good news has been detected. Of course, we and our animal cousins are quickly alerted to signs of opportunities to mate or to feed, and advertisers design billboards accordingly. Still, threats are privileged above opportunities, as they should be. The brain responds quickly even to purely symbolic threats. Emotionally loaded words quickly attract attention, and bad words, war, crime attract attention faster than do happy words, peace, love. There is no real threat, but the mere reminder of a bad event is treated in System 1 as threatening. As we saw earlier with the word vomit, the symbolic representation associatively evokes an attenuated form many of the reactions to the real thing, including physiological indices of emotion and even fractional tendencies to avoid or approach, recoil or lean forward. The sensitivity to threats extends to the processing of statements of opinions with which we strongly disagree. For example, depending on your attitude to euthanasia, it would take your brain less than 1/4 of a second to register the threat in a sentence that starts with "I think euthanasia is unacceptable." The psychologist Paul Rosen, an expert on disgust, observed that a single cockroach will completely wreck the appeal of a bowl of cherries, but a cherry will do nothing at all for a bowl of cockroaches. As he points out, the negative trumps the positive in many ways, and loss aversion is one of many manifestations of a broad negativity dominance. Other scholars, in a paper titled "Bad is Stronger Than Good," summarize the evidence as follows: bad emotions, bad parents, and bad feedback have more impact than good ones, and bad information is processed more thoroughly than good. The self is more motivated to avoid bad self-definitions than to pursue good ones. Bad impressions and bad stereotypes are quicker to form and more resistant to disconfirmation than good ones. They cite John Gottman, the well-known expert in marital relations, who observed that the long-term success of a relationship depends far more on avoiding the negative than on seeking the positive. Gottman estimated that a stable relationship requires that good interactions outnumber bad interactions by at least 5-1. Other asymmetries in the social domain are even more striking. We all know that a friendship that may take years to develop can be ruined by a single action. Some distinctions between good and bad are hardwired into our biology. Infants enter the world ready to respond to pain as bad and to sweet up to a point as good. In many situations, however, the boundary between good and bad is a reference point that changes over time and depends on the immediate circumstances. Imagine that you are out in the country on a cold night, inadequately dressed for the torrential rain, your clothes soaked. A stinging cold wind completes your misery. As you wander around, you find a large rock that provides some shelter from the fury of the elements. The biologist Mitchell Kavanagh would call the experience of that moment intensely pleasurable because it functions, as pleasure normally does, to indicate the direction of a biologically significant improvement of circumstances. The pleasant relief will not last very long, of course, and you will soon be shivering behind the rock again, driven by your renewed suffering to seek better shelter. Goals are reference points. Loss aversion refers to the relative strength of two motives. We are driven more strongly to avoid losses than to achieve gains. A reference point is sometimes the status quo, but it can also be a goal in the future. Not achieving a goal is a loss, exceeding the goal is a gain. As we might expect from negativity dominance, the two motives are not equally powerful. The aversion to the failure of not reaching the goal is much stronger than the desire to exceed it. People often adopt short-term goals that they strive to achieve, but not necessarily to exceed. They are likely to reduce their efforts when they have reached an immediate goal, with results that sometimes violate economic logic. New York cab drivers, for example, may have a target income for the month or the year, but the goal that controls their effort is typically a daily target of earnings. Of course, the daily goal is much easier to achieve and exceed on some days than on others. On rainy days, a New York cab never remains free for long, and the driver quickly achieves his target. Not so in pleasant weather, when cabs often waste time cruising the streets looking for fares. Economic logic implies that cab drivers should work many hours on rainy days and treat themselves to some leisure on mild days, when they can buy leisure at a lower price. The logic of loss aversion suggests the opposite. Drivers who have a fixed daily target will work many more hours when the pickings are slim and go home early when rain-drenched customers are begging to be taken somewhere. The economists Devin Pope and Morris Schweitzer at the University of Pennsylvania reason that golf provides a perfect example of a reference point par. Every hole on the golf course has a number of strokes associated with it. The par number provides the baseline for good but not outstanding performance. For a professional golfer, a birdie 1 stroke under par is a gain, and a bogey 1 stroke over par is a loss. The economists compare two situations a player might face when near the hole: putt to avoid a bogey, putt to achieve a birdie. Every stroke counts in golf, and in professional golf, every stroke counts a lot. According to prospect theory, however, some strokes count more than others. Failing to make par is a loss, but missing a birdie putt is a foregone gain, not a loss. Pope and Schweitzer reason from loss aversion that players would try a little harder when putting for par to avoid a bogey than when putting for a birdie. They analyzed more than 2.5 million putts in exquisite detail to test the prediction. They were right. Whether the putt was easy or hard, at every distance from the hole, the players were more successful when pushing for par than for a birdie. The difference in their rate of success when going for par to avoid a bogey or for a birdie was 3.6%. This difference is not trivial. Tiger Woods was one of the participants in their study. If in his best years Tiger Woods had managed to putt as well for birdies as he did for par, his average tournament score would have improved by 1 stroke and his earnings by almost $1 million per season. These fierce competitors certainly do not make a conscious decision to slack off on birdie putts, but their intense aversion to a bogey apparently contributes to extra concentration on the task at hand. The study of putts illustrates the power of a theoretical concept as an aid to thinking. Who would have thought it worthwhile to spend months analyzing putts for par and birdie? The idea of loss aversion, which surprises no one except perhaps some economists, generated a precise and non-intuitive hypothesis and led researchers to a finding that surprised everyone, including professional golfers. Defending the status quo, if you are set to look for it, the asymmetric intensity of the motives to avoid losses and to achieve gains shows up almost everywhere. It is an ever-present feature of negotiations, especially over negotiations of an existing contract, a typical situation in labor negotiations and in international discussions of trade or arms limitations. The existing terms define reference points, and a proposed change in any aspect of the agreement is inevitably viewed as a concession at one side mixed to the other. Loss aversion creates an asymmetry that makes agreements difficult to reach. The concessions you make to me are my gains, but they are your losses. They cause you much more pain than they give me pleasure. Inevitably, you will place a higher value on them than I do. The same is true, of course, of the very painful concessions you demand from me, which you do not appear to value sufficiently. Negotiations over shrinking pie are especially difficult because they require an allocation of losses. People tend to be much more easygoing when they bargain over an expanding pie. Many of the messages that negotiators exchange in the course of bargaining are attempts to communicate a reference point and provide an anchor to the other side. The messages are not always sincere. Negotiators often pretend intense attachment to some good, perhaps missiles of a particular type in bargaining over arms reductions, although they actually view that good as a bargaining chip and intend ultimately to give it away in an exchange. Because negotiators are influenced by a norm of reciprocity, a concession that is presented as painful calls for an equally painful and perhaps equally inauthentic concession from the other side. Animals, including people, fight harder to prevent losses than to achieve gains. In the world of territorial animals, this principle explains the success of defenders. A biologist observed that when a territory holder is challenged by a rival, the owner almost always wins the contest, usually within a matter of seconds. In human affairs, the same simple rule explains much of what happens when institutions attempt to reform themselves, in reorganizations and restructuring of companies, and in efforts to rationalize a bureaucracy, simplify the tax code, or reduce medical costs. As initially conceived, plans for reform almost always produce many winners and some losers while achieving an overall improvement. If the affected parties have any political influence, however, potential losers will be more active and determined than potential winners. The outcome will be biased in their favor and inevitably more expensive and less effective than initially planned. Reforms commonly include grandfather clauses that protect current stakeholders, for example, when the existing workforce is reduced by attrition rather than by dismissals, or when cuts in salaries and benefits apply only to future workers. Loss aversion is a powerful conservative force that favors minimal changes from the status quo in the lives of both institutions and individuals. This conservatism helps keep us stable in our neighborhood, our marriage, and our job. It is the gravitational force that holds our life together near the reference point. Loss aversion in the LAW during the year that we spent working together in Vancouver, Richard Thaler, Jack Netch, and I were drawn into a study of fairness in economic transactions, partly because we were interested in the topic, but also because we had an opportunity as well as an obligation to make up a new questionnaire every week. The Canadian government's Department of Fisheries and Oceans had a program for unemployed professionals in Toronto who were paid to administer telephone surveys. The large team of interviewers worked every night, and new questions were constantly needed to keep the operation going. Through Jack Netch, we agreed to generate a questionnaire every week in 4 color label versions. We could ask about anything. The only constraint was that the questionnaire should include at least one mention of fish to make it pertinent to the mission of the department. This went on for many months, and we treated ourselves to an orgy of data collection. We studied public perceptions of what constitutes unfair behavior on the part of merchants, employers, and landlords. Our overarching question was whether the opprobrium attached to unfairness imposes constraints on profit-seeking. We found that it does. We also found that the moral rules by which the public evaluates what firms may or may not do draw a crucial distinction between losses and gains. The basic principle is that the existing wage, price, or rent sets a reference point which has the nature of an entitlement that must not be infringed. It is considered unfair for the firm to impose losses on its customers or workers relative to the reference transaction, unless it must do so to protect its own entitlement. Consider this example. A hardware store has been selling snow shovels for $15. The morning after a large snowstorm, the store raises the price to $20. Please rate this action as completely fair, acceptable, unfair, very unfair. The hardware store behaves appropriately according to the standard economic model. It responds to increased demand by raising its price. The participants in the survey did not agree. 82% rated the action unfair or very unfair. They evidently viewed the pre-blizzard price as a reference point, then the raised price as a loss that the store imposes on its customers, not because it must, but simply because it can. A basic rule of fairness, we found, is that the exploitation of market power to impose losses on others is unacceptable. The following example illustrates this rule in another context. The dollar values should be adjusted for about 100% inflation. Since these data were collected in 1984, a small photocopying shop has one employee who has worked there for 6 months and earns $9 per hour. Business continues to be satisfactory, but a factory in the area has closed and unemployment has increased. Other small shops have now hired reliable workers at $7 an hour to perform jobs similar to those done by the photocopy shop employee. The owner of the shop reduces the employee's wage to $7. The respondents did not approve. 83% considered the behavior unfair or very unfair. However, a slight variation on the question clarifies the nature of the employer's obligation. The background scenario of a profitable store in an area of high unemployment is the same, but now the current employee leaves, and the owner decides to pay a replacement $7 an hour. A large majority, 73%, consider this action acceptable. It appears that the employer does not have a moral obligation to pay $9 an hour. The entitlement is personal. The current worker has a right to retain his wage even if market conditions would allow the employer to impose a wage cut. The replacement worker has no entitlement to the previous worker's reference wage, and the employer is therefore allowed to reduce pay without the risk of being branded unfair. The firm has its own entitlement, which is to retain its current profit. If it faces a threat of a loss, it is allowed to transfer the loss to others. A substantial majority of respondents believe that it is not unfair for a firm to reduce its workers' wages when its profitability has fallen. We described the rules as defining dual entitlements to the firm and to individuals with whom it interacts. When threatened, it is not unfair for the firm to be selfish. It is not even expected to take on part of the losses, it can pass them on. Different rules governed what the firm could do to improve its profits or to avoid reduced profits. When a firm faced lower production costs, the rules of fairness did not require it to share the bonanza with either its customers or its workers. Of course, our respondents liked a firm better and described it as more fair if it was generous when its profits increased, but they did not brand as unfair a firm that did not share. They showed indignation only when a firm exploited its power to break informal contracts with workers or customers, and to impose a loss on others in order to increase its profit. The important task for students of economic fairness is not to identify ideal behavior, but to find the line that separates acceptable conduct from actions that invite opprobrium and punishment. We were not optimistic when we submitted a report of this research to the American Economic Review. Our article challenged what was then accepted wisdom among many economists that economic behavior is ruled by self-interest and that concerns for fairness are generally irrelevant. We also relied on the evidence of survey responses, for which economists generally have little respect. However, the editor of the journal sent our article for evaluation to two economists who were not bound by those conventions. We later learned their identity. They were the most friendly the editor could have found. The editor made the correct call. The article is often cited, and its conclusions have stood the test of time. More recent research has supported the observations of reference-dependent fairness and has also shown that fairness concerns are economically significant, a fact we had suspected but did not prove. Employers who violate rules of fairness are punished by reduced productivity, and merchants who follow unfair pricing policies can expect to lose sales. People who learned from a new catalog that the merchant was now charging less for a product that they had recently bought at a higher price reduced their future purchases from the supplier by 15%, an average loss of $90 per customer. The customers evidently perceived the lower price as the reference point and thought of themselves as having sustained a loss by paying more than appropriate. Moreover, the customers who reacted the most strongly were those who bought more items and at higher prices. The losses far exceeded the gains from the increased purchases produced by the lower prices in the new catalog. Unfairly imposing losses on people can be risky if the victims are in a position to retaliate. Furthermore, experiments have shown that strangers who observe unfair behavior often join in the punishment. Neuroeconomist scientists who combine economics with brain research have used MRI machines to examine the brains of people who are engaged in punishing one stranger for behaving unfairly to another stranger. Remarkably, altruistic punishment is accompanied by increased activity in the pleasure centers of the brain. It appears that maintaining the social order and the rules of fairness in this fashion is its own reward. Altruistic punishment could well be the glue that holds societies together. However, our brains are not designed to reward generosity as reliably as they punish meanness. Here again, we find a marked asymmetry between losses and gains. The influence of loss aversion and entitlements extends far beyond the realm of financial transactions. Jurists were quick to recognize their impact on the law and in the administration of justice. In one study, David Cohen and Jack Netch found many examples of a sharp distinction between actual losses and foregone gains in legal decisions. For example, a merchant whose goods were lost in transit may be compensated for costs he actually incurred, but is unlikely to be compensated for lost profits. The familiar rule that possession is 9/10 of the law confirms the moral status of the reference point. In a more recent discussion, Alzheimer makes the provocative point that the distinction drawn in the law between restoring losses and compensating for foregone gains may be justified by their asymmetrical effects on individual well-being. If people who lose suffer more than people who merely fail to gain, they may also deserve more protection from the law. Speaking of losses, this reform will not pass. Those who stand to lose will fight harder than those who stand to gain. Each of them thinks the other's concessions are less painful. They are both wrong, of course. It's just the asymmetry of losses that they would find it easier to renegotiate the agreement if they realized the pie was actually expanding. They are not allocating losses, they are allocating gains. The rental prices around here have gone up recently, but our tenants don't think it's fair that we should raise their rent too. They feel entitled to their current terms. My clients don't resent the price hike because they know my costs have gone up too. They accept my right to stay profitable. 29. The Fourfold Pattern. Whenever you form a global evaluation of a complex object, a car you may buy, your son-in-law, or an uncertain situation, you assign weights to its characteristics. This is simply a cumbersome way of saying that some characteristics influence your assessment more than others do. The weighting occurs whether or not you are aware of it. It is an operation of system law. Your overall evaluation of a car may put more or less weight on gas economy, comfort, or appearance. Your judgment of your son-in-law may depend more or less on how rich or handsome or reliable he is. Similarly, your assessment of an uncertain prospect assigns weights to the possible outcomes. The weights are certainly correlated with the probabilities of these outcomes. A 50% chance to win $1 million is much more attractive than a 1% chance to win the same amount. The assignment of weights is sometimes conscious and deliberate. Most often, however, you are just an observer to a global evaluation that your System 1 delivers. Changing chances. One reason for the popularity of the gambling metaphor in the study of decision-making is that it provides a natural rule for the assignment of weights to the outcomes of a prospect. The more probable an outcome, the more weight it should have. The expected value of a gamble is the average of its outcomes, each rated by its probability. For example, the expected value of a 20% chance to win $1,000 and 75% chance to win $100 is $275. In the pre-Bernoulli days, gambles were assessed by their expected value. Bernoulli retained this method for assigning weights to the outcomes, which is known as the expectation principle, but applied it to the psychological value of the outcomes. The utility of a gamble, in his theory, is the average of the utilities of its outcomes, each weighted by its probability. The expectation principle does not correctly describe how you think about the probabilities related to risky prospects. In 4 examples below, your chances of receiving $1 million improve by 5%. Is the news equally good in each case? A. From 0 to 5%. B. From 5% to 10%. C. From 60% to 65%. D. From 95% to 100%. The expectation principle asserts that your utility increases in each case by exactly 5% of the utility of receiving $1 million. Does this prediction describe your experiences? Of course not. Everyone agrees that 0 right arrow 5% and 95% right arrow 100% are more impressive than either 5% right arrow 10% or 60% right arrow 65%. Increasing the chances from 0 to 5% transforms the situation, creating a possibility that did not exist earlier, a hope of winning the prize. It is a qualitative change, where 5 right arrow 10% is only a quantitative improvement. The change from 5% to 10% doubles the probability of winning, but there is general agreement that the psychological value of the prospect does not double. The large impact of 0 right arrow 5% illustrates the possibility effect, which causes highly unlikely outcomes to be weighted disproportionately more than they deserve. People who buy lottery tickets in vast amounts show themselves willing to pay much more than expected value for very small chances to win a large prize. The improvement from 95% to 100% is another qualitative change that has a large impact, the certainty effect. Outcomes that are almost certain are given less weight than their probability justifies. To appreciate the certainty effect, imagine that you inherited $1 million, but your greedy stepsister has contested the will in court. The decision is expected tomorrow. Your lawyer assures you that you have a strong case and that you have a 95% chance to win, but he takes pains to remind you that judicial decisions are never perfectly predictable. Now you are approached by a risk adjustment company which offers to buy your case for $910,000 outright, take it or leave it. The offer is lower by $40,000 than the expected value of waiting for the judgment, which is $950,000, but are you quite sure you would want to reject it? If such an event actually happens in your life, you should know that a large industry of structured settlements exists to provide certainty at a hefty price by taking advantage of the certainty effect. Possibility and certainty have similarly powerful effects in the domain of losses. When a loved one is wheeled into surgery, a 5% risk that an amputation will be necessary is very bad, much more than half as bad as a 10% risk. Because of the possibility effect, we tend to overweight small risks and are willing to pay far more than expected value to eliminate them altogether. The psychological difference between a 95% risk of disaster and the certainty of disaster appears to be even greater. The sliver of hope that everything could still be okay looms very large. Overweighting of small probabilities increases the attractiveness of both gambles and insurance policies. The conclusion is straightforward. The decision weights that people assign to outcomes are not identical to the probabilities of these outcomes, contrary to the expectation principle. Improbable outcomes are overweighted. This is a possibility effect. Outcomes that are almost certain are underweighted relative to actual certainty. The expectation principle, by which values are weighted by their probability, is pure psychology. The plot thickens, however, because there is a powerful argument that a decision-maker who wishes to be rational must conform to the expectation principle. This was the main point of the axiomatic version of utility theory that von Neumann and Morgenstern introduced in 1944. They proved that any weighting of uncertain outcomes that is not strictly proportional to probability leads to inconsistencies and other disasters. The derivation of the expectation principle from axioms of rational choice was immediately recognized as a monumental achievement, which placed expected utility theory at the core of the rational agent model in economics and other social sciences. 30 years later, when Amos introduced me to their work, he presented it as an object of awe. He also introduced me to a famous challenge to that theory. Allais' paradox in 1952, a few years after the publication of von Neumann and Morgenstern's theory, a meeting was convened in Paris to discuss the economics of risk. Many of the most renowned economists of the time were in attendance. The American guests included the future Nobel laureates Paul Samuelson, Kenneth Arrow, and Milton Friedman, as well as the leading statistician Jimmy Savage. One of the organizers of the Paris meeting was Maurice Allais, who would also receive a Nobel Prize some years later. Allais had something up his sleeve, a couple of questions on choice that he presented to his distinguished audience. In the terms of this chapter, Allais intended to show that his guests were susceptible to a certainty effect and therefore violated expected utility theory and the axioms of rational choice on which that theory rests. The following set of choices is a simplified version of the puzzle that Allais constructed. In problems A and B, which would you choose? A 61% chance to win $520,000 or 63% chance to win $500,000. B 98% chance to win $520,000 or 100% chance to win $500,000. If you are like most other people, you preferred the left-hand option in problem A and you prefer the right-hand option in problem B. If these were your preferences, you have just committed a logical sin and violated the rules of rational choice. The illustrious economists assembled in Paris committed similar sins in a more involved version of the Allais paradox. To see why these choices are problematic, imagine that the outcome will be determined by a blind draw from an urn that contains 100 marbles. You win if you draw a red marble, you lose if you draw white. In problem A, almost everybody prefers the left-hand urn, although it has fewer winning red marbles because the difference in the size of the prize is more impressive than the difference in the chances of winning. In problem B, a large majority chooses the urn that guarantees a gain of $500,000. Furthermore, people are comfortable with both choices until they are led through the logic of the problem. Compare the two problems, and you will see that the two urns of problem B are more favorable versions of the urns of problem A, with 37 white marbles replaced by red winning marbles in each urn. The improvement on the left is clearly superior to the improvement on the right, since each red marble gives you a chance to win $520,000 on the left and only $500,000 on the right. So you started in the first problem with a preference for the left-hand urn, which was then improved more than the right-hand urn, but now you like the one on the right. This pattern of choices does not make logical sense, but a psychological explanation is readily available. The certainty effect is at work. The 2% difference between a 100% and a 98% chance to win in problem B is vastly more impressive than the same difference between 63% and 61% in problem A. As Allais had anticipated, the sophisticated participants at the meeting did not notice that the preferences violated utility theory until he drew their attention to the fact as the meeting was about to end. Allais had intended this announcement to be a bombshell. The leading decision theorists in the world had preferences that were inconsistent with their own view of rationality. He apparently believed that his audience would be persuaded to give up the approach that he rather contemptuously labeled the American school and adopt an alternative logic of choice that he had developed. He was to be sorely disappointed. Economists who were not aficionados of decision theory mostly ignored the Allais problem. As often happens when a theory that has been widely adopted and found useful is challenged, they noted the problem as an anomaly and continued using expected utility theory as if nothing had happened. In contrast, decision theorists, a mixed collection of statisticians, economists, philosophers, and psychologists, took Allais' challenge very seriously. When Amos and I began our work, one of our initial goals was to develop a satisfactory psychological account of Allais' paradox. Most decision theorists, notably including Allais, maintain their belief in human rationality and try to bend the rules of rational choice to make the Allais pattern permissible. Over the years there have been multiple attempts to find a plausible justification for the certainty effect, none very convincing. Amos had little patience for these efforts. He called the theorists who tried to rationalize violations of utility theory lawyers with the misguided. We went in another direction. We retained utility theory as a logic of rational choice but abandoned the idea that people are perfectly rational choosers. We took on the task of developing a psychological theory that would describe the choices people make, regardless of whether they are rational. In prospect theory, decision weights would not be identical to probabilities. Decision weights. Many years after we published prospect theory, Amos and I carried out a study in which we measured the decision weights that explain people's preferences for gambles with modest monetary stakes. The estimates for gains are shown in Table 4. Table 4, you can see that the decision weights are identical to the corresponding probabilities at the extremes, both equal to 0 when the outcome is impossible, and both equal to 100 when the outcome is a sure thing. However, decision weights depart sharply from probabilities near these points. At the low end, we find the possibility effect unlikely events are considerably overweighted. For example, the decision weight that corresponds to a 2% chance is 8.1. If people conform to the axioms of rational choice, the decision weight would be 2, so the rare event is overweighted by a factor of 4. The certainty effect at the other end of the probability scale is even more striking. A 2% risk of not winning the prize reduces the utility of the gamble by 13% from 100 to 87.1. To appreciate the asymmetry between the possibility effect and the certainty effect, imagine first that you have a 1% chance to win $1 million. You will know the outcome tomorrow. Now, imagine that you are almost certain to win $1 million, but there is a 1% chance that you will not. Again, you will learn the outcome tomorrow. The anxiety of the second situation appears to be more salient than the hope in the first. The certainty effect is also more striking than the possibility effect if the outcome is a surgical disaster rather than a financial gain. Compare the intensity with which you focus on the faint sliver of hope in an operation that is almost certain to be fatal, compared to the fear of a 1% risk. The combination of the certainty effect and possibility effects at the two ends of the probability scale is inevitably accompanied by an adequate sensitivity to intermediate probabilities. You can see that the range of probabilities between 5% and 95% is associated with a much smaller range of decision weights from 13.2 to 79.3, about 2/3 as much as rationally expected. Neuroscientists have confirmed these observations, finding regions of the brain that respond to changes in the probability of winning a prize. The brain's response to variations of probabilities is strikingly similar to the decision weights estimated from choices. Probabilities that are extremely low or high below 1% or above 99% are a special case. It is difficult to assign a unique decision weight to very rare events because they are sometimes ignored altogether, effectively assigned a decision weight of 0. On the other hand, when you do not ignore the very rare events, you will certainly overweight them. Most of us spend very little time worrying about nuclear meltdowns or fantasizing about large inheritances from unknown relatives. However, when an unlikely event becomes the focus of attention, we will assign it much more weight than its probability deserves. Furthermore, people are almost completely insensitive to variations of risk among small probabilities. A cancer risk of 0.1% is not easily distinguished from a risk of 0.1%, although the former would translate to 3,000 cancers for the population of the United States, and the latter to 30. When you pay attention to a threat, you worry, and the decision weights reflect how much you worry. Because of the possibility effect, the worry is not proportional to the probability of the threat. Reducing or mitigating the risk is not adequate to eliminate the worry. The probability must be brought down to 0. The question below is adapted from a study of the rationality of consumer valuations of health risks, which was published by a team of economists in the 1980s. The survey was addressed to parents of small children. Suppose that you currently use an insect spray that costs you $10 per bottle and it results in 15 inhalation poisonings and 15 child poisonings for every 10,000 bottles of insect spray that are used. You'll learn of a more expensive insecticide that reduces each of the risks to 5 for every 10,000 bottles. How much would you be willing to pay for it? The parents were willing to pay an additional $2.38, on average, to reduce the risks by 2/3 from 15 per 10,000 bottles to 5. They were willing to pay $8.09, more than 3 times as much, to eliminate it completely. Other questions showed that the parents treated the two risks, inhalation and child poisoning, as separate worries and were willing to pay a certainty premium for the complete elimination of either one. This premium is compatible with the psychology of worry but not with the rational model. The Fourfold Pattern. When Amos and I began our work on prospect theory, we quickly reached two conclusions. People attach values to gains and losses rather than to wealth, and the decision weights that they assign to outcomes are different from probabilities. Neither idea was completely new, but in combination they explained a distinctive pattern of preferences that we called the Fourfold Pattern. The name has stuck. The scenarios are illustrated below. The top row in each cell shows an illustrative prospect. The second row characterizes the focal emotion that the prospect evokes. The third row indicates how most people behave when offered a choice between a gamble and a sure gain or loss that corresponds to its expected value. For example, between 95% chance to win $10,000 and $9,500 with certainty. Choices are said to be risk-averse if the sure thing is preferred, risk-seeking if the gamble is preferred. The fourth row describes the expected attitudes of a defendant and a plaintiff as they discuss a settlement of a civil suit. The fourfold pattern of preferences is considered one of the core achievements of prospect theory. 3 of the 4 cells are familiar, the fourth top right was new and unexpected. The top left is the one that Bernoulli discussed. People are averse to risk when they consider prospects with a substantial chance to achieve a large gain. They are willing to accept less than the expected value of a gamble to lock in a sure gain. The possibility effect in the bottom left cell explains why lotteries are popular. When the top prize is very large, ticket buyers appear indifferent to the fact that their chance of winning is minuscule. A lottery ticket is the ultimate example of the possibility effect. Without a ticket you cannot win, with a ticket you have a chance, and whether the chance is tiny or merely small matters little. Of course, what people acquire with a ticket is more than a chance to win, it is the right to dream pleasantly of winning. The bottom right cell is where insurance is bought. People are willing to pay much more for insurance than expected value, which is how insurance companies cover their costs and make their profits. Here again, people buy more than protection against an unlikely disaster, they eliminate a worry and purchase peace of mind. The results for the top right cell initially surprised us. We were accustomed to think in terms of risk aversion except for the bottom left cell, where lotteries are preferred. When we looked at our choices for bad options, we quickly realized that we were just as risk-seeking in the domain of losses as we were risk-averse in the domain of gains. We were not the first to observe risk-seeking with negative prospects. At least 2 authors have reported that fact, but they had not made much of it. However, we were fortunate to have a framework that made the finding of risk-seeking easy to interpret, and that was a milestone in our thinking. Indeed, we identified 2 reasons for this effect. First, there is diminishing sensitivity. The sure loss is very aversive because the reaction to a loss of $900 is more than 90% as intense as the reaction to a loss of $1,000. The second factor may be even more powerful. The decision weight that corresponds to a probability of 90% is only about 71, much lower than the probability. The result is that when you consider a choice between a sure loss and a gamble with a high probability of a larger loss, diminishing sensitivity makes the sure loss more aversive, and the certainty effect reduces the aversiveness of the gamble. The same 2 factors enhance the attractiveness of the sure thing and reduce the attractiveness of the gamble when the outcomes are positive. The shape of the value function and the decision weights both contribute to the pattern observed in the top row of Table 13. In the bottom row, however, the 2 factors operate in opposite directions. Diminishing sensitivity continues to favor risk aversion for gains and risk-seeking for losses, but the overweighting of low probabilities overcomes this effect and produces the observed pattern of gambling for gains and caution for losses. Many unfortunate human situations unfold in the top right cell. This is where people who face very bad options take desperate gambles, accepting a high probability of making things worse in exchange for a small hope of avoiding a large loss. Risk-taking of this kind often turns manageable failures into disasters. The thought of accepting the large sure loss is too painful, and the hope of complete relief too enticing to make the sensible decision that it is time to cut one's losses. This is where businesses that are losing ground to a superior technology waste their remaining assets in futile attempts to catch up. Because defeat is so difficult to accept, the losing side in wars often fights long past the point at which the victory of the other side is certain and only a matter of time. Gambling in the shadow of the LAW, the legal scholar Chris Guthrie has offered a compelling application of the fourfold pattern to 2 situations in which the plaintiff and the defendant in a civil suit consider a possible settlement. The situations differ in the strength of the plaintiff's case. As in the scenario we saw earlier, you are the plaintiff in a civil suit in which you have made a claim for a large sum in damages. The trial is going very well and your lawyer cites expert opinion that you have a 95% chance to win outright, but adds the caution, you never really know the outcome until the jury comes in. Your lawyer urges you to accept a settlement in which you might get only 90% of your claim. You are in the top left cell of the fourfold pattern, and the question on your mind is, am I willing to take even a small chance of getting nothing at all? Even 90% of the claim is a great deal of money, and I can walk away with it now. 2 emotions are evoked, both driving in the same direction, the attraction of a sure and substantial gain and the fear of intense disappointment and regret if you reject a settlement and lose in court. You can feel the pressure that typically leads to cautious behavior in this situation. The plaintiff with a strong case is likely to be risk-averse. Now step into the shoes of the defendant in the same case. Although you have not completely given up hope of a decision in your favor, you realize that the trial is going poorly. The plaintiff's lawyers have proposed a settlement in which you would have to pay 90% of their original claim, and it is clear they will not accept less. Will you settle, or will you pursue the case? Because you face a high probability of a loss, your situation belongs in the top right cell. The temptation to fight on is strong. The settlement that the plaintiff has offered is almost as painful as the worst outcome you face, and there is still hope of prevailing in court. Here again, two emotions are involved. The sure loss is repugnant, and the possibility of winning in court is highly attractive. A defendant with a weak case is likely to be risk-seeking, prepared to gamble rather than accept a very unfavorable settlement. In a face-off between a risk-averse plaintiff and a risk-seeking defendant, the defendant holds the stronger hand. The superior bargaining position of the defendant should be reflected in negotiated settlements, with the plaintiff settling for less than the statistically expected outcome of the trial. This prediction from the Fourfold Pattern was confirmed by experiments conducted with law students and practicing judges, and also by analyzers of actual negotiations in the shadow of civil trials. Now consider frivolous litigation, when a plaintiff with a flimsy case files a large claim that is most likely to fail in court. Both sides are aware of the probabilities, and both know that in a negotiated settlement the plaintiff will get only a small fraction of the amount of the claim. The negotiation is conducted in the bottom row of the Fourfold Pattern. The plaintiff is in the left-hand cell, with a small chance to win a very large amount. The frivolous claim is a lottery ticket for a large prize. Overweighting the small chance of success is natural in this situation, leading the plaintiff to be bold and aggressive in the negotiation. For the defendant, the suit is a nuisance with a small risk of a very bad outcome. Overweighting the small chance of a large loss favors risk aversion, and settling for a modest amount is equivalent to purchasing insurance against the unlikely event of a bad verdict. The shoe is now on the other foot. The plaintiff is willing to gamble, and the defendant wants to be safe. Plaintiffs with frivolous claims are likely to obtain a more generous settlement than the statistics of the situation justify. The decisions described by the Fourfold Pattern are not obviously unreasonable. You can empathize in each case with the feelings of the plaintiff and the defendant that lead them to adopt a combative or an accommodating posture. In the long run, however, deviations from expected value are likely to be costly. Consider a large organization, the City of New York, and suppose it faces 200 frivolous suits each year, each with a 5% chance to cost the city $1 million. Suppose further that in each case the city could settle the lawsuit for a payment of $100,000. The city considers two alternative policies that it will apply to all such cases: settle or go to trial. For simplicity, I ignore legal costs. If the city litigates all 200 cases, it will lose 10, for a total loss of $10 million. If the city settles every case for $100,000, its total loss will be $20 million. When you take the long view of many similar decisions, you can see that paying a premium to avoid a small risk of a large loss is costly. A similar analysis applies to each of the cells of the Fourfold Pattern. Systematic deviations from expected value are costly in the long run, and this rule applies to both risk aversion and risk seeking. Consistent overweighting of improbable outcomes, a feature of intuitive decision-making, eventually leads to inferior outcomes. Speaking of the Fourfold Pattern, he is tempted to settle this frivolous claim to avoid a freak loss, however unlikely. That's overweighting of small probabilities. Since he is likely to face many similar problems, he would be better off not yielding. Do we never let our vacations hang on a last-minute deal? We're willing to pay a lot for certainty. They will not cut their losses so long as there is a chance of breaking even. This is risk-seeking in the losses. They know the risk of a gas explosion is minuscule, but they want it mitigated. It's a possibility effect, and they want peace of mind. 30 rare events. I visited Israel several times during a period in which suicide bombings in buses were relatively common, though of course quite rare in absolute terms. There were altogether 23 bombings between December 2001 and September 2004, which had caused a total of 236 fatalities. The number of daily bus riders in Israel was approximately 1.3 million at that time. For any traveler, the risks were tiny, but that was not how the public felt about it. People avoided buses as much as they could, and many travelers spent their time on the bus anxiously scanning their neighbors for packages or bulky clothes that might hide a bomb. I did not have much occasion to travel on buses as I was driving a rented car, but I was chagrined to discover that my behavior was also affected. I found that I did not like to stop next to a bus at a red light, and I drove away more quickly than usual when the light changed. I was ashamed of myself, because of course I knew better. I knew that the risk was truly negligible, and that any effect at all on my actions would assign an inordinately high decision weight to a minuscule probability. In fact, I was more likely to be injured in a driving accident than by stopping near a bus. But my avoidance of buses was not motivated by rational concern for survival. What drove me was the experience of the moment. Being next to a bus made me think of bombs, and these thoughts were unpleasant. I was avoiding buses because I wanted to think of something else. My experience illustrates how terrorism works and why it is so effective. It induces an availability cascade. An extremely vivid image of death and damage, constantly reinforced by media attention and frequent conversations, becomes highly accessible, especially if it is associated with a specific situation such as the sight of a bus. The emotional arousal is associative, automatic, and uncontrolled, and it produces an impulse for protective action. System 2 may know that the probability is low, but this knowledge does not eliminate the self-generated discomfort and the wish to avoid it. System 1 cannot be turned off. The emotion is not only disproportionate to the probability, it is also insensitive to the exact level of probability. Suppose that two cities have been warned about the presence of suicide bombers. Residents of one city are told that two bombers are ready to strike. Residents of another city are told of a single bomber. The risk is lowered by half, but do they feel much safer? Many stores in New York City sell lottery tickets, and business is good. The psychology of high-prize lotteries is similar to the psychology of terrorism. The thrilling possibility of winning the big prize is shared by the community and reinforced by conversations at work and at home. Buying a ticket is immediately rewarded by pleasant fantasies, just as avoiding a bus was immediately rewarded by relief from fear. In both cases, the actual probability is inconsequential, only possibility matters. The original formulation of prospect theory included the argument that highly unlikely events are either ignored or overweighted, but it did not specify the conditions under which one or the other will occur, nor did it propose a psychological interpretation of it. My current view of decision weights has been strongly influenced by recent research on the role of emotions and vividness in decision-making. Overweighting of unlikely outcomes is rooted in System 1 features that are familiar by now. Emotion and vividness influence fluency, availability, and judgments of probability and thus account for our excessive response to the few rare events that we do not ignore. Overestimation and overweighting. What is your judgment of the probability that the next president of the United States will be a third-party candidate? How much will you pay for a bet in which you receive $1,000 if the next president of the United States is a third-party candidate and no money otherwise? The two questions are different but obviously related. The first asks you to assess the probability of an unlikely event. The second invites you to put a decision weight on the same event by placing a bet on it. How do people make the judgments, and how do they assign decision weights? We start from two simple answers, then qualify them. Here are the oversimplified answers. People overestimate the probabilities of unlikely events. People overweight unlikely events in their decisions. Although overestimation and overweighting are distinct phenomena, the same psychological mechanisms are involved in both: focused attention, confirmation bias, and cognitive ease. Specific descriptions trigger the associative machinery of System 1. When you thought about the unlikely victory of a third-party candidate, your associative system worked in its usual confirmatory mode, selectively retrieving evidence, instances, and images that would make the statement true. The process was biased, but it was not an exercise in fantasy. You looked for a plausible scenario that conforms to the constraints of reality. You did not simply imagine the theory of the West installing a third-party president. Your judgment of probability was ultimately determined by the cognitive ease, or fluency, with which a plausible scenario came to mind. You do not always focus on the event you are asked to estimate. If the target event is very likely, you focus on its alternative. Consider this example. What is the probability that a baby born in your local hospital will be released within 3 days? You were asked to estimate the probability of the baby going home, but you almost certainly focused on the events that might cause a baby not to be released within the normal period. Our mind has a useful capability to focus spontaneously on whatever is odd, different, or unusual. You quickly realize that it is normal for babies in the United States. Not all countries have the same standards to be released within 2 or 3 days of birth, so your attention turned to the abnormal alternative. The unlikely event became focal. The availability heuristic is likely to be evoked. Your judgment was probably determined by the number of scenarios of medical problems you produced and by the ease with which they came to mind. Because you were in confirmatory mode, there is a good chance that your estimate of the frequency of problems was too high. The probability of a rare event is most likely to be overestimated when the alternative is not fully specified. My favorite example comes from a study that the psychologist Craig Fox conducted while he was Amos's student. Fox recruited fans of professional basketball and elicited several judgments and decisions concerning the winner of the NBA playoffs. In particular, he asked them to estimate the probability that each of the 8 participating teams would win the playoff. The victory of each team in turn was the focal event. You can surely guess what happened, but the magnitude of the effect that Fox observed may surprise you. Imagine a fan who has been asked to estimate the chances that the Chicago Bulls will win the tournament. The focal event is well defined, but its alternative of one of the other 7 teams winning is diffuse and less evocative. The fans' memory and imagination, operating in confirmatory mode, are trying to construct a victory for the Bulls. When the same person is next asked to assess the chances of the Lakers, the same selective activation will work in favor of that team. The 8 best professional basketball teams in the United States are all very good, and it is possible to imagine even a relatively weak team among them emerging as champion. The result, the probability judgments generated successively for the 8 teams added up to 240%. This pattern is absurd, of course, because the sum of the chances of the 8 events must add up to 100%. The absurdity disappeared when the same judges were asked whether the winner would be from the Eastern or the Western Conference. The focal event and its alternative were equally specific in that question, and the judgments of their probabilities added up to 100%. To assess decision weights, Fox also invited the basketball fans to bet on the tournament result. They assigned a cash equivalent to each bet, a cash amount that was just as attractive as playing the bet. Winning the bet would earn a payoff of $160. The sum of the cash equivalents for the 8 individual teams was $287. An average participant who took all 8 bets would be guaranteed a loss of $127. The participants surely knew that there were 8 teams in the tournament, and that the average payoff for betting on all of them could not exceed $160, but they overweighted nonetheless. The fans not only overestimated the probability of the events they focused on, they were also much too willing to bet on them. These findings shed new light on the planning fallacy and other manifestations of optimism. The successful execution of a plan is specific and easy to imagine when one tries to forecast the outcome of a project. In contrast, the alternative of failure is diffuse, because there are innumerable ways for things to go wrong. Entrepreneurs and the investors who evaluate their prospects are prone both to overestimate their chances and to overweight their estimates. Vivid outcomes, as we have seen, prospect theory differs from utility theory in the relationship it suggests between probability and decision weight. In utility theory, decision weights and probabilities are the same. The decision weight of a sure thing is 100, and the weight that corresponds to a 90% chance is exactly 90, which is 9 times more than the decision weight for a 10% chance. In prospect theory, variations of probability have less effect on decision weights. An experiment that I mentioned earlier found that the decision weight for a 90% chance was 71.2 and the decision weight for a 10% chance was 18.6. The ratio of the probabilities was 9.0, but the ratio of the decision weights was only 3.83, indicating sufficient sensitivity to probability in that range. In both theories, the decision weights depend only on probability, not on the outcome. Both theories predict that the decision weight for a 90% chance is the same for winning $100, receiving a dozen roses, or getting an electric shock. This theoretical prediction turns out to be wrong. Psychologists at the University of Chicago published an article with the attractive title Money, Kisses, and Electric Shocks on the effective psychology of risk. Their finding was that the valuation of gambles was much less sensitive to probability when the fictitious outcomes were emotional meeting and kissing your favorite movie star or getting a painful, but not dangerous, electric shock than when the outcomes were gains or losses of cash. This was not an isolated finding. Other researchers have found, using physiological measures such as heart rate, that the fear of an impending electric shock was essentially uncorrelated with the probability of receiving the shock. The mere possibility of a shock triggered the full-blown fear response. The Chicago team proposed that effect light and imagery overwhelmed the response to probability. 10 years later, a team of psychologists at Princeton challenged a conclusion. The Princeton team argued that the low sensitivity to probability that had been observed for emotional outcomes is normal. Gambles on money are the exception. The sensitivity to probability is relatively high for these gambles because they have a definite expected value. What amount of cash is as attractive as each of these gambles? A. 84% chance to win $59. B. 84% chance to receive 1 dozen red roses in a glass vase. What do you notice? The salient difference is the question is much easier than question B. He did not stop to compute the expected value of the bet, but he probably knew quickly that it is not far from $50. In fact, it is $49.56, and the vague estimate was sufficient to provide a helpful anchor as you searched for an equally attractive cash gift. No such anchor is available for question B, which is therefore much harder to answer. Respondents also assessed the cash equivalent of gambles with a 21% chance to win the 2 outcomes. As expected, the difference between the high probability and low probability gambles was much more pronounced for the money than for the roses. To bolster that argument that insensitivity to probability is not caused by emotion, the Princeton team compared willingness to pay to avoid gambles, 21% chance or 84% chance to spend a weekend painting someone's 3-bedroom apartment, 21% chance or 84% chance to clean 3 stalls in a dormitory bathroom after a weekend of use. The second outcome is surely much more emotional than the first, but the decision weights for the two outcomes did not differ. Evidently, the intensity of emotion is not the answer. Another experiment yielded a surprising result. The participants received explicit price information along with a verbal description of the prize. An example could be 84% chance to win a dozen red roses in a glass vase. Value $59. 21% chance to win a dozen red roses in a glass vase. Value $59. It is easy to assess the expected monetary value of these gambles, but adding a specific monetary value did not alter the results. Valuations remained insensitive to probability even in that condition. People who thought of the gift as a chance to get roses did not use price information as an anchor in evaluating the gamble. As scientists sometimes say, this is a surprising finding that is trying to tell us something. What story is it trying to tell us? This story, I believe, is that a rich and vivid representation of the outcome, whether or not it is emotional, reduces the role of probability in the evaluation of an uncertain prospect. This hypothesis suggests a prediction in which I have reasonably high confidence. Adding irrelevant but vivid details to a monetary outcome also disrupts calculation. Compare or cash equivalents for the following outcomes: 21% or 84% chance to receive $59 next Monday, 21% or 84% chance to receive a large blue cardboard envelope containing $59 next Monday morning. The new hypothesis is that there will be less sensitivity to probability in the second case, because the blue envelope evokes a richer and more fluent representation than the abstract notion of a sum of money. You constructed the event in your mind, and the vivid image of the outcome exists there even if you know that its probability is low. Cognitive ease contributes to the certainty effect as well. When you hold a vivid image of an event, the possibility of its not occurring is also represented vividly and overweighted. The combination of an enhanced possibility effect with an enhanced certainty effect leaves little room for decision weights to change between chances of 21% and 84%. Vivid probabilities, the idea that fluency, vividness, and the ease of imagining contribute to decision weights, gain support from many other observations. Participants in a well-known experiment are given a choice of drawing a marble from one of 2 urns, in which red marbles win a prize. Urn A contains 10 marbles, of which 1 is red. Urn B contains 100 marbles, of which 8 are red. Which urn would you choose? The chances of winning are 10% in urn A and 8% in urn B, so making the right choice should be easy, but it is not. About 40% of students choose the urn with the larger number of winning marbles, rather than the urn that provides a better chance of winning. Seymour Epstein has argued that the results illustrate the superficial processing characteristic of System 1, which he calls the experiential system. As you might expect, the remarkably foolish choices that people make in this situation have attracted the attention of many researchers. The bias has been given several names. Following Paul Slovic, I will call it denominator neglect. If your attention is drawn to the winning marbles, you do not assess the number of non-winning marbles with the same care. Vivid imagery contributes to denominator neglect, at least as I experience it. When I think of the small urn, I see a single red marble on a vaguely defined background of white marbles. When I think of the larger urn, I see 8 winning red marbles on an indistinct background of white marbles, which creates a more hopeful feeling. The distinctive vividness of the winning marbles increases the decision weight of that event, enhancing a possibility effect. Of course, the same will be true of the certainty effect. If I have a 90% chance of winning a prize, the event of not winning will be more salient if 10 of 100 marbles are losers than if 1 of 10 marbles yields the same outcome. The idea of denominator neglect helps explain why different ways of communicating risks vary so much in their effects. You read that a vaccine that protects children from a fatal disease carries a 0.1% risk of permanent disability. The risk appears small. Now consider another description of the same risk. 1 of 100,000 vaccinated children will be permanently disabled. The second statement does something to your mind that the first does not. It calls up the image of an individual child who is permanently disabled by a vaccine. The 999,999 safely vaccinated children have faded into the background. As predicted by denominator neglect, low probability events are much more heavily weighted when described in terms of relative frequencies, how many, than when stated in more abstract terms of chances, a risk, or a probability, how likely. As we have seen, System 1 is much better at dealing with individuals than categories. The effect of the frequency format is large. In one study, people who saw information about the disease that kills 1286 people out of every 10,000 judged it as more dangerous than people who were told about a disease that kills 24.14% of the population. The first disease appears more threatening than the second, although the former risk is only half as large as the latter. In an even more direct demonstration of denominator neglect, a disease that kills 86 people out of every 10,000 was judged more dangerous than a disease that kills 24.4 out of 100. The effect would surely be reduced or eliminated if participants were asked for a direct comparison of the two formulations, a task that explicitly calls for system. Life, however, is usually a between-subjects experiment in which you see only one formulation at a time. It would take an exceptionally active system to generate alternative formulations of the one you see and to discover that they evoke a different response. Experienced forensic psychologists and psychiatrists are not immune to the effects of the format in which risks are expressed. In one experiment, professionals evaluated whether it was safe to discharge from the psychiatric hospital a patient, Mr. Jones, with a history of violence. The information they received included an expert's assessment of the risk. The same statistics were described in two ways. Patients similar to Mr. Jones are estimated to have a 10% probability of committing an act of violence against others during the first several months after discharge. Of every 100 patients similar to Mr. Jones, 10 are estimated to commit an act of violence against others during the first several months after discharge. The professionals who saw the frequency format were almost twice as likely to deny the discharge, 41%, compared to 21% in the probability format. The more vivid description produces a higher decision weight for the same probability. The power of format creates opportunities for manipulation, which people with an axe to grind know how to exploit. Slovic and his colleagues cite an article that states that approximately 1,000 homicides a year are committed nationwide by seriously mentally ill individuals who are not taking their medication. Another way of expressing the same fact is that 1,000 out of 273 million Americans will die in this manner each year. Another is that the annual likelihood of being killed by such an individual is approximately 0.36%. Still another 1,000 Americans will die in this manner each year, or less than 1/30 the number who will die of suicide and about 1/4 the number who will die of laryngeal cancer. Slovic points out that these advocates are quite open about their motivation. They want to frighten the general public about violence by people with mental disorder, in the hope that this fear will translate into increased funding for mental health services. A good attorney who wishes to cast doubt on DNA evidence will not tell the jury that the chance of a false match is 0.1%. The statement that a false match occurs in 1 of 1,000 capital cases is far more likely to pass the threshold of reasonable doubt. The jurors hearing those words are invited to generate the image of the man who sits before them in the courtroom being wrongly convicted because of flawed DNA evidence. The prosecutor, of course, will favor the more abstract frame, hoping to fill the jurors' minds with decimal points. Decisions from global impressions. The evidence suggests the hypothesis that focal attention and salience contribute to both the overestimation of unlikely events and the overweighting of unlikely outcomes. Salience is enhanced by mere mention of an event, by its vividness, and by the format in which probability is described. There are exceptions, of course, in which focusing on an event does not raise its probability, cases in which an erroneous theory makes an event appear impossible even when you think about it, or cases in which an inability to imagine how an outcome might come about leaves you convinced that it will not happen. The bias toward overestimation and overweighting of salient events is not an absolute rule, but it is large and robust. There has been much interest in recent years in studies of choice from experience, which follow different rules from the choices from description that are analyzed in prospect theory. Participants in a typical experiment face two buttons. When pressed, each button produces either a monetary reward or nothing, and the outcome is drawn randomly according to the specifications of a prospect, for example, 5% to win $12 or a 95% chance to win $1. The process is truly random, so there is no guarantee that the sample a participant sees exactly represents the statistical setup. The expected values associated with the two buttons are approximately equal, but one is riskier, more variable than the other. For example, one button may produce $10 on 5% of the trials and the other $1 on 50% of the trials. Choice from experience is implemented by exposing the participant to many trials in which she can observe the consequences of pressing one button or another. On the critical trial, she chooses one of the two buttons, and she earns the outcome on that trial. Choice from description is realized by showing the subject the verbal description of the risky prospect associated with each button, such as 5% to win $12, and asking how to choose one. As expected from prospect theory, choice from description yields a possibility if actuarial outcomes are overweighted relative to their probability. In sharp contrast, overweighting is never observed in choice from experience, and underweighting is common. The experimental situation of choice by experience is intended to represent many situations in which we are exposed to variable outcomes from the same source. A restaurant that is usually good may occasionally serve a brilliant or an awful meal. Your friend is usually good company, but he sometimes turns moody and aggressive. California is prone to earthquakes, but they happen rarely. The results of many experiments suggest that rare events are not overweighted when we make decisions such as choosing a restaurant or tying down the boiler to reduce earthquake damage. The interpretation of choice from experience is not yet settled, but there is general agreement on one major cause of underweighting of rare events, both in experiments and in the real world. Many participants never experienced the rare event. Most Californians have never experienced a major earthquake, and in 2007 no banker had personally experienced a devastating financial crisis. Ralph Hartwig and Ida Rev note that chances of rare events such as the burst of housing bubbles receive less impact than they deserve according to their objective probabilities. They point to the public's tepid response to long-term environmental threats as an example. These examples of neglect are both important and easily explained, but underweighting also occurs when people have actually experienced the rare event. Suppose you have a complicated question that two colleagues on your floor could probably answer. You have known them both for years and have had many occasions to observe and experience the character. Adele is fairly consistent and generally helpful, though not exceptional on that dimension. Brian is not quite as friendly and helpful as Adele most of the time, but on some occasions he has been extremely generous with his time and advice. Whom will you approach? Consider two possible views of this decision. It is a choice between two gambles. Adele is closer to a sure thing. The prospect of Brian is more likely to yield a slightly inferior outcome, with a low probability of a very good one. The rare event will be overweighted by a possibility effect, favoring Brian. It is a choice between your global impressions of Adele and Brian. The good and the bad experiences you have had are pulled in your representation of their normal behavior. Unless the rare event is so extreme that it comes to mind separately, Brian once verbally abused a colleague who asked for his help. The norm will be biased toward typical in recent instances, favoring Adele. In a two-system mind, the second interpretation appears far more plausible. System 1 generates global representations of Adele and Brian, which include an emotional attitude and a tendency to approach or avoid. Nothing beyond a comparison of these tendencies is needed to determine the door on which you will knock. Unless the rare event comes to your mind explicitly, it will not be overweighted. Applying the same idea to the experiments on choice from experience is straightforward. As they are observed generating outcomes over time, the two buttons develop integrated personalities to which emotional responses are attached. The conditions under which rare events are ignored or overweighted are better understood now than they were when prospect theory was formulated. The probability of a rare event will often, not always, be overestimated because of the confirmatory bias of memory. Thinking about that event, you try to make it true in your mind. A rare event will be overweighted if it specifically attracts attention. Separate attention is effectively guaranteed when prospects are described explicitly: 99% chance to win $1,000 and 1% chance to win nothing. Obsessive concerns the bus in Jerusalem, vivid images the roses, concrete representations 1 of 1,000, and explicit reminders as in choice from description all contribute to overweighting. And when there is no overweighting, there will be neglect. When it comes to rare probabilities, our mind is not designed to get things quite right. For the residents of a planet that may be exposed to events no one has yet experienced, this is not good news. Speaking of rare events, tsunamis are very rare even in Japan, but the image is so vivid and compelling that tourists are bound to overestimate the probability. It's the familiar disaster cycle: begin by exaggeration and overweighting, then neglect sets in. We shouldn't focus on a single scenario, or we will overestimate its probability. Let's set up specific alternatives and make the probabilities add up to 100%. They want people to be worried by the risk. That's why they describe it as 1 death per 1,000. They're counting on denominator neglect. 31 risk policies. Imagine that you face the following pair of concurrent decisions. First, examine both decisions, then make your choices. Decision: I choose between A, sure gain of $240, B, 25% chance to gain $1,000 and 75% chance to gain nothing. Decision: Woman 2, choose between C, sure loss of $750, D, 75% chance to lose $1,000 and 25% chance to lose nothing. This pair of choice problems has an important place in the history of prospect theory, and it has new things to tell us about rationality. As you skim the two problems, your initial reaction to the sure things in C was attraction to the first and aversion to the second. The emotional evaluation of a sure gain and sure loss is an automatic reaction of System 1, which certainly occurs before the more effortful and optional computation of the expected values of the two gambles respectively, a gain of $250 and a loss of $750. Most people's choices correspond to the predilections of System 1, and large majorities prefer to B and D to C. As in many other choices that involve moderate or high probabilities, people tend to be risk-averse in the domain of gains and risk-seeking in the domain of losses. In the original experiment that Amos and I carried out, 73% of respondents chose indecision I and D indecision room 2, and only 3% favored the combination of B and C. You were asked to examine both options before making your first choice, and you probably did so. But one thing you surely did not do, you did not compute the possible results of the 4 combinations of choices and C and D, B and C, B and D to determine which combination you like best. Your separate preferences for the 2 problems were intuitively compelling, and there was no reason to expect that they could lead to trouble. Furthermore, combining the 2 decision problems is a laborious exercise that you would need paper and pencil to complete. You did not do it. Now consider the following choice problem at 25% chance to win $240 and 75% chance to lose $760 BC. 25% chance to win $250 and 75% chance to lose $750. This choice is easy. Option BC actually dominates option AD, the technical term for one option being unequivocally better than another. You already know what comes next. The dominant option in AD is the combination of the 2 rejected options in the first pair of decision problems, the one that only 3% of respondents favored in our original study. The inferior option BC was preferred by 73% of respondents. Broad or narrow? This set of choices has a lot to tell us about the limits of human rationality. For one thing, it helps us see the logical consistency of human preferences for what it is, a hopeless mirage. Have another look at the last problem, the easy one. Would you have imagined the possibility of decomposing this obvious choice problem into a pair of problems that would lead a large majority of people to choose an inferior option? This is generally true. Every simple choice formulated in terms of gains and losses can be deconstructed in innumerable ways into a combination of choices, yielding preferences that are likely to be inconsistent. The example also shows that it is costly to be risk-averse for gains and risk-seeking for losses. These attitudes make you willing to pay a premium to obtain a sure gain rather than face a gamble, and also willing to pay a premium in expected value to avoid a sure loss. Both payments come out of the same pocket, and when you face both kinds of problems at once, the discrepant attitudes are unlikely to be optimal. There were 2 ways of construing decisions I and Roman 2, narrow framing, a sequence of 2 simple decisions, considered separately. Broad framing, a single comprehensive decision, with 4 options. Broad framing was obviously superior in this case. Indeed, it will be superior, or at least not inferior, in every case in which several decisions are to be contemplated together. Imagine a longer list of 5 simple binary decisions to be considered simultaneously. The broad comprehensive frame consists of a single choice with 32 options. Narrow framing will yield a sequence of 5 simple choices. This sequence of 5 choices will be one of the 32 options of the broad frame. Will it be the best? Perhaps, but not very likely. A rational agent will of course engage in broad framing, but humans are by nature narrow framers. The ideal of logical consistency, as this example shows, is not achievable by our limited mind. Because we are susceptible to vicinity and averse to mental effort, we tend to make decisions as problems arise, even when we are specifically instructed to consider them jointly. We have neither the inclination nor the mental resources to enforce consistency on our preferences, and our preferences are not magically set to be coherent as they are in the rational agent model. Samuelson's problem. The great Paul Samuelson, a giant among the economists of the 20th century, famously asked a friend whether he would accept a gamble on the toss of a coin in which he could lose $100 or win $200. His friend responded, "I won't bet because I would feel the $100 loss more than the $200 gain, but I'll take you on if you promise to let me make 100 such bets." Unless you are a decision theorist, you probably share the intuition of Samuelson's friend that playing a very favorable but risky gamble multiple times reduces the subjective risk. Samuelson found his friend's answer interesting and went on to analyze it. He proved that under some very specific conditions, a utility maximizer who rejects a single gamble should also reject the offer of many. Remarkably, Samuelson did not seem to mind the fact that his proof, which is of course valid, led to a conclusion that violates common sense, if not rationality. The offer of 100 gambles is so attractive that no sane person would reject it. Matthew Rabin and Richard Thaler pointed out that the aggregated gamble of 150-50 lose $100/gain $200 bets is an expected return of $5,000, with only a 1/2300 chance of losing any money and merely a 1/62,000 chance of losing more than $1,000. Their point, of course, is that if utility theory can be consistent with such a foolish preference under any circumstances, then something must be wrong with it as a model of rational choice. Samuelson had not seen Rabin's proof of the absurd consequences of severe loss aversion for small bets, but he would surely not have been surprised by it. His willingness even to consider the possibility that it could be rational to reject a package testifies to the powerful hold of the rational model. Let us assume that a very simple value function describes the preferences of Sam Wilson's friend, call him Sam. To express his aversion to losses, Sam first rewrites the bet after multiplying each loss by a factor of 2. He then computes the expected value of the rewritten bet. Here are the results for 1, 2, or 3 tosses. They are sufficiently instructive to deserve some pupil-dilating effort. You can see in the display that the gamble has an expected value of 50. However, 1 toss is worth nothing to Sam because he feels that the pain of losing $1 is twice as intense as the pleasure of winning $1. After rewriting the gamble to reflect his loss aversion, Sam will find that the value of the gamble is 0. Now consider 2 tosses. The chances of losing have gone down to 25%. The 2 extreme outcomes, lose 200 or win 400, cancel out in value. They are equally likely, and the losses are weighted twice as much as the gain. But the intermediate outcome, 1 loss, 1 gain, is positive, and so is the compound gamble as a whole. Now you can see the cost of narrower framing and the magic of aggregating gambles. Here are 2 favorable gambles, which individually are worth nothing to Sam. If he encounters the offer on 2 separate occasions, he will turn it down both times. However, if he bundles the 2 offers together, they are jointly worth $50. Things get even better when 3 gambles are bundled. The extreme outcomes still cancel out, but they have become less significant. The 3rd toss, although worthless if evaluated on its own, has added $62.50 to the total value of the package. By the time Sam is offered 5 gambles, the expected value of the offer will be $250, his probability of losing anything will be 18.75%, and his cash equivalent will be $203.125. The notable aspect of the story is that Sam never wavers in his aversion to losses. However, the aggregation of favorable gambles rapidly reduces the probability of losing, and the impact of loss aversion on his preferences diminishes accordingly. Now I have a sermon ready for Sam if he rejects the offer of a single highly favorable gamble played once, and for you if you share his unreasonable aversion to losses. I sympathize with your aversion to losing any gamble, but it is costing you a lot of money. Please consider this question: are you on your deathbed? Is this the last offer of a small favorable gamble that you will ever consider? Of course, you are unlikely to be offered exactly this gamble again, but you will have many opportunities to consider attractive gambles with stakes that are very small relative to your wealth. You will do yourself a large financial favor if you are able to see each of these gambles as part of a bundle of small gambles and rehearse the mantra that will get you significantly closer to economic rationality. You win a few, you lose a few. The main purpose of the mantra is to control your emotional response when you do lose. If you can trust it to be effective, you should remind yourself of it when deciding whether or not to accept a small risk with positive expected value. Remember these qualifications when using the mantra. It works when the gambles are genuinely independent of each other. It does not apply to multiple investments in the same industry, which would all go bad together. It works only when the possible loss does not cause you to worry about your total wealth. If you would take the loss as significant bad news about your economic future, watch it. It should not be applied to long shots, where the probability of winning is very small for each bet. If you have the emotional discipline that this rule requires, you will never consider a small gamble in isolation or be loss-averse for a small gamble until you are actually on your deathbed, and not even then. This advice is not impossible to follow. Experienced traders in financial markets live by it every day, shielding themselves from the pain of losses by broad framing. As was mentioned earlier, we now know that experimental subjects could be almost cured of their loss aversion in a particular context by inducing them to think like a trader, just as experienced baseball card traders are not as susceptible to the endowment effect as novices are. Students make risky decisions to accept or reject gambles in which they could lose under different instructions. In the narrower framing condition, they were told to make each decision as if it were the only one and to accept their emotions. The instructions for broad framing of a decision included the phrases "imagine yourself as a trader, you do this all the time, and treat it as one of many monetary decisions, which will sum together to produce a portfolio." The experimenters assessed the subject's emotional response to gains and losses by physiological measures, including changes in the electrical conductance of the skin that are used in lie detection. As expected, broad framing blunted the emotional reaction to losses and increased the willingness to take risks. The combination of loss aversion and narrow framing is a costly curse. Individual investors can avoid that curse, achieving the emotional benefits of broad framing while also saving time and agony by reducing the frequency with which they check how well their investments are doing. Closely following daily fluctuations is a losing proposition because the pain of the frequent small losses exceeds the pleasure of the equally frequent small gains. Once a quarter is enough, and maybe more than enough for individual investors. In addition to improving the emotional quality of life, the deliberate avoidance of exposure to short-term outcomes improves the quality of both decisions and outcomes. The typical short-term reaction to bad news is increased loss aversion. Investors who get aggregated feedback receive such news much less often and are likely to be less risk-averse and to end up richer. You are also less prone to useless churning of your portfolio if you don't know how every stock in it is doing every day or every week or even every month. A commitment not to change one's position for several periods, the equivalent of locking in an investment, improves financial performance. Risk policies decision-makers who are prone to narrow framing construct a preference every time they face a risky choice. They would do better by having a risk policy that they routinely apply whenever a relevant problem arises. Familiar examples of risk policies are always take the highest possible deductible when purchasing insurance and never buy extended warranties. A risk policy is a broad frame. In the insurance examples, you expect the occasional loss of the entire deductible or the occasional failure of an uninsured product. The relevant issue is your ability to reduce or eliminate the pain of the occasional loss by the thought that the policy that left you exposed to it will almost certainly be financially advantageous over the long run. A risk policy that aggregates decisions is analogous to the outside view of planning problems that I discussed earlier. The outside view shifts the focus from the specifics of the current situation to the statistics of outcomes in similar situations. The outside view is a broad frame for thinking about plans. A risk policy is a broad frame that embeds a particular risky choice in a set of similar choices. The outside view and the risk policy are remedies against two distinct biases that affect many decisions: the exaggerated optimism of the planning fallacy and the exaggerated caution induced by loss aversion. The two biases oppose each other. Exaggerated optimism protects individuals and organizations from the paralyzing effects of loss aversion. Loss aversion protects them from the follies of overconfident optimism. The upshot is rather comfortable for the decision-maker. Optimists believe that the decisions they make are more prudent than they really are, and loss-averse decision-makers correctly reject marginal propositions that they might otherwise accept. There is no guarantee, of course, that the biases cancel out in every situation. An organization that could eliminate both excessive optimism and excessive loss aversion should do so. The combination of the outside view with a risk policy should be the goal. Richard Thaler tells of a discussion about decision-making he had with the top managers of the 25 divisions of a large company. He asked them to consider a risky option in which, with equal probabilities, they could lose a large amount of the capital they controlled or earn double that amount. None of the executives was willing to take such a dangerous gamble. Thaler then turned to the CEO of the company, who was also present, and asked for his opinion. Without hesitation, the CEO answered, "I would like all of them to accept their risks." In the context of that conversation, it was natural for the CEO to adopt a broad frame that encompassed all 25 bets. Like Sam facing 100 coin tosses, he could count on statistical aggregation to mitigate the overall risk. Speaking of risk policies, tell her to think like a trader. You win a few, you lose a few. If I decided to evaluate my portfolio only once a quarter, I am too loss-averse to make sensible decisions in the face of daily price fluctuations that they never buy extended warranties. That's their risk policy. Each of our executives is loss-averse in his or her domain. That's perfectly natural, but the result is that the organization is not taking enough risk. 32. Keeping score. Except for the very poor, for whom income coincides with survival, the main motivators of money-seeking are not necessarily economic. For the billionaire looking for the extra billion, and indeed for the participant in an experimental economics project looking for the extra dollar, money is a proxy for points on a scale of self-regard and achievement. These rewards and punishments, promises and threats are all in our heads. We carefully keep score of them. They shape our preferences and motivate our actions, like the incentives provided in the social environment. As a result, we refuse to cut losses when doing so would admit failure. We are biased against actions that could lead to regret, and we draw an illusory but sharp distinction between omission and commission, not doing and doing, because the sense of responsibility is greater for one than for the other. The ultimate currency that rewards or punishes is often emotional, a form of mental self-dealing that inevitably creates conflicts of interest when the individual acts as an agent on behalf of an organization. Mental accounts. Richard Thaler has been fascinated for many years by analogies between the world of accounting and the mental accounts that we use to organize and run our lives, with results that are sometimes foolish and sometimes very helpful. Mental accounts come in several varieties. We hold our money in different accounts, which are sometimes physical, sometimes only mental. We have spending money, general savings, earmarked savings for our children's education or for medical emergencies. There is a clear hierarchy in our willingness to draw on these accounts to cover current needs. We use accounts for self-control purposes, as in making a household budget, limiting the daily consumption of espressos, or increasing the time spent exercising. Often we pay for self-control, for instance simultaneously putting money in a savings account and maintaining debt on credit cards. The icons of the rational agent model do not resort to mental accounting. They have a comprehensive view of outcomes and are driven by external incentives. For humans, mental accounts are a form of narrow framing. They keep things under control and manageable by a finite mind. Mental accounts are used extensively to keep score. Recall that professional golfers putt more successfully when working to avoid a bogey than to achieve a birdie. One conclusion we can draw is that the best golfers create a separate account for each hole. They do not only maintain a single account for their overall success. An ironic example that Thaler related in an early article remains one of the best illustrations of how mental accounting affects behavior. Two avid sports fans planned to travel 40 miles to see a basketball game. One of them paid for his ticket. The other was on his way to purchase a ticket when he got one free from a friend. A blizzard is announced for the night of the game. Which of the two ticket holders is more likely to brave the blizzard to see the game? The answer is immediate. We know that the fan who paid for his ticket is more likely to drive. Mental accounting provides the explanation. We assume that both fans set up an account for the game they hope to see. Missing the game will close the accounts with a negative balance. Regardless of how they came by their ticket, both will be disappointed, but the closing balance is distinctly more negative for the one who bought a ticket and is now out of pocket as well as deprived of the game. Because staying home is worse for this individual, he is more motivated to see the game and therefore more likely to make the attempt to drive into a blizzard. These are tacit calculations of emotional balance, of the kind that System 1 performs without deliberation. The emotions that people attach to the state of their mental accounts are not acknowledged in standard economic theory. An Ekin would realize that the ticket has already been paid for and cannot be returned. Its cost is sunk, and the Ekin would not care whether he had bought the ticket to the game or got it from a friend if Ekins have friends. To implement this rational behavior, System 2 would have to be aware of the counterfactual possibility: would I still drive into the snowstorm if I had gotten the ticket free from a friend? It takes an active and disciplined mind to raise such a difficult question. A related mistake afflicts individual investors when they sell stocks from their portfolio. You need money to cover the costs of your daughter's wedding and will have to sell some stock. You remember the price at which you bought each stock and can identify it as a winner, currently worth more than you paid for it, or as a loser. Among the stocks you own, Blueberry Tiles is a winner. If you sell it today, you will have achieved a gain of $5,000. You hold an equal investment in Tiffany Motors, which is currently worth $5,000 less than you paid for it. The value of both stocks has been stable in recent weeks. Which are you more likely to sell? A plausible way to formulate the choice is this: I could close the Blueberry Tiles account and score success for my record as an investor. Alternatively, I could close the Tiffany Motors account and add a failure to my record. Which would I rather do? If the problem is framed as a choice between giving yourself pleasure and causing yourself pain, you will certainly sell Blueberry Tiles and enjoy your investment prowess. As might be expected, finance research has documented a massive preference for selling winners rather than losers, a bias that has been given an opaque label: the disposition effect. The disposition effect is an instance of narrow framing. The investor has set up an account for each share that she bought, and she wants to close every account as a gain. A rational agent would have a comprehensive view of the portfolio and sell the stock that is least likely to do well in the future, without considering whether it is a winner or a loser. Amos told me of a conversation with a financial advisor who asked him for a complete list of the stocks in his portfolio, including the price at which each had been purchased. When Amos asked mildly, "Isn't it supposed not to matter?" the advisor looked astonished. He had apparently always believed that the state of the mental account was a valid consideration. Amos's guess about the financial advisor's beliefs was probably right, but he was wrong to dismiss the buying price as irrelevant. The purchase price does matter and should be considered, even by Ekins. The disposition effect is a costly bias because the question of whether to sell winners or losers is a clear answer, and it is not that it makes no difference. If you care about your wealth rather than your immediate emotions, you will sell the loser Tiffany Motors and hang on to the winning Blueberry Tiles. At least in the United States, taxes provide a strong incentive. Realizing losses reduces your taxes, while selling winners exposes you to taxes. This elementary fact of financial life is actually known to all American investors, and it determines the decisions they make during 1 month of the year. Investors sell more losers in December, when taxes are on their mind. The tax advantage is available all year, of course, but for 11 months of the year mental accounting prevails over financial common sense. Another argument against selling winners is the well-documented market anomaly that stocks that recently gained in value are likely to go on gaining at least for a short while. The net effect is large. The expected after-tax extra return of selling Tiffany rather than Blueberry is 3.4% over the next year. Closing a mental account with a gain is a pleasure, but it is a pleasure you pay for. The mistake is not one that an Ekin would ever make, and experienced investors who are using their System 2 are less susceptible to it than our novices. A rational decision-maker is interested only in the future consequences of current investments. Justifying earlier mistakes is not among the Ekin's concerns. The decision to invest additional resources in a losing account when better investments are available is known as the sunk cost fallacy, a costly mistake that is observed in decisions large and small. Driving into the blizzard because one paid for tickets is a sunk cost error. Imagine a company that has already spent $50 million on a project. The project is now behind schedule and the forecasts of its ultimate returns are less favorable than at the initial planning stage. An additional investment of $60 million is required to give the project a chance. An alternative proposal is to invest the same amount in a new project that currently looks likely to bring higher returns. What will the company do? All too often a company afflicted by sunk cost drives into the blizzard, throwing good money after bad rather than accepting the humiliation of closing the account of a costly failure. This situation is in the top right cell of the Fourfold Pattern page, where the choice is between a sure loss and an unfavorable gamble, which is often unwisely preferred. The escalation of commitment to failing endeavors is a mistake from the perspective of the firm, but not necessarily from the perspective of the executive who owns a floundering project. Cancelling the project will leave a permanent stain on the executive's record, and his personal interests are perhaps best served by gambling further with the organization's resources in the hope of recouping the original investment, or at least in an attempt to postpone the day of reckoning. In the presence of sunk costs, the manager's incentives are misaligned with the objectives of the firm and its shareholders, a familiar type of what is known as the agency problem. Boards of directors are well aware of these conflicts and often replace a CEO who is encumbered by prior decisions and reluctant to cut losses. The members of the board do not necessarily believe that the new CEO is more competent than the one she replaces. They do know that she does not carry the same mental accounts and is therefore better able to ignore the sunk costs of past investments in evaluating current opportunities. The sunk cost fallacy keeps people for too long in poor jobs, unhappy marriages, and unpromising research projects. I have often observed young scientists struggling to salvage a doomed project when they would be better advised to drop it and start a new one. Fortunately, research suggests that at least in some contexts the fallacy can be overcome. The sunk cost fallacy is identified and taught as a mistake in both economics and business courses, apparently to good effect. There is evidence that graduate students in these fields are more willing than others to walk away from a failing project. Regret is an emotion, and it is also a punishment that we administer to ourselves. The fear of regret is a factor in many of the decisions that people make. Don't do this, you will regret it is a common warning, and the actual experience of regret is familiar. The emotional state has been well described by two Dutch psychologists, who noted that regret is accompanied by feelings that one should have known better, by a sinking feeling, by thoughts about the mistake one has made and the opportunities lost, by a tendency to kick oneself and to correct one's mistake, and by wanting to undo the event and to get a second chance. Intense regret is what you experience when you can most easily imagine yourself doing something other than what you did. Regret is one of the counterfactual emotions that are triggered by the availability of alternatives to reality. After every plane crash, there are special stories about passengers who should not have been on the plane. They got a seat at the last moment. They were transferred from another airline. They were supposed to fly a day earlier but had to postpone. The common feature of these poignant stories is that they involve unusual events, and unusual events are easier than normal events to endure in imagination. Associative memory contains a representation of the normal world and its rules. An abnormal event attracts attention, and it also activates the idea of the event that would have been normal under the same circumstances. To appreciate the link of regret to normality, consider the following scenario. Mr. Brown almost never picks up hitchhikers. Yesterday he gave a man a ride and was robbed. Mr. Smith frequently picks up hitchhikers. Yesterday he gave a man a ride and was robbed. Who of the two will experience greater regret over the episode? The results are not surprising. 88% of respondents said Mr. Brown, 12% said Mr. Smith. Regret is not the same as blame. Other participants were asked this question about the same incident: who will be criticized most severely by others? The results: Mr. Brown 23%, Mr. Smith 77%. Regret and blame are both evoked by a comparison to a norm, but the relevant norms are different. The emotions experienced by Mr. Brown and Mr. Smith are dominated by what they usually do about hitchhikers. Taking a hitchhiker is an abnormal event for Mr. Brown, and most people therefore expect him to experience more intense regret. A judgmental observer, however, will compare both men to conventional norms of reasonable behavior and is likely to blame Mr. Smith for habitually taking unreasonable risks. We are tempted to say that Mr. Smith deserved his fate and that Mr. Brown was unlucky. But Mr. Brown is the one who is more likely to be kicking himself because he acted out of character in this one instance. Decision-makers know that they are prone to regret, and the anticipation of that painful emotion plays a part in many decisions. Intuitions about regret are remarkably uniform and compelling, as the next example illustrates. Paul owned shares in Company A. During the past year he considered switching to stock in Company B, but he decided against it. He now learns that he would have been better off by $1,200 if he had switched to the stock of Company B. George owned shares in Company B. During the past year, he switched to stock in Company A. He now learns that he would have been better off by $1,200 if he had kept his stock in Company B, who feels greater regret. The results are clear-cut. 8% of respondents say Paul, 92% say George. This is curious because the situations of the two investors are objectively identical. They both now own stock A and both would have been better off by the same amount if they owned stock B. The only difference is that George got to where he is by acting, whereas Paul got to the same place by failing to act. This short example illustrates a broad story. People expect to have stronger emotional reactions, including regret to an outcome that is produced by action than to the same outcome when it is produced by an action. This has been verified in the context of gambling. People expect to be happier if they gamble and win than if they refrain from gambling and get the same amount. The asymmetry is at least as strong for losses, and it applies to blame as well as to regret. The key is not the difference between commission and omission, but a distinction between default options and actions that deviate from the default. When you deviate from the default, you can easily imagine the norm, and if the default is associated with bad consequences, the discrepancy between the two can be the source of painful emotions. The default option when you own a stock is not to sell it, but the default option when you meet your colleague in the morning is to greet him. Selling a stock and failing to greet your coworker are both departures from the default option and natural candidates for regret or blame. In a compelling demonstration of the power of default options, participants played a computer simulation of blackjack. Some players were asked, "Do you wish to hit?" while others were asked, "Do you wish to stand?" Regardless of the question, saying yes was associated with much more regret than saying no if the outcome was bad. The question evidently suggests a default response, which is, "I don't have a strong wish to do it." It is the departure from the default that produces regret. Another situation in which action is the default is that of a coach whose team lost badly in their last game. The coach is expected to make a change of personnel or strategy, and a failure to do so will produce blame and regret. The asymmetry in the risk of regret favors conventional and risk-averse choices. The bias appears in many contexts. Consumers who are reminded that they may feel regret as a result of their choices show an increased preference for conventional options, favoring brand names over generics. The behavior of the managers of financial funds as the year approaches its end also shows an effect of anticipated evaluation. They tend to clean up their portfolios of unconventional and otherwise questionable stocks. Even life or death decisions can be affected. Imagine a physician with a gravely ill patient. One treatment fits the normal standard of care, another is unusual. The physician has some reason to believe that the unconventional treatment improves the patient's chances, but the evidence is inconclusive. The physician who prescribes the unusual treatment faces a substantial risk of regret, blame, and perhaps litigation. In hindsight, it will be easier to imagine the normal choice. The abnormal choice will be easy to undo. True, a good outcome will contribute to the reputation of the physician who dared, but the potential benefit is smaller than the potential cost because success is generally a more normal outcome than is failure. Responsibility losses are weighted about twice as much as gains in several contexts: choice between gambles, the endowment effect, and reactions to price changes. The loss aversion coefficient is much higher in some situations. In particular, you may be more loss averse for aspects of your life that are more important than money, such as health. Furthermore, your reluctance to sell important endowments increases dramatically when doing so might make you responsible for an awful outcome. Richard Thaler's early classic on consumer behavior included a compelling example, slightly modified in the following question. You have been exposed to a disease which, if contracted, leads to a quick and painless death within a week. The probability that you have the disease is 1/1000. There is a vaccine that is effective only before any symptoms appear. What is the maximum you would be willing to pay for the vaccine? Most people are willing to pay a significant but limited amount. Facing the possibility of death is unpleasant, but the risk is small and it seems unreasonable to ruin yourself to avoid it. Now consider a slight variation. Volunteers are needed for research on the above disease. All that is required is that you expose yourself to a 1/1000 chance of contracting the disease. What is the minimum you would ask to be paid in order to volunteer for this program? You would not be allowed to purchase the vaccine. As you might expect, the fee that volunteers set is far higher than the price they were willing to pay for the vaccine. Thaler reported informally that a typical ratio is above 51. The extremely high selling price reflects two features of this problem. In the first place, you are not supposed to sell your health. The transaction is not considered legitimate and the reluctance to engage in it is expressed in a higher price. Perhaps most important, you will be responsible for the outcome if it is bad. You know that if you wake up one morning with symptoms indicating that you will soon be dead, you will feel more regret in the second case than in the first, because you could have rejected the idea of selling your health without even stopping to consider the price. You could have stayed with the default option and done nothing, and now this counterfactual will haunt you for the rest of your life. The survey of parents' reactions to a potentially hazardous insecticide mentioned earlier also included a question about the willingness to accept increased risk. The respondents were told to imagine that they used an insecticide where the risk of inhalation and child poisoning was 15 per 10,000 bottles. A less expensive insecticide was available, for which the risk rose from 15 to 16 per 10,000 bottles. The parents were asked for the discount that would induce them to switch to the less expensive and less safe product. More than 2/3 of the parents in the survey responded that they would not purchase the new product at any price. They were evidently revolted by the very idea of trading the safety of their child for money. The minority who found a discount they could accept demanded an amount that was significantly higher than the amount they were willing to pay for a far larger improvement in the safety of the product. Anyone can understand and sympathize with the reluctance of parents to trade even a minute increase of risk to their child for money. It is worth noting, however, that this attitude is incoherent and potentially damaging to the safety of those we wish to protect. Even the most loving parents have finite resources of time and money to protect their child. The keeping my child safe mental account has a limited budget, and it seems reasonable to deploy these resources in a way that puts them to best use. Money that could be saved by accepting a minute increase in the risk of harm from a pesticide could certainly be put to better use in reducing the child's exposure to other harms, perhaps by purchasing safer car seat or covers for electric sockets. The taboo trade-off against accepting any increase in risk is not an efficient way to use the safety budget. In fact, the resistance may be motivated by a selfish fear of regret more than by a wish to optimize the child's safety. The what-if thought that occurs to any parent who deliberately makes such a trade is an image of the regret and shame he or she would feel in the event the pesticide caused harm. The intense aversion to trading increased risk for some other advantage plays out on a grand scale in the laws and regulations governing risk. This trend is especially strong in Europe, where the precautionary principle, which prohibits any action that might cause harm, is a widely accepted doctrine. In the regulatory context, the precautionary principle imposes the entire burden of proving safety on anyone who undertakes actions that might harm people or the environment. Multiple international bodies have specified that the absence of scientific evidence of potential damage is not sufficient justification for taking risks. As the jurist Cass Sunstein points out, the precautionary principle is costly, and when interpreted strictly, it can be paralyzing. He mentions an impressive list of innovations that would not have passed a test, including airplanes, air conditioning, antibiotics, automobiles, chlorine, the measles vaccine, open-heart surgery, radio, refrigeration, smallpox vaccine, and X-rays. The strong version of the precautionary principle is obviously untenable. But enhanced loss aversion is embedded in a strong and widely shared moral intuition. It originates in System 1. The dilemma between intensely loss-averse moral attitudes and efficient risk management does not have a simple and compelling solution. We spend much of our day anticipating and trying to avoid the emotional pains we inflict on ourselves. How seriously should we take these intangible outcomes, the self-administered punishments and occasional rewards that we experience as we score our lives? Actions are not supposed to have them, and they are costly to humans. They lead to actions that are detrimental to the wealth of individuals, to the soundness of policy, and to the welfare of society. But the emotions of regret and moral responsibility are real, and the fact that actions do not have them may not be relevant. Is it reasonable, in particular, to let your choices be influenced by the anticipation of regret? Susceptibility to regret, like susceptibility to fainting spells, is a fact of life to which one must adjust. If you are an investor sufficiently rich and cautious at heart, you may be able to afford the luxury of a portfolio that minimizes the expectation of regret even if it does not maximize the accrual of wealth. You can also take precautions that will inoculate you against regret. Perhaps the most useful is to be explicit about the anticipation of regret. If you can remember when things go badly that you consider the possibility of regret carefully before deciding, you are likely to experience less of it. You should also know the regret and hindsight bias will come together, so anything you can do to preclude hindsight is likely to be helpful. My personal hindsight-avoiding policy is to be either very thorough or completely casual when making a decision with long-term consequences. Hindsight is worse when you think a little, just enough to tell yourself later, I almost made a better choice. Daniel Gilbert and his colleagues provocatively claim that people generally anticipate more regret than they will actually experience, because they underestimate the efficacy of the psychological defenses they will deploy, which they label the psychological immune system. Their recommendation is that you should not put too much weight on regret. Even if you have some, it will hurt less than you now think. Speaking of keeping score, he has separate mental accounts for cash and credit purchases that constantly remind him that money is money. We are hanging onto the stock just to avoid closing our mental account at a loss. That's the disposition effect. We discovered an excellent dish at that restaurant, and we never try anything else to avoid regret. The salesperson showed me the most expensive car seat and said it was the safest, and I could not bring myself to buy the cheaper model. It felt like a taboo trade-off. 33 reversals. You have the task of setting compensation for victims of violent crimes. You consider the case of a man who lost the use of his right arm as a result of a gunshot wound. He was shot when he walked in on a robbery occurring in a convenience store in his neighborhood. 2 stores were located near the victim's home, one of which he frequented more regularly than the other. Consider 2 scenarios. The burglary happened in the man's regular store. Roman 2, the man's regular store was closed for a funeral, so he did his shopping in the other store where he was shot. Should the store in which the man was shot make a difference to his compensation? You made your judgment in joint evaluation, where you consider 2 scenarios at the same time and make a comparison. You can apply a rule. If you think that the second scenario deserves higher compensation, you should assign it a higher dollar value. There is almost universal agreement on the answer. Compensation should be the same in both situations. The compensation is for the crippling injury, so why should the location in which it occurred make any difference? The joint evaluation of the 2 scenarios gave you a chance to examine your moral principles about the factors that are relevant to victim compensation. For most people, location is not one of these factors. As in other situations that require an explicit comparison, thinking was slow and System 2 was involved. The psychologists Dale Miller and Kathy McFarland, who originally designed the 2 scenarios, presented them to different people for single evaluation. In their between subjects experiment, each participant saw only one scenario and assigned a dollar value to it. They found, as you surely guessed, that the victim was awarded a much larger sum if he was shot in a store he rarely visited than if he was shot in his regular store. Poignancy, a close cousin of regret, is a counterfactual feeling, which is evoked because the thought if only he had shopped at his regular store comes readily to mind. The familiar System 1 mechanisms of substitution and intensity matching translate the strength of the emotional reaction to the story onto a monetary scale, creating a large difference in dollar awards. The comparison of the 2 experiments reveals a sharp contrast. Almost everyone who sees both scenarios together within subject endorses the principle that poignancy is not a legitimate consideration. Unfortunately, the principle becomes relevant only when the 2 scenarios are seen together, and this is not how life usually works. We normally experience life in the between subjects mode, in which contrasting alternatives that might change your mind are absent, and of course vice. As a consequence, the beliefs that you endorse when you reflect about morality do not necessarily govern your emotional reactions, and the moral intuitions that come to your mind in different situations are not internally consistent. The discrepancy between single and joint evaluation of the burglary scenario belongs to a broad family of reversals of judgment and choice. First preference reversals were discovered in the early 1970s, and many reversals of other kinds were reported over the years. Challenging economics preference reversals have an important place in the history of the conversation between psychologists and economists. The reversals that attracted attention were reported by Sarah Lichtenstein and Paul Slovic, 2 psychologists who had done their graduate work at the University of Michigan at the same time as Amos. They conducted an experiment on preferences between bets, which I show in a slightly simplified version. You are offered a choice between 2 bets, which are to be played on a roulette wheel with 36 sectors. Bet A, 11/36 to win $160, 25/36 to lose $15. Bet B, 35/36 to win $40, 1/36 to lose $10. You are asked to choose between a safe bet and a riskier one, an almost certain win of a modest amount, or a small chance to win a substantially larger amount and a high probability of losing. Safety prevails, and B is clearly the more popular choice. Now consider each bet separately. If you own that bet, what is the lowest price at which you would sell it? Remember that you are not negotiating with anyone. Your task is to determine the lowest price at which you would truly be willing to give up the bet. Try it. You may find that the price that can be won is salient in this task, and that your evaluation of what the bet is worth is anchored on that value. The results support this conjecture, and the selling price is higher for better than for bet B. This is a preference reversal. People choose B over A, but if they imagine owning only one of them, they set a higher value on it than on B, as in the burglary scenarios. A preference reversal occurs because joint evaluation focuses attention on an aspect of the situation, the fact that bet is much less safe than bet B, which was less salient in single evaluation. The features that cause the difference between the judgments of the options in single evaluation, the poignancy of the victim being in the wrong grocery store, and the anchoring on the price are suppressed or irrelevant when the options are evaluated jointly. The emotional reactions of System 1 are much more likely to determine single evaluation. The comparison that occurs in joint evaluation always involves a more careful and effortful assessment, which calls for System 2. The preference reversal can be confirmed in a within-subject experiment, in which subjects set prices on both sets as part of a long list, and also choose between them. Participants are unaware of the inconsistency, and their reactions when confronted with it can be entertaining. A 1968 interview of a participant in the experiment conducted by Sarah Lichtenstein is an enduring classic of the field. The experimenter talks at length with the bewildered participant, who chooses one bet over another but is then willing to pay money to exchange the item he just chose for the one he just rejected, and goes through the cycle repeatedly. Rational icons would surely not be susceptible to preference reversals, and the phenomenon was therefore a challenge to the rational agent model and to the economic theory that is built on this model. The challenge could have been ignored, but it was not. A few years after the preference reversals were reported, two respected economists, David Gretter and Charles Plot, published an article in the prestigious American Economic Review in which they reported their own studies of the phenomenon that Lichtenstein and Slovic had described. This is probably the first finding by experimental psychologists that ever attracted the attention of economists. The introductory paragraph of Gretter and Plot's article was unusually dramatic for a scholarly paper, and their intent was clear. A body of data and theory has been developing within psychology which should be of interest to economists. Taken at face value, the data are simply inconsistent with preference theory and have broad implications about research priorities within economics. This paper reports the results of a series of experiments designed to discredit the psychologist's works as applied to economics. Gretter and Plot listed 13 theories that could explain the original findings and reported carefully designed experiments that tested these theories. One of their hypotheses, which needless to say psychologists found patronizing, was that the results were due to the experiment being carried out by psychologists. Eventually, only one hypothesis was left standing. The psychologists were right. Gretter and Plot acknowledged that this hypothesis is the least satisfactory from the point of view of standard preference theory, because it allows individual choice to depend on the context in which the choices are made, a clear violation of the coherence doctrine. You might think that the surprising outcome would cause much anguish soul-searching among economists, as a basic assumption of the theory had been successfully challenged. But this is not the way things work in social science, including both psychology and economics. Theoretical beliefs are robust, and it takes much more than one embarrassing finding for established theories to be seriously questioned. In fact, Gretter and Plot's admirably forthright report had little direct effect on the convictions of economists, probably including Gretter and Plot. It contributed, however, to a greater willingness of the community of economists to take psychological research seriously and thereby greatly advance the conversation across the boundaries of the disciplines. Categories. How tall is John? If John is 5 tall, your answer will depend on his age. He is very tall if he is 6 years old, very short if he is 16. Your System 1 automatically retrieves the relevant norm, and the meaning of the scale of tallness is adjusted automatically. You are also able to match intensities across categories and answer the question, how expensive is a restaurant meal that matches John's height? Your answer will depend on John's age, a much less expensive meal if he is 16 than if he is 6. But now look at this, John is 6. He is 5 tall. Jim is 16. He is 5 tall. In single evaluations, everyone will agree that John is very tall and Jim is not, because they are compared to different norms. If you are asked a directly comparative question, is John as tall as Jim? You will answer that he is not. There is no surprise here and little ambiguity. In other situations, however, the process by which objects and events recruit their own context of comparison can lead to incoherent choices on serious matters. You should not form the impression that single and joint evaluations are always inconsistent, or that judgments are completely chaotic. Our world is broken into categories for which we have norms, such as 6-year-old boys or tables. Judgments and preferences are coherent within categories, but potentially incoherent when the objects that are evaluated belong to different categories. For an example, answer the following 3 questions. Which do you like more, apples or peaches? Which do you like more, steak or stew? Which do you like more, apples or steak? The first and the second questions refer to items that belong to the same category, and you know immediately which you like more. Furthermore, you would have recovered the same ranking from single evaluation. How much do you like apples, and how much do you like peaches, because apples and peaches both evoke fruit. There will be no preference reversal because different fruits are compared to the same norm and implicitly compared to each other in single as well as in joint evaluation. In contrast to the within category questions, there is no stable answer for the comparison of apples and steak. Unlike apples and peaches, apples and steak are not natural substitutes and they do not fill the same need. You sometimes want steak and sometimes an apple, but you rarely say that either one will do just as well as the other. Imagine receiving an email from an organization that you generally trust, requesting a contribution to a cause. Dolphins in many breeding locations are threatened by pollution, which is expected to result in a decline of the dolphin population. A special fund supported by private contributions has been set up to provide pollution-free breeding locations for dolphins. What associations did this question evoke? Whether or not you were fully aware of them, ideas and memories of related causes came to your mind. Projects intended to preserve endangered species were especially likely to be recalled. Evaluation on the good BAD dimension is an automatic operation of System 1, and you formed the crude impression of the ranking of the dolphin among the species that came to mind. The dolphin is much more charming than, say, ferrets, snails, or carp. It has a highly favorable rank in the set of species to which it is spontaneously compared. The question you must answer is not whether you like dolphins more than carp. You have been asked to come up with a dollar value. Of course, you may know from the experience of previous solicitations that you never respond to requests of this kind. For a few minutes, imagine yourself as someone who does contribute to such appeals. Like many other difficult questions, the assessment of dollar value can be solved by substitution and intensity matching. The dollar question is difficult, but an easier question is readily available. Because you like dolphins, you will probably feel that saving them is a good cause. The next step, which is also automatic, generates a dollar number by translating the intensity of your liking of dolphins onto a scale of contributions. You have a sense of your scale of previous contributions to environmental causes, which may differ from the scale of your contributions to politics or to the football team of your alma mater. You know what amount would be a very large contribution for you and what amounts are large, modest, and small. You also have scales for your attitude to species from like very much to not at all. You are therefore able to translate your attitude onto the dollar scale, moving automatically from like a lot to a fairly large contribution and from there to a number of dollars. On another occasion, you are approached with a different appeal. Farm workers, who are exposed to the sun for many hours, have a higher rate of skin cancer than the general population. Frequent medical checkups can reduce the risk. A fund will be set up to support medical checkups for threatened groups. Is this an urgent problem? Which category did it evoke as a norm when you assess urgency? If you automatically categorize the problem as a public health issue, you probably found that the threat of skin cancer in farm workers does not rank very high among these issues, almost certainly lower than the rank of dolphins among endangered species. As you translated your impression of the relative importance of the skin cancer issue into a dollar amount, you might well have come up with a smaller contribution than you offered to protect an endearing animal. In experiments, the dolphins attracted somewhat larger contributions in single evaluation than did the farm workers. Next, consider the two causes in joint evaluation. Which of the two, dolphins or farm workers, deserves a larger dollar contribution? Joint evaluation highlights a feature that was not noticeable in single evaluation but is recognized as decisive when detected. Farmers are human, dolphins are not. You knew that, of course, but it was not relevant to the judgment that you made in single evaluation. The fact that dolphins are not human did not arise because all the issues that were activated in your memory shared that feature. The fact that farm workers are human did not come to mind because all public health issues involve humans. The narrow framing of single evaluation allowed dolphins to have a higher intensity score, leading to a high rate of contributions by intensity matching. Joint evaluation changes the representation of the issues. The human vs. animal feature becomes salient only when the two are seen together. In joint evaluation, people show a solid preference for the farm workers and a willingness to contribute substantially more to their welfare than to the protection of a likable non-human species. Here again, as in the cases of the Bez and the burglary shooting, the judgments made in single and in joint evaluation will not be consistent. Christopher H.C. of the University of Chicago has contributed the following example of preference reversal, among many others of the same type. The objects to be evaluated are second-hand music dictionaries. Dictionary B, year of publication 1993, number of entries 10,000, 20,000, condition like new, cover tone, otherwise like new. When the dictionaries are presented in single evaluation, dictionary is valued more highly, but of course the preference changes in joint evaluation. The result illustrates H.C.'s evaluability hypothesis. The number of entries is given no weight in single evaluation, because the numbers are not evaluable on their own. In joint evaluation, in contrast, it is immediately obvious that dictionary B is superior on this attribute, and it is also apparent that the number of entries is far more important than the condition of the cover. In just reversals, there is good reason to believe that the administration of justice is infected by predictable incoherence in several domains. The evidence is drawn in part from experiments, including studies of mock juries, and in part from observation of patterns in legislation, regulation, and litigation. In one experiment, mock jurors recruited from jury roles in Texas were asked to assess punitive damages in several civil cases. The cases came in pairs, each consisting of one claim for physical injury and one for financial loss. The mock jurors first assessed one of the scenarios and then they were shown the case with which it was paired and were asked to compare the two. The following are summaries of one pair of cases. Case 1. A child suffered moderate burns when his pajamas caught fire as he was playing with matches. The firm that produced the pajamas had not made them adequately fire-resistant. Case 2. The unscrupulous dealings of a bank caused another bank a loss of $10 million. Half of the participants judged Case 1 first in single evaluation before comparing the two cases in joint evaluation. The sequence was reversed for the other participants. In single evaluation, the jurors awarded higher punitive damages to the defrauded bank than to the burned child, presumably because the size of the financial loss provided a high anchor. When the cases were considered together, however, sympathy for the individual victim prevailed over the anchoring effect and the jurors increased the award to the child to surpass the award to the bank. Averaging over several such pairs of cases, awards to victims of personal injury were more than twice as large in joint than in single evaluation. The jurors who saw the case of the burned child on its own made an offer that matched the intensity of their feelings. They could not anticipate that the award to the child would appear inadequate in the context of a large award to a financial institution. In joint evaluation, the punitive award to the bank remained anchored on the loss it had sustained, but the award to the burned child increased, reflecting the average evoked by negligence that causes injury to a child. As we have seen, rationality is generally served by broader and more comprehensive frames, and joint evaluation is obviously broader than single evaluation. Of course, you should be wary of joint evaluation when someone who controls what you see has a vested interest in what you choose. Salespeople quickly learn that manipulation of the context in which customers see a good can profoundly influence preferences. Except for such cases of deliberate manipulation, there is a presumption that the comparative judgment, which necessarily involves System 2, is more likely to be stable than single evaluations, which often reflect the intensity of emotional responses of System 1. We would expect that any institution that wishes to elicit thoughtful judgments would seek to provide the judges with a broad context for the assessments of individual cases. I was surprised to learn from Cass Sunstein that jurors who are to assess punitive damages are explicitly prohibited from considering other cases. The legal system, contrary to psychological common sense, favors single evaluation. In another study of incoherence in the legal system, Sunstein compared the administrative punishments that can be imposed by different U.S. government agencies, including the Occupational Safety and Health Administration and the Environmental Protection Agency. He concluded that, within categories, penalties seem extremely sensible, at least in the sense that the more serious harms are punished more severely for occupational safety and health violations. The largest penalties are for repeated violations, the next largest for violations that are both willful and serious, and the least serious for failures to engage in the requisite record-keeping. It should not surprise you, however, that the size of penalties varied greatly across agencies, in a manner that reflected politics and history more than any global concern for fairness. The fine for serious violation of the regulations concerning worker safety is capped at $7,000, while a violation of the Wild Bird Conservation Act can result in a fine of up to $25,000. The fines are sensible in the context of other penalties set by each agency, but they appear odd when compared to each other. As in other examples in this chapter, you can see the absurdity only when the two cases are viewed together in a broad frame. The system of administrative penalties is coherent within agencies, but incoherent globally. Speaking of reversals, the BTU units meant nothing to me until I saw how much our conditioning units vary. Joint evaluation was essential. Do you say this was an outstanding speech because you compared it to her other speeches? Compared to others, she was still inferior. It is often the case that when you broaden the frame, you reach more reasonable decisions. When you see cases in isolation, you are likely to be guided by an emotional reaction of System 1. 34 frames in reality. Italy and France competed in the 2006 final of the World Cup. The next two sentences both describe the outcome. Italy won, the France lost. Do those statements have the same meaning? The answer depends entirely on what you mean by meaning. For the purpose of logical reasoning, the two descriptions of the outcome of the match are interchangeable because they designate the same state of the world. As philosophers say, their truth conditions are identical. If one of these sentences is true, then the other is true as well. This is how Akans understand things. Their beliefs and preferences are reality-bound. In particular, the objects of their choices are states of the world, which are not affected by the words chosen to describe them. There is another sense of meaning, in which Italy won and France lost do not have the same meaning at all. In this sense, the meaning of a sentence is what happens in your associative machinery while you understand it. The two sentences evoke markedly different associations. Italy won evokes thoughts of the Italian team and what it did to win. France lost evokes thoughts of the French team and what it did that caused it to lose, including the memorable headbutt of an Italian player by the French star Zidane. In terms of the associations they bring to mind how System 1 reacts to them, the two sentences really mean different things. The fact that logically equivalent statements evoke different reactions makes it impossible for humans to be as reliably rational as seconds. Emotional framing. Amos and I applied the label of framing effects to the unjustified influences of formulation on beliefs and preferences. This is one of the examples we used. Would you accept a gamble that offers a 10% chance to win $95 and a 90% chance to lose $5? Would you pay $5 to participate in a lottery that offers a 10% chance to win $100 and a 90% chance to win nothing? First, take a moment to convince yourself that the two problems are identical. In both of them, you must decide whether to accept an uncertain prospect that will leave you either richer by $95 or poorer by $5. Someone whose preferences are reality-bound would give the same answer to both questions, but such individuals are rare. In fact, one version attracts many more positive answers, the second. A bad outcome is much more acceptable if it is framed as the cost of a lottery ticket that did not win than if it is simply described as losing a gamble. We should not be surprised. Losses evoke stronger negative feelings than costs. Choices are not reality-bound because System 1 is not reality-bound. The problem we constructed was influenced by what we had learned from Richard Thaler, who told us that when he was a graduate student he had pinned on his board a card that said costs are not losses. In his early essay on consumer behavior, Thaler described the debate about whether gas stations would be allowed to charge different prices for purchases paid with cash or on credit. The credit card lobby pushed hard to make differential pricing illegal, but it had a fallback position. The difference, if allowed, would be labeled a cash discount, not a credit surcharge. The psychology was sound. People will more readily forego a discount than pay a surcharge. The two may be economically equivalent, but they are not emotionally equivalent. In an elegant experiment, a team of neuroscientists at University College London combined a study of framing effects with recordings of activity in different areas of the brain. In order to provide reliable measures of the brain response, the experiment consisted of many trials. Figure 14 illustrates the two stages of one of these trials. First, the subject is asked to imagine that she received an amount of money, in this example £50. The subject is then asked to choose between a sure outcome and a gamble on a wheel of chance. If the wheel stops on white, she receives the entire amount. If it stops on black, she gets nothing. The sure outcome is simply the expected value of the gamble, in this case a gain of £20. Figure 14 is shown. The same sure outcome can be framed in two different ways, as keep £20 or as lose £30. The objective outcomes are precisely identical in the two frames, and a reality-bound Ekin would respond to both in the same way, selecting either the sure thing or the gamble regardless of the frame, but we already know that the human mind is not bound to reality. Tendencies to approach or avoid are evoked by the words, and we expect System 1 to be biased in favor of the sure option when it is designated as keep and against the same option when it is designated as lose. The experiment consisted of many trials, and each participant encountered several choice problems in both the keep and the lose frames. As expected, every one of the 20 subjects showed a framing effect. They were more likely to choose the sure thing in the keep frame and more likely to accept the gamble in the lose frame. But the subjects were not all alike. Some were highly susceptible to the framing of the problem. Others mostly made the same choice regardless of the frame as a reality-bound individual should do. The authors ranked the 20 subjects accordingly and gave the ranking a striking label, the rationality index. The activity of the brain was recorded as the subjects made each decision. Later, the trials were separated into two categories. 1. Trials on which the subject's choice conformed to the frame preferred the sure thing in the keep version, preferred the gamble in the loss version. 2. Trials in which the choice did not conform to the frame. The remarkable results illustrate the potential of the new discipline of neuroeconomics, the study of what a person's brain does while he makes decisions. Neuroscientists have run thousands of such experiments, and they have learned to expect particular regions of the brain to light up, indicating increased flow of oxygen, which suggests heightened neural activity depending on the nature of the task. Different regions are active when the individual attends to a visual object, imagines kicking a ball, recognizes a face, or thinks of a house. Other regions light up when the individual is emotionally aroused, is in conflict, or concentrates on solving a problem. Although neuroscientists carefully avoid the language of this part of the brain does such and such, they have learned a great deal about the personalities of different brain regions, and the contribution of analyzers of brain activity to psychological interpretation has greatly improved. The framing study yielded three main findings. A region that is commonly associated with emotional arousal, the amygdala, was most likely to be active when subjects' choices conform to the frame. This is just as we would expect if the emotionally loaded words keep and lose produce an immediate tendency to approach the sure thing when it is framed as a gain or avoid it when it is framed as a loss. The amygdala is accessed very rapidly by emotional stimuli, and it is a likely suspect for involvement in system. 1. The brain region known to be associated with conflict and self-control, the anterior cingulate, was more active when subjects did not do what comes naturally when they chose the sure thing in spite of its being labeled lose. Resisting the inclination of System 1 apparently involves conflict. The most rational subjects, those who were the least susceptible to framing effects, showed enhanced activity in the frontal area of the brain that is implicated in combining emotion and reasoning to guide decisions. Remarkably, the irrational individuals were not those who showed the strongest neural evidence of conflict. It appears that these elite participants were often, not always, reality-bound with little conflict. By joining observations of actual choices with a mapping of neural activity, this study provides a good illustration of how the emotion evoked by a word can leak into the final choice. An experiment that Amos carried out with colleagues at Harvard Medical School is the classic example of emotional framing. Physician participants were given statistics about the outcomes of 2 treatments for lung cancer, surgery and radiation. The 5-year survival rates clearly favor surgery, but in the short term, surgery is riskier than radiation. Half the participants read statistics about survival rates, the others receive the same information in terms of mortality rates. The 2 descriptions of the short-term outcomes of surgery were: the 1-month survival rate is 90%. There is 10% mortality in the first month. You already know the results. Surgery was much more popular in the former frame. 84% of physicians chose it than in the latter, where 50% favored radiation. The logical equivalence of the 2 descriptions is transparent, and a reality-bound decision-maker would make the same choice regardless of which version she saw. But System 1, as we have gotten to know it, is rarely indifferent to emotional words. Mortality is bad, survival is good, and 90% survival sounds encouraging, whereas 10% mortality is frightening. An important finding of the study is that physicians were just as susceptible to the framing effect as medically unsophisticated people, hospital patients, and graduate students in a business school. Medical training is, evidently, no defense against the power of framing. The Keep Blue study and the survival mortality experiment differed in one important respect. The participants in the brain imaging study had many trials in which they encountered the different frames. They had an opportunity to recognize the distracting effects of the frames and to simplify their task by adopting a common frame, perhaps by translating the lose amount into its keep equivalent. It would take an intelligent person and an all-out system to learn to do this, and the few participants who managed the feat were probably among the irrational agents that the experimenters identify. In contrast, the physicians who read the statistics about the 2 therapies in the survival frame had no reason to suspect that they would have made a different choice if they had heard the same statistics framed in terms of mortality. Reframing is effortful, and System 2 is normally lazy. Unless there is an obvious reason to do otherwise, most of us passively accept decision problems as they are framed and therefore rarely have an opportunity to discover the extent to which our preferences are frame-bound rather than reality-bound. MT Intuition's Amos and I introduced our discussion of framing by an example that has become known as the Asian disease problem. Imagine that the United States is preparing for the outbreak of an unusual Asian disease, which is expected to kill 600 people. 2 alternative programs to combat the disease have been proposed. Assume that the exact scientific estimates of the consequences of the programs are as follows. If program A is adopted, 200 people will be saved. If program B is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that 600 people will be saved and a 2/3 probability that no people will be saved. A substantial majority of respondents choose program A. They prefer the certain option over the gamble. The outcomes of the programs are framed differently in a second version. If program A is adopted, 400 people will die. If program B is adopted, there is a 1/3 probability that nobody will die and a 2/3 probability that 600 people will die. Look closely and compare the 2 versions. The consequences of programs A are identical, so are the consequences of programs B and B. In the second frame, however, a large majority of people choose the gamble. The different choices in the 2 frames fit prospect theory, in which choices between gambles and sure things are resolved differently depending on whether the outcomes are good or bad. Decision makers tend to prefer the sure thing over the gamble. They are risk-averse when the outcomes are good. They tend to reject the sure thing and accept the gamble. They are risk-seeking when both outcomes are negative. These conclusions were well established for choices about gambles and sure things in the domain of money. The disease problem shows that the same rule applies when the outcomes are measured in lives saved or lost. In this context, as well, the framing experiment reveals that risk-averse and risk-seeking preferences are not reality-bound. Preferences between the same objective outcomes reverse with different formulations. An experience that Amos shared with me adds a grim note to the story. Amos was invited to give a speech to a group of public health professionals, the people who make decisions about vaccines and other programs. He took the opportunity to present them with the Asian disease problem. Half saw the lives saved version, the others answered the lives lost question. Like other people, these professionals were susceptible to the framing effects. It is somewhat worrying that the officials who make decisions that affect everyone's health can be swayed by such a superficial manipulation, but we must get used to the idea that even important decisions are influenced, if not governed, by a system. 1. Even more troubling is what happens when people are confronted with their inconsistency. You chose to save 200 lives for sure in one formulation, and you chose to gamble rather than accept 400 deaths in the other. Now that you know these choices were inconsistent, how do you decide? The answer is usually embarrassed silence. The intuitions that determined the original choice came from System 1 and had no more moral basis than did the preference for keeping £20 sterling or the aversion to losing £30 sterling. Saving lives with certainty is good, deaths are bad. Most people find that the System 2 has no moral intuitions of its own to answer the question. I am grateful to the great economist Thomas Schelling for my favourite example of a framing effect, which he described in his book Choice and Consequence. Schelling's book was written before our work on framing was published, and framing was not his main concern. He reported on his experience teaching a class at the Kennedy School at Harvard, in which the topic was child exemptions in the tax code. Schelling told his students that standard exemption is allowed for each child, and that the amount of the exemption is independent of the taxpayer's income. He asked their opinion of the following proposition: should the child exemption be larger for the rich than for the poor? Your own intuitions are very likely the same as those of Schelling's students. They found the idea of favouring the rich by a larger exemption completely unacceptable. Schelling then pointed out that the tax law is arbitrary. It assumes a childless family as the default case and reduces the tax by the amount of the exemption for each child. The tax law could of course be rewritten with another default case, a family with 2 children. In this formulation, families with fewer than the default number of children would pay a surcharge. Schelling now asked his students to report their view of another proposition: should the childless poor pay as large a surcharge as the childless rich? Here again you probably agree with the students' reaction to this idea, which they rejected with as much vehemence as the first. But Schelling showed his class that they could not logically reject both proposals. Set the 2 formulations next to each other. The difference between a tax due by a childless family and by a family with 2 children is described as a reduction of tax in the first version and as an increase in the second. If in the first version you want the poor to receive the same or greater benefit as the rich for having children, then you must want the poor to pay at least the same penalty as the rich for being childless. We can recognize System 1 at work. It delivers an immediate response to any question about rich and poor. When in doubt, favor the poor. The surprising aspect of Schelling's problem is that this apparently simple moral rule does not work reliably. It generates contradictory answers to the same problem, depending on how that problem is framed. And of course you already know the question that comes next. Now that you have seen that your reactions to the problem are influenced by the frame, what is your answer to the question: how should the tax code treat the children of the rich and the poor? Here again, you will probably find yourself dumbfounded. You have moral intuitions about differences between the rich and the poor, but these intuitions depend on an arbitrary reference point, and they are not about the real problem. This problem, the question about actual states of the world, is how much tax individual families should pay, how to fill the cells in the matrix of the tax code. You have no compelling moral intuitions to guide you in solving that problem. Your moral feelings are attached to frames, to descriptions of reality rather than to reality itself. The message about the nature of framing is stark. Framing should not be viewed as an intervention that masks or distorts an underlying preference. At least in this instance, and also in the problems of the Asian disease and of surgery versus radiation for lung cancer, there is no underlying preference that is masked or distorted by the frame. Our preferences are about framed problems, and our moral intuitions are about descriptions, not about substance. Good frames, not all frames are equal, and some frames are clearly better than alternative ways to describe or to think about the same thing. Consider the following pair of problems. A woman has bought 2 $80 tickets to the theatre. When she arrives at the theatre, she opens her wallet and discovers that the tickets are missing. Will she buy 2 more tickets to see the play? A woman goes to the theatre, intending to buy 2 tickets that cost $80 each. She arrives at the theatre, opens her wallet, and discovers to her dismay that the $160 with which she was going to make the purchase is missing. She could use her credit card. Will she buy the tickets? Respondents who see only one version of this problem reach different conclusions, depending on the frame. Most believe that the woman in the first story will go home without seeing the show if she has lost tickets, and most believe that she will charge tickets for the show if she has lost money. The explanation should already be familiar. This problem involves mental accounting and the sunk cost fallacy. The different frames evoke different mental accounts, and the significance of the loss depends on the account to which it is posted. When tickets to a particular show are lost, it is natural to post them to the account associated with that play. The cost appears to have doubled and may now be more than the experience is worth. In contrast, a loss of cash is charged to a general revenue account. The theatre patron is slightly poorer than she had thought she was, and the question she is likely to ask herself is whether the small reduction in her disposable wealth will change her decision about paying for tickets. Most respondents thought it would not. The version in which cash was lost leads to more reasonable decisions. It is a better frame because the loss, even if tickets were lost, is sunk, and sunk costs should be ignored. History is irrelevant, and the only issue that matters is the set of options the theatre patron has now and their likely consequences. Whatever she lost, the relevant fact is that she is less wealthy than she was before she opened her wallet. If the person who lost tickets were to ask for my advice, this is what I would say: would you have bought tickets if you had lost the equivalent amount of cash? If yes, go ahead and buy new ones. Broader frames and inclusive accounts generally lead to more rational decisions. In the next example, two alternative frames evoke different mathematical intuitions, and one is much superior to the other. In an article titled The MPG Illusion, which appeared in Science magazine in 2008, the psychologists Richard Lark and Jack Saul identified a case in which passive acceptance of a misleading frame has substantial costs and serious policy consequences. Most car buyers list gas mileage as one of the factors that determine their choice. They know that higher mileage cars have lower operating costs. But the frame that has traditionally been used in the United States, miles per gallon, provides very poor guidance to the decisions of both individuals and policymakers. Consider two car owners who seek to reduce their costs. Adam switches from a gas guzzler of 12 mpg to a slightly less voracious guzzler that runs at 14 mpg. The environmentally virtuous Beth switches from a 30 mpg car to one that runs at 40 mpg. Suppose both drivers travel equal distances over a year. Who will save more gas by switching? You almost certainly share the widespread intuition that Beth's action is more significant than Adam's. She reduced mpg by 10 miles rather than 2, and by a third from 30 to 40 rather than 6 from 12 to 14. Now engage your system 2 and work it out. If the two car owners both drive 10,000 miles, Adam will reduce his consumption from a scandalous 833 gallons to a still shocking 714 gallons, for a saving of 119 gallons. Beth's use of fuel will drop from 333 gallons to 250, saving only 83 gallons. The MPG frame is wrong, and it should be replaced by the gallons per mile frame or liters per minute as 100 kilometers, which is used in most other countries. As Larrick and Saul point out, the misleading intuitions fostered by the MPG frame are likely to mislead policymakers as well as car buyers. Under President Obama, Cass Sunstein served as administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. With Richard Thaler, Sunstein co-authored Nudge, which is the basic manual for applying behavioral economics to policy. It was no accident that the fuel economy and environment sticker that will be displayed on every new car starting in 2013 will for the first time in the United States include the gallons per mile information. Unfortunately, the correct formulation will be in small print along with the more familiar MPG information in large print, but the move is in the right direction. The 5-year interval between the publication of the MPG Illusion and the implementation of a partial correction is probably a speed record for a significant application of psychological science to public policy. A directive about organ donation in case of accidental death is noted on an individual's driver license in many countries. The formulation of the directive is another case in which one frame is clearly superior to the other. Few people would argue that the decision of whether or not to donate one's organs is unimportant, but there is strong evidence that most people make their choice thoughtlessly. The evidence comes from a comparison of the rate of organ donation in European countries, which reveals startling differences between neighboring and culturally similar countries. An article published in 2003 noted that the rate of organ donation was close to 100% in Austria, but only 12% in Germany, 86% in Sweden, but only 4% in Denmark. These enormous differences are a framing effect, which is caused by the format of the critical question. The high donation countries have an opt-out form where individuals who wish not to donate must check an appropriate box. Unless they take the simple action, they are considered willing donors. The TOW contribution countries have an opt-in form. You must check a box to become a donor. That is all. The best single predictor of whether or not people will donate their organs is the designation of the default option that will be adopted without having to check a box. Unlike other framing effects that have been traced to features of System 1, the organ donation effect is best explained by the laziness of System 2. People will check the box if they have already decided what they wish to do. If they are unprepared for the question, they have to make the effort of thinking whether they want to check the box. Imagine an organ donation form in which people are required to solve a mathematical problem in the box that corresponds to their decision. One of the boxes contains the problem 2 plus 2 equals. The problem in the other box is 13 times 37 equals. The rate of donations would surely be swayed. When the role of formulation is acknowledged, a policy question arises. which formulation should be adopted. In this case, the answer is straightforward. If you believe that a large supply of donated organs is good for society, you will not be neutral between a formulation that yields almost 100% donations and another formulation that elicits donations from 4% of drivers. As we have seen again and again, an important choice is controlled by an utterly inconsequential feature of the situation. This is embarrassing. It is not how we would wish to make important decisions. Furthermore, it is not how we experience the workings of our mind, but the evidence for these cognitive illusions is undeniable. Count that as a point against the rational agent theory. A theory that is worthy of the name asserts that certain events are impossible. They will not happen if the theory is true. When an impossible event is observed, the theory is falsified. Theories can survive for a long time after conclusive evidence falsifies them, and the rational agent model certainly survived the evidence we have seen, and much other evidence as well. The case of organ donation shows that the debate about human rationality can have a large effect in the real world. A significant difference between believers in the rational agent model and the skeptics who question it is that the believers simply take it for granted that the formulation of a choice cannot determine preferences on significant problems. They will not even be interested in investigating the problem, and so we are often left with inferior outcomes. Skeptics about rationality are not surprised. They are trained to be sensitive to the power of inconsequential factors as determinants of preference. My hope is that readers of this book have acquired this sensitivity. Speaking of frames and reality, they will feel better about what happened if they manage to frame the outcome in terms of how much money they kept rather than how much they lost. Let's reframe the problem by changing their reference point. Imagine we did not own it. How much would we think it is worth? They charge the loss to your mental account of general revenue. You will feel better. They ask you to check the box to opt out of their mailing list. Their list would shrink if they asked you to check a box to opt in. 35. Two Selves. The term utility has had two distinct meanings in its long history. Jeremy Bentham opened his introduction to the principles of morals and legislation with the famous sentence, "Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters of pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do." In an awkward footnote, Bentham apologized for applying the word utility to these experiences, saying that he had been unable to find a better word. To distinguish Bentham's interpretation of the term, I will call it experienced utility. For the last 100 years, economists have used the same word to mean something else. As economists and decision theorists apply the term, it means wantability, and I have called it decision utility. Expected utility theory, for example, is entirely about the rules of rationality that should govern decision utilities. It has nothing at all to say about hedonic experiences. Of course, the two concepts of utility will coincide if people want what they will enjoy, and enjoy what they chose for themselves, and this assumption of coincidence is implicit in the general idea that economic agents are rational. Rational agents are expected to know their tastes, both present and future, and they are supposed to make good decisions that will maximize these interests. Experienced utility. My fascination with the possible discrepancies between experienced utility and decision utility goes back a long way. While Amos and I were still working on prospect theory, I formulated a puzzle, which went like this. Imagine an individual who receives one painful injection every day. There is no adaptation. The pain is the same day to day. Will people attach the same value to reducing the number of planned injections from 20 to 18 as from 6 to 4? Is there any justification for a distinction? I did not collect data because the outcome was evident. You can verify for yourself that you would pay more to reduce the number of injections by a third from 6 to 4 than by 1/10 from 20 to 18. The decision utility of avoiding 2 injections is higher in the first case than in the second, and everyone will pay more for the first reduction than for the second. But this difference is absurd. If the pain does not change from day to day, what could justify assigning different utilities to a reduction of the total amount of pain by 2 injections, depending on the number of previous injections? In the terms we would use today, a puzzle introduced the idea that experienced utility could be measured by the number of injections. It also suggested that, at least in some cases, experienced utility is the criterion by which a decision should be assessed. A decision maker who pays different amounts to achieve the same gain of experienced utility or be spared the same loss is making a mistake. You may find this observation obvious, but in decision theory the only basis for judging that a decision is wrong is inconsistency with other preferences. Amos and I discussed the problem, but we did not pursue it. Many years later, I returned to it. Experience and memory. How can experienced utility be measured? How should we answer questions such as how much pain did Helen suffer during the medical procedure, or how much enjoyment did she get from her 20 minutes on the beach? The British economist Francis Edgeworth speculated about this topic in the 19th century and proposed the idea of a hedonimeter, an imaginary instrument analogous to the devices used in weather recording stations, which would measure the level of pleasure or pain that an individual experiences at any moment. Experience utility would vary much as daily temperature or barometric pressure do, and the results would be plotted as a function of time. The answer to the question of how much pain or pleasure Helen experienced during her medical procedure or vacation would be the area under the curve. Time plays a critical role in Edgeworth's conception. If Helen stays on the beach for 40 minutes instead of 20, and her enjoyment remains as intense, then the total experience utility of that episode doubles, just as doubling the number of injections makes a course of injections twice as bad. This was Edgeworth's theory, and we now have a precise understanding of the conditions under which his theory holds. The graphs in Figure 15 show profiles of the experiences of two patients undergoing a painful colonoscopy, drawn from a study that Don Riedelmeier and I designed together. Riedelmeier, a physician and researcher at the University of Toronto, carried it out in the early 1990s. This procedure is now routinely administered with an anesthetic as well as an amnesic drug, but these drugs were not as widespread when our data were collected. The patients were prompted every 60 seconds to indicate the level of pain they experienced at the moment. The data shown are on a scale where 0 is no pain at all and 10 is intolerable pain. As you can see, the experience of each patient varied considerably during the procedure, which lasted 8 minutes for patient and 24 minutes for patient B. The last reading of 0 pain was recorded after the end of the procedure. A total of 154 patients participated in the experiment. The shortest procedure lasted 4 minutes, the longest 69 minutes. Next, consider an easy question, assuming that the two patients used the scale of pain similarly, which patient suffered more? No contest. There is general agreement that patient B had the worst time. Patient B spent at least as much time as patient at any level of pain, and the area under the curve is clearly larger for B than for A. The key factor, of course, is that B's procedure lasted much longer. I will call the measures based on reports of momentary pain head-and-emitter totals. Figure 15. When the procedure was over, all participants were asked to rate the total amount of pain they had experienced during the procedure. The wording was intended to encourage them to think of the integral of the pain they had reported, reproducing the head-and-emitter totals. Surprisingly, the patients did nothing of the kind. The statistical analysis revealed two findings, which illustrate a pattern we have observed at other experiments. Peak end rule: the global retrospective rating was well predicted by the average of the level of pain reported at the worst moment of the experience and at its end. Duration neglect: the duration of the procedure had no effect whatsoever on the ratings of total pain. You can now apply these rules to the profiles of patients and B. The worst rating 8 on the 10-point scale was the same for both patients, but the last rating before the end of the procedure was 7 for patient and only 1 for patient B. The peak end average was therefore 7.5 for patient and only 4.5 for patient B, as expected. Patient retained a much worse memory of the episode than patient B. It was the bad luck of patient that the procedure ended at a bad moment, leaving him with an unpleasant memory. We now have an embarrassment of riches, two measures of experienced utility, the head-and-emitter total and the retrospective assessment, that are systematically different. The head-and-emitter totals are computed by an observer from an individual's report of the experience of moments. We call these judgments duration-weighted because the computation of the area under the curve assigns equal weights to all moments. 2 minutes of pain at level 9 is twice as bad as 1 minute at the same level of pain. However, the findings of this experiment and others show that the retrospective assessments are insensitive to duration and weight to singular moments, the peak and the end, much more than others. So which should matter? What should the physician do? The choice has implications for medical practice. We noted that, if the objective is to reduce patients' memory of pain, lowering the peak intensity of pain could be more important than minimizing the duration of the procedure. By the same reasoning, gradual relief may be preferable to abrupt relief if patients retain a better memory when the pain at the end of the procedure is relatively mild. If the objective is to reduce the amount of pain actually experienced, conducting the procedure swiftly may be appropriate even if doing so increases the peak pain intensity and leaves patients with an awful memory. Which of the two objectives did you find most compelling? I have not conducted a proper survey, but my impression is that a strong majority will come down in favor of reducing the memory of pain. I find it helpful to think of this dilemma as a conflict of interest between two selves which do not correspond to the two familiar systems. The experiencing self is the one that answers the question, does it hurt now? The remembering self is the one that answers the question, how was it on the whole? Memories are all we get to keep from our experience of living, and the only perspective that we can adopt as we think about our lives is therefore that of the remembering self. A comment I heard from a member of the audience after a lecture illustrates the difficulty of distinguishing memories from experiences. He told of listening rapidly to a long symphony on a disc that was scratched near the end, producing a shocking sound, and he reported that the bad ending ruined the whole experience. But the experience was not actually ruined, only the memory of it. The experiencing self had had an experience that was almost entirely good, and the bad end could not undo it because it had already happened. My questioner had assigned the entire episode a failing grade because it had ended very badly, but the grade effectively ignored 40 minutes of musical bliss. Does the actual experience count for nothing? Confusing experience with the memory of it is a compelling cognitive illusion, and it is the substitution that makes us believe a past experience can be ruined. The experiencing self does not have a voice. The remembering self is sometimes wrong, but it is the one that keeps score and governs what we learn from living, and it is the one that makes decisions. What we learn from the past is to maximize the qualities of our future memories, not necessarily of our future experience. This is the tyranny of the remembering self. Which self should count? To demonstrate the decision-making power of the remembering self, my colleagues and I designed an experiment using a mild form of torture that I will call the cold hand situation. Its oddly technical name is cold presser. Participants are asked to hold their hand up to the wrist in painfully cold water until they are invited to remove it and are offered a warm towel. The subjects in our experiment use their free hand to control arrows on a keyboard to provide a continuous record of the pain they were enduring, a direct communication from their experiencing self. We chose a temperature that caused moderate but tolerable pain. The volunteer participants were of course free to remove their hand at any time, but none chose to do so. Each participant endured 2 cold hand episodes. The short episode consisted of 60 seconds of immersion in water at 14 degrees Celsius, which is experienced as painfully cold but not intolerable. At the end of the 60 seconds, the experimenter instructed the participant to remove his hand from the water and offered a warm towel. The long episode lasted 90 seconds. Its first 60 seconds were identical to the short episode. The experimenter said nothing at all at the end of the 60 seconds. Instead, he opened a valve that allowed slightly warmer water to flow into the tub. During the additional 30 seconds, the temperature of the water rose by roughly 1 degree, just enough for most subjects to detect a slight decrease in the intensity of pain. Our participants were told that they would have 3 cold hand trials, but in fact they experienced only the short and the long episodes, each with a different hand. The trials were separated by 7 minutes. 7 minutes after the second trial, the participants were given a choice about the third trial. They were told that one of their experiences would be repeated exactly, and were free to choose whether to repeat the experience they had had with their left hand or with their right hand. Of course, half the participants had the short trial with the left hand, half with the right, half had the short trial first, half began with the long, etc. This was a carefully controlled experiment. The experiment was designed to create a conflict between the interests of the experiencing and the remembering selves, and also between experienced utility and decision utility. From the perspective of the experiencing self, the long trial was obviously worse. We expected the remembering self to have another opinion. The peak end rule predicts a worse memory for the short than for the long trial, and duration neglect predicts that the difference between 90 seconds and 60 seconds of pain will be ignored. We therefore predicted that the participants would have a more favorable or less unfavorable memory of the long trial and choose to repeat it. They did. Fully 80% of the participants who reported that their pain diminished during the final phase of the longer episode opted to repeat it, thereby declaring themselves willing to suffer 30 seconds of needless pain in anticipated third trial. The subjects who preferred the long episode were not masochists and did not deliberately choose to expose themselves to the worst experience. They simply made a mistake. If we had asked them, would you prefer a 90-second immersion or only the first part of it, they would certainly have selected the short option. We did not use these words, however, and the subjects did what came naturally. They chose to repeat the episode of which they had the less aversive memory. The subjects knew quite well which of the 2 exposures was longer. We asked them, but they did not use that knowledge. Their decision was governed by a simple rule of intuitive choice: pick the option you like the most, or dislike the least. Rules of memory determined how much they disliked the 2 options, which in turn determined their choice. The cold hand experiment, like my old injections puzzle, revealed a discrepancy between decision utility and experience utility. The preferences we observed in this experiment are another example of the less is more effect that we have encountered on previous occasions. One was Christopher H.'s study in which adding dishes to a set of 24 dishes lowered the total value because some of the added dishes were broken. Another was Linda, the activist woman who was judged more likely to be a feminist bank teller than a bank teller. The similarity is not accidental. The same operating feature of System 1 accounts for all 3 situations. System 1 represents sets by averages, norms, and prototypes, not by sums. Each cold hand episode is a set of moments, which the remembering self stores as a prototypical moment. This leads to a conflict. For an objective observer evaluating the episode from the reports of the experiencing self, what counts is the area under the curve that integrates pain over time. It has the nature of a sum. The memory that the remembering self keeps, in contrast, is a representative moment strongly influenced by the peak and the end. Of course, evolution could have designed animals' memory to store integrals, as it surely does in some cases. It is important for a squirrel to know the total amount of food it has stored, and a representation of the average size of the nuts would not be a good substitute. However, the integral of pain or pleasure over time may be less biologically significant. We know, for example, that rats show duration neglect for both pleasure and pain. In one experiment, rats were consistently exposed to a sequence in which the onset of a light signals that an electric shock will soon be delivered. The rats quickly learned to fear the light, and the intensity of their fear could be measured by several physiological responses. The main finding was that the duration of the shock has little or no effect on fear. All that matters is the painful intensity of the stimulus. Other classic studies showed that electrical stimulation of specific areas in the rat brain and of corresponding areas in the human brain produce a sensation of intense pleasure, so intense in some cases that rats who can stimulate the brain by pressing a lever will die of starvation without taking a break to feed themselves. Pleasurable electric stimulation can be delivered in bursts that vary in intensity and duration. Here again, only intensity matters. Up to a point, increasing the duration of a burst of stimulation does not appear to increase the eagerness of the animal to obtain it. The rules that govern the remembering self of humans have a long evolutionary history. Biology vs. rationality. The most useful idea in the injections puzzle that preoccupied me years ago was that the experienced utility of a series of equally painful injections can be measured by simply counting the injections. If all injections are equally aversive, then 20 of them are twice as bad as 10, and a reduction from 20 to 18 and a reduction from 6 to 4 are equally valuable. If the decision utility does not correspond to the experienced utility, then something is wrong with the decision. The same logic played out in the cold hand experiment. An episode of pain that lasts 90 seconds is worse than the first 60 seconds of that episode. If people willingly choose to endure the longer episode, something is wrong with their decision. In my early puzzle, the discrepancy between the decision and the experience originated from diminishing sensitivity. The difference between 18 and 20 is less impressive and appears to be worth less than the difference between 6 and 4 injections. In the cold hand experiment, the error reflects two principles of memory: duration, neglect, and the peak end rule. The mechanisms are different, but the outcome is the same: a decision that is not directly attuned to the experience. Decisions that do not produce the best possible experience and erroneous forecasts of future feelings both are bad news for believers in the rationality of choice. The cold hand study showed that we cannot fully trust our preferences to reflect our interests, even if they are based on personal experience, and even if the memory of that experience was laid down within the last quarter of an hour. Tastes and decisions are shaped by memories, and the memories can be wrong. The evidence presents a profound challenge to the idea that humans have consistent preferences and know how to maximize them, a cornerstone of the rational agent model. An inconsistency is built into the design of our minds. We have strong preferences about the duration of our experiences of pain and pleasure. We want pain to be brief and pleasure to last. But our memory, a function of System 1, has evolved to represent the most intense moment of an episode of pain or pleasure, the peak, and the feelings when the episode was at its end. A memory that neglects duration will not serve our preference for long pleasure and short pains. Speaking of two selves, you are thinking of your failed marriage entirely from the perspective of the remembering self. A divorce is like a symphony with a screeching sound at the end. The fact that it ended badly does not mean it was all bad. This is a bad case of duration neglect. You are giving the good and the bad part of your experience equal weight, although the good part lasted 10 times as long as the other. 36. Life is a story. Early in the days of my work on the measurement of experience, I saw Verdi's opera La Traviata. Known for its gorgeous music, it is also a moving story of the love between a young aristocrat and Violetta, a woman of the demi-monde. The young man's father approaches Violetta and convinces her to give up her lover to protect the honor of the family and the marriage prospects of the young man's sister. In an act of supreme self-sacrifice, Violetta pretends to reject the man she adores. She soon relapses into consumption, the 19th century term for tuberculosis. In the final act, Violetta lies dying, surrounded by a few friends. Her beloved has been alerted and is rushing to Paris to see her. Hearing the news, she is transformed with hope and joy, but she is also deteriorating quickly. No matter how many times you have seen the opera, you are gripped by the tension and fear of the moment. Will the young lover arrive in time? There is a sense that it is immensely important for him to join his beloved before she dies. He does, of course. Some marvelous love duets are sung, and after 10 minutes of glorious music, Violetta dies. On my way home from the opera, I wondered, why do we care so much about those last 10 minutes? I quickly realized that I did not care at all about the length of Violetta's life. If I had been told that she died at age 27, not age 28 as I believed, the news that she had missed a year of happy life would not have moved me at all, but the possibility of missing the last 10 minutes mattered a great deal. Furthermore, the emotion I felt about the lovers' reunion would not have changed if I had learned that they actually had a week together rather than 10 minutes. If the lover had come too late, however, La Traviata would have been an altogether different story. A story is about significant events and memorable moments, not about time passing. Duration neglect is normal in a story, and the ending often defines its character. The same core features appear in the rules of narratives and in the memories of colonoscopies, vacations, and films. This is how the remembering self works. It composes stories and keeps them for future reference. It is not only at the opera that we think of life as a story and wish it to end well. When we hear about the death of a woman who had been estranged from her daughter for many years, we want to know whether they were reconciled as death approached. We do not care only about the daughter's feelings, it is the narrative of the mother's life that we wish to improve. Caring for people often takes the form of concern for the quality of their stories, not for their feelings. Indeed, we can be deeply moved even by events that change the stories of people who are already dead. We feel pity for a man who died believing in his wife's love for him when we hear that she had a lover for many years and stayed with her husband only for his money. We pity the husband although he had lived a happy life. We feel the humiliation of a scientist who made an important discovery that was proof false after she died, although she did not experience the humiliation. Most important, of course, we all care intensely for the narrative of our own life and very much want it to be a good story, with a decent hero. The psychologist Ed Diener and his students wondered whether duration neglect and the peak end rule would govern evaluations of entire lives. They used a short description of the life of a fictitious character called Jen, a never-married woman with no children, who died instantly and painlessly in an automobile accident. In one version of Jen's story, she was extremely happy throughout her life, which lasted either 30 or 60 years, enjoying her work, taking vacations, spending time with her friends and on her hobbies. Another version added 5 extra years to Jen's life, who now died either when she was 35 or 65. The extra years were described as pleasant but less so than before. After reading a schematic biography of Jen, each participant answered 2 questions, taking her life as a whole. How desirable do you think Jen's life was, and how much total happiness or unhappiness would you say that Jen experienced in her life? The results provided clear evidence of both duration neglect and a peak end effect. In a between subjects experiment, different participants saw different forms. Doubling the duration of Jen's life had no effect whatsoever on the desirability of her life, or on judgments of the total happiness that Jen experienced. Clearly, her life was represented by a prototypical slice of time, not as a sequence of time slices. As a consequence, her total happiness was the happiness of a typical period in her lifetime, not the sum or integral of happiness over the duration of her life. As expected from this idea, Diener and his students also found a less is more effect, a strong indication that an average prototype has been substituted for some. Adding 5 slightly happy years to a very happy life caused a substantial drop in evaluations of the total happiness of that life. At my urging, they also collected data on the effect of the extra 5 years in a within-subject experiment. Each participant made both judgments in immediate succession. In spite of my long experience with judgment errors, I did not believe that reasonable people could say that adding 5 slightly happy years to a life would make it substantially worse. I was wrong. The intuition that the disappointing extra 5 years made the whole life worse was overwhelming. The pattern of judgment seemed so absurd that Diener and his students initially thought that it represented the folly of the young people who participated in their experiments. However, the pattern did not change when the parents and older friends of students answered the same questions. In intuitive evaluation of entire lives, as well as brief episodes, peaks and ends matter, but duration does not. The pains of labor and the benefits of vacations always come up as objections to the idea of duration neglect. We all share the intuition that it is much worse for labor to last 24 than 6 hours, and that 6 days at a good resort is better than 3. Duration appears to matter in these situations, but this is only because the quality of the end changes with the length of the episode. The mother is more depleted and helpless after 24 hours than after 6, and the vacationer is more refreshed and rested after 6 days than after 3. What truly matters when we intuitively assess such episodes is the progressive deterioration or improvement of the ongoing experience, and how the person feels at the end. Amnesic vacations consider the choice of a vacation. Do you prefer to enjoy a relaxing week at the familiar beach to which you went last year? Or do you hope to enrich your store of memories? Distinct industries have developed to cater to these alternatives. Resorts offer restorative relaxation. Tourism is about helping people construct stories and collect memories. The frenetic picture-taking of many tourists suggests that storing memories is often an important goal, which shapes both the plans for the vacation and the experience of it. The photographer does not view the scene as a moment to be savored, but as a future memory to be designed. Pictures may be useful to the remembering self, though we rarely look at them for very long, or as often as we expected, or even at all, but picture-taking is not necessarily the best way for the tourist experiencing self to enjoy a view. In many cases, we evaluate touristic vacations by the story and the memories that we expect to store. The word memorable is often used to describe vacation highlights, explicitly revealing the goal of the experience. In other situations, love comes to mind. The declaration that the present moment will never be forgotten, though not always accurate, changes the character of the moment. A subconsciously memorable experience gains a weight and a significance that it would not otherwise have. Ed Diener and his team provided evidence that it is the remembering self that chooses vacations. They asked students to maintain daily diaries and record a daily evaluation of their experiences during spring break. The students also provided a global rating of the vacation when it had ended. Finally, they indicated whether or not they intended to repeat or not to repeat the vacation they had just had. Statistical analysis established that the intentions for future vacations were entirely determined by the final evaluation, even when the score did not accurately represent the quality of the experience that was described in the diaries. As in the cold hand experiment, right or wrong, people choose by memory when they decide whether or not to repeat an experience. A thought experiment about your next vacation will allow you to observe your attitude to your experiencing self. At the end of the vacation, all pictures and videos will be destroyed. Furthermore, you will swallow a potion that will wipe out all your memories of the vacation. How would this prospect affect your vacation plans? How much would you be willing to pay for it, relative to a normally memorable vacation? While I have not formally studied the reactions to this scenario, my impression from discussing it with people is that the elimination of memories greatly reduces the value of the experience. In some cases, people treat themselves as they would treat another music, choosing to maximize overall pleasure by returning to a place where they have been happy in the past. However, some people say that they would not bother to go at all, revealing that they care only about their remembering self and care less about their amnesic experiencing self than about an amnesic stranger. Many point out that they would not send either themselves or another amnesic to climb mountains or trek through the jungle because these experiences are mostly painful in real time and gain value from the expectation that both the pain and the joy of reaching the goal will be memorable. For another thought experiment, imagine you face a painful operation during which you will remain conscious. You are told you will scream in pain and beg the surgeon to stop. However, you are promised an amnesia-inducing drug that will completely wipe out any memory of the episode. How do you feel about such a prospect? Here again, my informal observation is that most people are remarkably indifferent to the pains of their experiencing self. Some say they don't care at all. Others share my feeling, which is that I feel pity for my suffering self, but not more than I would feel for a stranger in pain. Odd as it may seem, I am my remembering self, and the experiencing self, who does my living, is like a stranger to me. Speaking of life as a story, he is desperately trying to protect the narrative of a life of integrity, which is endangered by the latest episode. The length to which he was willing to go for a one-night encounter is a sign of total derision neglect. You seem to be devoting your entire vacation to the construction of memories. Perhaps you should put away the camera and enjoy the moment, even if it is not very memorable. She is an Alzheimer's patient. She no longer maintains a narrative of her life, but her experience in self is still sensitive to beauty and gentleness. 37. Experience well-being. When I became interested in the study of well-being about 15 years ago, I quickly found out that almost everything that was known about the subject drew on the answers of millions of people to minor variations of a survey question, which was generally accepted as a measure of happiness. The question is clearly addressed to your remembering self, which is invited to think about your life. All things considered, how satisfied are you with your life as a whole these days? Having come to the topic of well-being from the study of the mistaken memories of colonoscopies and painfully cold hands, I was naturally suspicious of global satisfaction with life as a valid measure of well-being. As the remembering self had not proved to be a good witness in my experiments, I focused on the well-being of the experiencing self. I proposed that it made sense to say that Helen was happy in the month of March if she spent most of her time engaged in activities that she would rather continue than stop, little time in situations she wished to escape, and, very important because life is short, not too much time in a neutral state in which she would not care either way. There are many different experiences we would rather continue than stop, including both mental and physical pleasures. One of the examples I had in mind for a situation that Helen would wish to continue is total absorption in a task, which Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi calls flow, a state that some artists experience in their creative moments and that many other people achieve when enthralled by a film, a book, or a crossword puzzle. Interruptions are not welcome in any of these situations. I also had memories of a happy early childhood in which I always cried when my mother came to tear me away from my toys to take me to the park, and cried again when she took me away from the swings and the slide. The resistance to interruption was a sign I had been having a good time, both with my toys and with the swings. I proposed to measure Helen's objective happiness precisely as we assessed the experience of the two colonoscopy patients by evaluating a profile of the well-being she experienced over successive moments of her life. In this I was following Edgeworth's heteronomy method of a century earlier. In my initial enthusiasm for this approach, I was inclined to dismiss Helen's remembering self as an error-prone witness to the actual well-being of her experiencing self. I suspected this position was too extreme, which it turned out to be, but it was a good start. Experienced well-being, I assembled a dream team that included 3 other psychologists of different specialties and 1 economist, and we set out together to develop a measure of the well-being of the experiencing self. A continuous record of experience was unfortunately impossible. A person cannot live normally while constantly reporting her experiences. The closest alternative was experience sampling, a method that C6 and Mihaly had invented. Technology has advanced since its first uses. Experience sampling is now implemented by programming an individual's cell phone to beep or vibrate at random intervals during the day. The phone then presents a brief menu of questions about what a respondent was doing and who was with her when she was interrupted. The participant is also shown rating scales to report the intensity of various feelings: happiness, tension, anger, worry, engagement, physical pain, and others. Experience sampling is expensive and burdensome, although less disturbing than most people initially expect. Answering the questions takes very little time. A more practical alternative was needed, so we developed a method that we called the Day Reconstruction Method DRM. We hoped it would approximate the results of experience sampling and provide additional information about the way people spend their time. Participants, all women, in the early studies were invited to a 2-hour session. We first asked them to relive the previous day in detail, breaking it up into episodes like scenes in a film. Later, they answered menus of questions about each episode based on the experience sampling method. They selected activities in which they were engaged from a list and indicated the one to which they paid most attention. They also listed the individuals they had been with and rated the intensity of several feelings on separate 0-6 scales. 0 equals the absence of the feeling, 6 equals most intense feeling. Our method drew on evidence that people who are able to retrieve a past situation in detail are also able to relive the feelings that accompanied it, even experiencing their earlier physiological indications of emotion. We assumed that our participants would fairly accurately recover the feeling of a prototypical moment of the episode. Several comparisons with experience sampling confirmed the validity of the DRM. Because the participants also reported the times at which episodes began and ended, we were able to compute a duration-weighted measure of their feeling during the entire waking day. Longer episodes counted more than short episodes in our summary measure of daily effect. Our questionnaire also included measures of life satisfaction, which we interpreted as the satisfaction of the remembering self. We used the DRM to study the determinants of both emotional well-being and life satisfaction in several thousand women in the United States, France, and Denmark. The experience of a moment or an episode is not easily represented by a single happiness value. There are many variants of positive feelings, including love, joy, engagement, hope, amusement, and many others. Negative emotions also come in many varieties, including anger, shame, depression, and loneliness. Although positive and negative emotions exist at the same time, it is possible to classify most moments of life as ultimately positive or negative. We could identify unpleasant episodes by comparing the ratings of positive and negative adjectives. We called an episode unpleasant if a negative feeling was assigned a higher rating than all the positive feelings. We found that American women spent about 19% of the time in an unpleasant state, somewhat higher than French women 16% or Danish women 14%. We called the percentage of time that an individual spends in an unpleasant state the U-index. For example, an individual who spent 4 hours of a 16-hour waking day in an unpleasant state would have a U-index of 25%. The appeal of the U-index is that it is based not on a rating scale but on an objective measurement of time. If the U-index for a population drops from 20% to 18%, you can infer that the total time that the population spent in emotional discomfort or pain has diminished by a tenth. A striking observation was the extent of inequality in the distribution of emotional pain. About half our participants reported going through an entire day without experiencing an unpleasant episode. On the other hand, a significant minority of the population experienced considerable emotional distress for much of the day. It appears that a small fraction of the population does most of the suffering, whether because of physical or mental illness, an unhappy temperament, or the misfortunes and personal tragedies in their life. A U-index can also be computed for activities. For example, we can measure the proportion of time that people spend in a negative emotional state while commuting, working, or interacting with their parents, spouses, or children. For 1,000 American women in a Midwestern city, the U-index was 29% for the morning commute, 27% for work, 24% for childcare, 18% for housework, 12% for socializing, 12% for TV watching, and 5% for sex. The U-index was higher by about 6% on weekdays than it was on weekends, mostly because on weekends people spend less time in activities they dislike and do not suffer the tension and stress associated with work. The biggest surprise was the emotional experience of the time spent with one's children, which for American women was slightly less enjoyable than doing housework. Here we found one of the few contrasts between French and American women. French women spend less time with their children but enjoy it more, perhaps because they have more access to childcare and spend less of the afternoon driving children to various activities. An individual's mood at any moment depends on her temperament and overall happiness, but emotional well-being also fluctuates considerably over the day and the week. The mood of the moment depends primarily on the current situation. Mood at work, for example, is largely unaffected by the factors that influence general job satisfaction, including benefits and status. More important are situational factors such as an opportunity to socialize with coworkers, exposure to loud noise, time pressure, a significant source of negative effect, and the immediate presence of a boss. In our first study, the only thing that was worse than being alone. Attention is key. Our emotional state is largely determined by what we attend to, and we are normally focused on our current activity and immediate environment. There are exceptions, where the quality of subjective experience is dominated by recurrent thoughts rather than by the events of the moment. When happily in love, we may feel joy even when caught in traffic, and if grieving, we may remain depressed when watching a funny movie. In normal circumstances, however, we draw pleasure and pain from what is happening at the moment if we attend to it. To get pleasure from eating, for example, you must notice that you are doing it. We found that French and American women spent about the same amount of time eating, but for French women, eating was twice as likely to be focal as it was for American women. The Americans were far more prone to combine eating with other activities, and their pleasure from eating was correspondingly diluted. These observations have implications for both individuals and society. The use of time is one of the areas of life over which people have some control. Few individuals can mold themselves to have a sunnier disposition, but some may be able to arrange their lives to spend less of their day commuting and more time doing things they enjoy with people they like. The feelings associated with different activities suggest that another way to improve experience is to switch time from passive leisure, such as TV watching, to more active forms of leisure, including socializing and exercise. From a social perspective, improved transportation for the labor force, availability of childcare for working women, and improved socializing opportunities for the elderly may be relatively efficient ways to reduce the EU index of society. Even a reduction by 1% would be a significant achievement, amounting to millions of hours of avoided suffering. Combined national surveys of time use and of experienced well-being can inform social policy in multiple ways. The economist on our team, Alan Kruger, took the lead in an effort to introduce elements of this method into national statistics. Measures of experienced well-being are now routinely used in large-scale national surveys in the United States, Canada, and Europe, and the Gallup World Poll has extended these measurements to millions of respondents in the United States and in more than 150 countries. The polls elicit reports of the emotions experienced during the previous day, though in less detail than the DRM. The gigantic samples allow extremely fine analyses, which have confirmed the importance of situational factors, physical health, and social contact in experienced well-being. Not surprisingly, a headache will make a person miserable, and the second best predictor of the feelings of a day is whether a person did or did not have contacts with friends or relatives. It is only a slight exaggeration to say that happiness is the experience of spending time with people you love and who love you. The Gallup data permit comparison of two aspects of well-being: the well-being that people experience as they live their lives, the judgment they make when they evaluate their life. Gallup's life evaluation is measured by a question known as the Cantrell self-anchoring striving scale. Please imagine a ladder with steps numbered from 0 at the bottom to 10 at the top. The top of the ladder represents the best possible life for you, and the bottom of the ladder represents the worst possible life for you. On which step of the ladder would you say you personally feel you stand at this time? Some aspects of life have more effect on the evaluation of one's life than on the experience of living. Educational attainment is an example. More education is associated with higher evaluation of one's life, but not with greater experienced well-being. Indeed, at least in the United States, the more educated tend to report higher stress. On the other hand, ill health has a much stronger adverse effect on experienced well-being than on life evaluation. Living with children also imposes a significant cost in the currency of daily feelings. Reports of stress and anger are common among parents, but the adverse effects on life evaluation are smaller. Religious participation also has relatively greater favorable impact on both positive effect and stress reduction than on life evaluation. Surprisingly, however, religion provides no reduction of feelings of depression or worry. An analysis of more than 450,000 responses to the Gallup Healthways Wellbeing Index, a daily survey of 1,000 Americans, provides a surprisingly definite answer to the most frequently asked question in well-being research: can money buy happiness? The conclusion is that being poor makes one miserable, and that being rich may enhance one's life satisfaction, but does not on average improve experience well-being. Severe poverty amplifies the experienced effects of other misfortunes of life. In particular, illness is much worse for the very poor than for those who are more comfortable. A headache increases the proportion reporting sadness and worry from 19% to 38% for individuals in the top two-thirds of the income distribution. The corresponding numbers for the poorest tend to 38% and 70% a high baseline level and a much larger increase. Significant differences between the very poor and others are also found for the effects of divorce and loneliness. Furthermore, the beneficial effects of the weekend on experienced well-being are significantly smaller for the very poor than for most everyone else. The satiation level beyond which experienced well-being no longer increases was a household income of about $75,000 in high-cost areas. It could be less in areas where the cost of living is lower. The average increase of experienced well-being associated with incomes beyond that level was precisely zero. This is surprising because higher income undoubtedly permits the purchase of many pleasures, including vacations and interest in places and opera tickets, as well as an improved living environment. Why do these added pleasures not show up in reports of emotional experience? A plausible interpretation is that higher income is associated with a reduced ability to enjoy the small pleasures of life. There is suggestive evidence in favor of this idea, priming students with the idea of wealth reduces the pleasure their face expresses as they eat a bar of chocolate. There is a clear contrast between the effects of income on experience, well-being, and on life satisfaction. Higher income brings with it higher satisfaction, well beyond the point at which it ceases to have any positive effect on experience. The general conclusion is as clear for well-being as it was for colonoscopies. People's evaluations of their lives and their actual experience may be related, but they are also different. Life satisfaction is not a flawed measure of their experience well-being, as I thought some years ago. It is something else entirely. Speaking of experienced well-being, the objective of policy should be to reduce human suffering. We aim for a lower U-index in society. Dealing with depression and extreme poverty should be a priority. The easiest way to increase happiness is to control your use of time. Can you find more time to do the things you enjoy doing beyond the satiation level of income? You can buy more pleasurable experiences, but you will lose some of your ability to enjoy the less expensive ones. 38. Thinking about life. Taken from an analysis by Andrew Clark, Ed Diener, and Yanis Georgelas of the German Socio-Economic Panel, in which the same respondents were asked every year about their satisfaction with their life. Respondents also reported major changes that had occurred in their circumstances during the preceding year. The graph shows the level of satisfaction reported by people around the time they got married. Figure 16. The graph reliably evokes nervous laughter from audiences, and the nervousness is easy to understand. After all, people who decide to get married do so either because they expect it will make them happy or because they hope that making a tie permanent will maintain the present state of bliss. In the useful term introduced by Daniel Gilbert and Timothy Wilson, the decision to get married reflects, for many people, a massive error of effective forecasting. On their wedding day, the bride and the groom know that the rate of divorce is high and that the incidence of marital disappointment is even higher, but they do not believe that these statistics apply to them. The startling news of Figure 16 is the steep decline of life satisfaction. The graph is commonly interpreted as tracing a process of adaptation, in which the early joys of marriage quickly disappear as the experiences become routine. However, another approach is possible, which focuses on heuristics of judgment. Here we ask what happens in people's minds when they are asked to evaluate their life. The questions "how satisfied are you with your life as a whole?" and "how happy are you these days?" are not as simple as "what is your telephone number?" How do survey participants manage to answer such questions in a few seconds, as all do? It will help to think of this as another judgment. As is also the case for other questions, some people may have a ready-made answer, which they had produced on another occasion in which they evaluated their life. Others, probably the majority, do not quickly find a response to the exact question they were asked, and automatically make their task easier by substituting the answer to another question. System 1 is at work. When we look at Figure 16 in this light, it takes on a different meaning. The answers to many simple questions can be substituted for a global evaluation of life. You remember the study in which students who had just been asked how many dates they had in the previous month reported their happiness these days, as if dating was the only significant fact in their life. In another well-known experiment in the same vein, Norbert Schwarz and his colleagues invited subjects to the lab to complete a questionnaire on life satisfaction. Before they began that task, however, he asked them to photocopy a sheet of paper for him. Half the respondents found a dime on the copying machine planted there by the experimenter. The minor lucky incident caused a marked improvement in subjects' reported satisfaction with their life as a whole. A mood heuristic is one way to answer life satisfaction questions. The dating survey and the coin on the machine experiment demonstrated, as intended, that the responses to global well-being questions should be taken with a grain of salt. But of course, your current mood is not the only thing that comes to mind when you are asked to evaluate your life. You are likely to be reminded of significant events in your recent past or near future, of recurrent concerns, such as the health of a spouse or the bad company that your teenager keeps, of important achievements and painful failures. A few ideas that are relevant to the question will occur to you, many others will not. Even when it is not influenced by completely irrelevant accidents such as the coin on the machine, the score that you quickly assign to your life is determined by a small sample of highly available ideas, not by careful weighting of the domain of your life. People who recently married or are expecting to marry in the near future are likely to retrieve that fact when asked a general question about their life. Because marriage is almost always voluntary in the United States, almost everyone who is reminded of his or her recent or forthcoming marriage will be happy with the idea. Attention is the key to the puzzle. Figure 16 can be read as a graph of the likelihood that people will think of their recent or forthcoming marriage when asked about their life. The salience of this thought is bound to diminish with the passage of time as its novelty wanes. The figure shows an unusually high level of life satisfaction that lasts 2 or 3 years around the event of marriage. However, if this apparent surge reflects the time course of a heuristic for answering the question, there is little we can learn from it about either happiness or about the process of adaptation to marriage. We cannot infer from it that a tide of raised happiness lasts for several years and gradually recedes. Even people who are happy to be reminded of their marriage when asked a question about their life are not necessarily happy the rest of the time. Unless they think happy thoughts about their marriage during much of their day, it will not directly influence their happiness. Even newlyweds who are lucky enough to enjoy a state of happy preoccupation with their love will eventually return to earth, and their experience well-being will again depend, as it does for the rest of us, on the environment and activities of the present moment. In the DRM studies, there was no overall difference in experience well-being between women who lived with a mate and women who did not. The details of how the two groups used their time explain the finding. Women who have a mate spend less time alone, but also much less time with friends. They spend more time making love, which is wonderful, but also more time doing housework, preparing food, and caring for children, all relatively unpopular activities. And of course, the large amount of time married women spend with their husband is much more pleasant for some than for others. Experienced well-being is on average unaffected by marriage, not because marriage makes no difference to happiness, but because it changes some aspects of life for the better and others for the worse. One reason for the low correlations between individual circumstances and their satisfaction with life is that both experienced happiness and life satisfaction are largely determined by the genetics of temperament. A disposition for well-being is as heritable as height or intelligence, as demonstrated by studies of twins separated at birth. People who appear equally fortunate vary greatly in how happy they are. In some instances, as in the case of marriage, the correlations with well-being are low because of balancing effects. The same situation may be good for some people and bad for others, and new circumstances have both benefits and costs. In other cases, such as high income, the effects on life satisfaction are generally positive, but the picture is complicated by the fact that some people care much more about money than others do. A large-scale study of the impact of higher education, which was conducted for another purpose, revealed striking evidence of the life-on effects of the goals that young people set for themselves. The relevant data were drawn from questionnaires collected in 1995-1997 from approximately 12,000 people who had started their higher education in elite schools in 1976. When they were 17 or 18, participants had filled out a questionnaire in which they rated the goal of being very well off financially on a 4-point scale ranging from not important to essential. The questionnaire they completed 20 years later included measures of their income in 1995, as well as a global measure of life satisfaction. Goals make a large difference. 19 years after they stated their financial aspirations, many of the people who wanted a high income had achieved it. Among the 597 physicians and other medical professionals in the sample, for example, each additional point on the money importance scale was associated with an increment of over $14,000 of job income in 1995. Non-working married women were also likely to have satisfied their financial ambitions. Each point on the scale translated into more than $12,000 of added household income for these women, evidently through the earnings of their spouse. The importance that people attached to income at age 18 also anticipated their satisfaction with their income as adults. We compared life satisfaction in a high-income group more than $200,000 household income to a low to moderate income group less than $50,000. The effect of income on life satisfaction was larger for those who had listed being well off financially as an essential goal, 57 point on a 5-point scale. The corresponding difference for those who had indicated that money was not important was only 12. The people who wanted money and got it were significantly more satisfied than average. Those who wanted money and didn't get it were significantly more dissatisfied. The same principle applies to other goals. One recipe for dissatisfied adulthood is setting goals that are especially difficult to attain. Measured by life satisfaction 20 years later, the least promising goal that a young person could have was becoming accomplished in a performing art. Teenagers' goals influence what happens to them, where they end up, and how satisfied they are. In part because of these findings, I have changed my mind about the definition of well-being. The goals that people set for themselves are so important to what they do and how they feel about it that an exclusive focus on experience well-being is not tenable. We cannot hold a concept of well-being that ignores what people want. On the other hand, it is also true that a concept of well-being that ignores how people feel as they live and focuses only on how they feel when they think about their life is also untenable. We must accept the complexities of a hybrid view in which the well-being of both selves is considered. The focusing illusion we can infer from the speed with which people respond to questions about their life, and from the effects of current mood on their responses, that they do not engage in a careful examination when they evaluate their life. They must be using heuristics, which are examples of both substitution and wisiati. Although their view of their life was influenced by a question about dating or by a coin on the copying machine, participants in these studies did not forget that there is more to life than dating or feeling lucky. The concept of happiness is not suddenly changed by finding a dime, but system one readily substitutes a small part of it for the whole of it. Any aspect of life to which attention is directed will loom large in a global evaluation. This is the essence of the focusing illusion, which can be described in a single sentence. Nothing in life is as important as you think it is when you are thinking about it. The origin of this idea was a family debate about moving from California to Princeton, in which my wife claimed that people are happier in California than on the East Coast. I argued that climate is demonstrably not an important determinant of well-being. The Scandinavian countries are probably the happiest in the world. I observed that permanent life circumstances have little effect on well-being and tried in vain to convince my wife that her intuitions about the happiness of Californians were an error of effective forecasting. A short time later, with this debate still on my mind, I participated in a workshop about the social science of global warming. A colleague made an argument that was based on his view of the well-being of the population of planet Earth in the next century. I argued that it was preposterous to forecast what it would be like to live on a warmer planet when we did not even know what it is like to live in California. Soon after that exchange, my colleague David Schcade and I were granted research funds to study two questions: are people who live in California happier than others? And what are the popular beliefs about the relative happiness of Californians? We recruited large samples of students at major state universities in California, Ohio, and Michigan. From some of them we obtained a detailed report of their satisfaction with various aspects of their lives. From others we obtained a prediction of how someone with your interests and values who lived elsewhere would complete the same questionnaire. As we analyzed the data, it became obvious that I had won the family argument. As expected, the students in the two regions differed greatly in their attitude to their climate. The Californians enjoyed their climate and the Midwesterners despised theirs. But climate was not an important determinant of well-being. Indeed, there was no difference whatsoever between the life satisfaction of students in California and in the Midwest. We also found that my wife was not alone in her belief that Californians enjoy greater well-being than others. The students in both regions shared the same mistaken view, and we were able to trace their error to an exaggerated belief in the importance of climate. We described the error as a focusing illusion. The essence of the focusing illusion is wisiati, giving too much weight to the climate, too little to all the other determinants of well-being. To appreciate how strong this illusion is, take a few seconds to consider the question: how much pleasure do you get from your car? An answer came to your mind immediately. You know how much you like and enjoy your car. Now examine a different question: when do you get pleasure from your car? The answer to this question may surprise you, but it is straightforward. You get pleasure or displeasure from your car when you think about your car, which is probably not very often. Under normal circumstances, you do not spend much time thinking about your car when you are driving it. You think of other things as you drive, and your mood is determined by whatever you think about. Here again, when you tried to rate how much you enjoyed your car, you actually answered a much narrower question: how much pleasure do you get from your car when you think about it? This substitution caused you to ignore the fact that you rarely think about your car, a form of duration neglect. The upshot is a focusing illusion. If you like your car, you are likely to exaggerate the pleasure you derive from it, which will mislead you when you think of the virtues of your current vehicle as well as when you contemplate buying a new one. A similar bias distorts judgments of the happiness of Californians. When asked about the happiness of Californians, you probably conjure an image of someone attending to a distinctive aspect of the California experience, such as hiking in the summer or admiring the mild winter weather. The focusing illusion arises because Californians actually spend little time attending to these aspects of their life. Moreover, long-term Californians are unlikely to be reminded of the climate when asked for a global evaluation of their life. If you have been there all your life and do not travel much, living in California is like having 10 toes. Nice, but not something one thinks much about. Thoughts of any aspect of life are more likely to be salient if a contrasting alternative is highly available. People who recently moved to California will respond differently. Consider an enterprising soul who moved from Ohio to seek happiness in a better climate. For a few years following the move, a question about his satisfaction with life will probably remind him of the move and also evoke thoughts of the contrasting climates in the two states. The comparison will surely favor California, and the attention to that aspect of life may distort its true weight and experience. However, the focusing illusion can also bring comfort. Whether or not the individual is actually happier after the move, he will report himself happier because thoughts of the climate will make him believe that he is. The focusing illusion can cause people to be wrong about their present state of well-being as well as about the happiness of others and about their own happiness in the future. What proportion of the day do paraplegics spend in a bad mood? This question almost certainly made you think of a paraplegic who is currently thinking about some aspect of his condition. Your guess about a paraplegic's mood is therefore likely to be accurate in the early days after a crippling accident. For some time after the event, accident victims think of little else. But over time, with few exceptions, attention is withdrawn from a new situation as it becomes more familiar. The main exceptions are chronic pain, constant exposure to loud noise, and severe depression. Pain and noise are biologically set to be signals that attract attention, and depression involves a self-reinforcing cycle of miserable thoughts. There is therefore no adaptation to these conditions. Paraplegia, however, is not one of the exceptions. Detailed observations show that paraplegics are in a fairly good mood more than half of the time as early as 1 month following their accident, though their mood is certainly somber when they think about their situation. Most of the time, however, paraplegics work, read, enjoy jokes and friends, and get angry when they read about politics in the newspaper. When they are involved in any of these activities, they are not much different from anyone else, and we can expect the experienced well-being of paraplegics to be near normal much of the time. Adaptation to a new situation, whether good or bad, consists in large part of thinking less and less about it. In that sense, most long-term circumstances of life, including paraplegia and marriage, are part-time states that one inhabits only when one attends to them. One of the privileges of teaching at Princeton is the opportunity to guide bright undergraduates through a research thesis. And one of my favorite experiences in this vein was a project in which Bernoulli collected and analyzed data from a survey firm that asked respondents to estimate the proportion of time that paraplegics spend in a bad mood. She split her respondents into two groups. Some were told that the crippling accident had occurred a month earlier, some a year earlier. In addition, each respondent indicated whether he or she knew a paraplegic personally. The two groups agreed closely in their judgment about the recent paraplegics. Those who knew a paraplegic estimated 75% bad mood. Those who had to imagine a paraplegic said 70%. In contrast, the two groups differed sharply in their estimates of the mood of paraplegics a year after the accidents. Those who knew a paraplegic offered 41% as their estimate of the time in that bad mood. The estimates of those who were not personally acquainted with the paraplegic averaged 68%. Evidently, those who knew a paraplegic had observed the gradual withdrawal of attention from the condition, but others did not forecast that this adaptation would occur. Judgments about the mood of lottery winners 1 month and 1 year after the event showed exactly the same pattern. We can expect the life satisfaction of paraplegics and those afflicted by other chronic and burdensome conditions to be low relative to their experienced well-being, because the request to evaluate their lives will inevitably remind them of the life of others and of the life they used to lead. Consistent with this idea, recent studies of colostomy patients have produced dramatic inconsistencies between the patient's experienced well-being and their evaluations of their lives. Experience sampling shows no difference in experienced happiness between these patients and a healthy population. Yet colostomy patients would be willing to trade away years of their life for a shorter life without the colostomy. Furthermore, patients whose colostomy has been reversed remember their time in this condition is awful, and they would give up even more of their remaining life not to have to return to it. Here it appears that the remembering self is subject to a massive focusing illusion about the life that the experiencing self enjoys quite comfortably. Daniel Gilbert and Timothy Wilson introduced the word miswanting to describe bad choices that arise from errors of effective forecasting. This word deserves to be in everyday language. The focusing illusion which Gilbert and Wilson call focalism is a rich source of miswanting. In particular, it makes us prone to exaggerate the effect of significant purchases or changed circumstances on our future well-being. Compare two commitments that will change some aspects of your life: buying a comfortable new car and joining a group that meets weekly, perhaps a poker or book club. Both experiences will be novel and exciting at the start. The crucial difference is that you will eventually pay little attention to the car as you drive it, but you will always attend to the social interaction to which you committed yourself. By Wasati, you are likely to exaggerate the long-term benefits of the car, but you are not likely to make the same mistake for a social gathering or for inherently attention-demanding activities such as playing tennis or learning to play the cello. The focusing illusion creates a bias in favor of goods and experiences that are initially exciting, even if they will eventually lose their appeal. Time is neglected, causing experiences that will retain their attention value in the long term to be appreciated less than they deserve to be. Time and time again, the role of time has been a refrain in this part of the book. It is logical to describe the life of the experiencing self as a series of moments, each with a value. The value of an episode, I have called it a head-numerator total, is simply the sum of the values of its moments. But this is not how the mind represents episodes. The remembering self, as I have described it, also tells stories and makes choices, and neither the stories nor the choices properly represent time. In storytelling mode, an episode is represented by a few critical moments, especially the beginning, the peak, and the end. Duration is neglected. We saw this focus on singular moments both in the cold hand situation and in Violetta's story. We saw a different form of duration neglect in prospect theory, in which a state is represented by the transition to it. Winning a lottery yields a new state of wealth that will endure for some time, but decision utility corresponds to the anticipated intensity of the reaction to the news that one has won. The withdrawal of attention and other adaptations to the new state are neglected, as only that thin slice of time is considered. The same focus on the transition to the new state and the same neglect of time and adaptation are found in forecasts of the reaction to chronic diseases, and of course in the focusing illusion. The mistake that people make in the focusing illusion involves attention to selected moments and neglect of what happens at other times. The mind is good with stories, but it does not appear to be well designed for the processing of time. During the last 10 years we have learned many new facts about happiness. But we have also learned that the word happiness does not have a simple meaning and should not be used as if it does. Sometimes scientific progress leaves us more puzzled than we were before. Speaking of thinking about life, she thought that buying a fancy car would make her happier, but it turned out to be an error of effective forecasting. His car broke down on the way to work this morning and he's in a foul mood. This is not a good day to ask him about his job satisfaction. She looks quite cheerful most of the time, but when she is asked she says she is very unhappy. The question must make her think of her recent divorce. The buying a larger house may not make us happier in the long term. We could be suffering from a focusing illusion. He has chosen to split his time between two cities, probably a serious case of miswanting. Conclusions. I began this book by introducing two fictitious characters, spent some time discussing two species, and ended with two selves. The two characters were the intuitive System 1, which does the fast thinking, and the effortful and slow System 2, which does the slow thinking, monitors System 1, and maintains control as best it can within its limited resources. The two species were the fictitious Ekans, who live in the land of theory, and the humans, who act in the real world. The two selves are the experiencing self, which does the living, and the remembering self, which keeps score and makes the choices. In this final chapter I consider some applications of the three distinctions, taking them in reverse order. Two selves, the possibility of conflicts between the remembering self and the interests of the experiencing self turned out to be a harder problem than I initially thought. In an early experiment, the cold hand study, the combination of duration neglect and the peak-end rule led to choices that were manifestly absurd. Why would people willingly expose themselves to unnecessary pain? Our subjects left the choice to their remembering self, preferring to repeat the trial that left the better memory, although it involved more pain. Choosing by the quality of the memory may be justified in extreme cases, for example when post-traumatic stress is a possibility, but the cold hand experience was not traumatic. An objective observer making the choice for someone else would undoubtedly choose the short exposure, favoring the sufferer's experiencing self. The choices that people made on their own behalf are fairly described as mistakes. Duration neglect and the peak-end rule in the evaluation of stories, both at the opera and in judgments of Jen's life, are equally indefensible. It does not make sense to evaluate an entire life by its last moments, or to give no weight to duration in deciding which life is more desirable. The remembering self is a construction of system. However, the distinctive features of the way it evaluates episodes and lives are characteristics of our memory. Duration neglect and the peak-end rule originate in System 1 and do not necessarily correspond to the values of System 2. We believe that duration is important, but our memory tells us it is not. The rules that govern the evaluation of the past are poor guides for decision-making, because time does matter. The central fact of our existence is that time is the ultimate finite resource, but the remembering self ignores that reality. The neglect of duration combined with the peak-end rule causes a bias that favors a short period of intense joy over a long period of moderate happiness. The mirror image of the same bias makes us fear a short period of intense, but tolerable suffering more than we fear a much longer period of moderate pain. Duration neglect also makes us prone to accept a long period of mild unpleasantness because the end will be better, and it favors giving up an opportunity for a long happy period if it is likely to have a poor ending. To drive the same idea to the point of discomfort, consider the common admonition, don't do it, you will regret it. The advice sounds wise because anticipated regret is the verdict of the remembering self, and we are inclined to accept such judgments as final and conclusive. We should not forget, however, that the perspective of the remembering self is not always correct. An objective observer of the heteronormative profile with the interests of the experiencing self in mind might well offer different advice. The remembering self's neglect of duration, its exaggerated emphasis on peaks and ends, and its susceptibility to hindsight combine to yield distorted reflections of our actual experience. In contrast, the duration-weighted conception of well-being treats all moments of life alike, memorable or not. Some moments end up weighted more than others, either because they are memorable or because they are important. The time that people spend dwelling on a memorable moment should be included in its duration, adding to its weight. A moment can also gain importance by altering the experience of subsequent moments. For example, an hour spent practicing the violin may enhance the experience of many hours of playing or listening to music years later. Similarly, a brief awful event that causes PTSD should be weighted by the total duration of the long-term misery it causes. In the duration-weighted perspective, we can determine only after the fact that a moment is memorable or meaningful. The statements "I will always remember it" or "this is a meaningful moment" should be taken as promises or predictions, which can be false and often are even when uttered with complete sincerity. It is a good bet that many of the things we say we will always remember will be long forgotten 10 years later. The logic of duration weighting is compelling, but it cannot be considered a complete theory of well-being because individuals identify with their remembering self and care about their story. A theory of well-being that ignores what people want cannot be sustained. On the other hand, a theory that ignores what actually happens in people's lives and focuses exclusively on what they think about their life is not tenable either. The remembering self and the experiencing self must both be considered because their interests do not always coincide. Philosophers could struggle with these questions for a long time. The issue of which of the two selves matters more is not a question only for philosophers, it has implications for policies in several domains, notably medicine and welfare. Consider the investment that should be made in the treatment of various medical conditions, including blindness, deafness, or kidney failure. Should the investments be determined by how much people fear these conditions? Should investments be guided by the suffering that patients actually experience? Or should they follow the intensity of the patient's desire to be relieved from the condition and by the sacrifices that they would be willing to make to achieve that relief? The ranking of blindness and deafness, or of colostomy and dialysis, might well be different depending on which measure of the severity of suffering is used. No easy solution is in sight, but the issue is too important to be ignored. The possibility of using measures of well-being as indicators to guide government policies has attracted considerable recent interest, both among academics and in several governments in Europe. It is now conceivable, as it was not even a few years ago, that an index of the amount of suffering in society will someday be included in national statistics, along with measures of unemployment, physical disability, and income. This project has come a long way. Echons and humans in everyday speech, we call people reasonable if it is possible to reason with them, if their beliefs are generally in tune with reality, and if their preferences are in line with their interests and their values. The word rational conveys an image of greater deliberation, more calculation, and less warmth, but in common language a rational person is certainly reasonable. For economists and decision theorists, the adjective has an altogether different meaning. The only test of rationality is not whether a person's beliefs and preferences are reasonable, but whether they are internally consistent. A rational person can believe in ghosts so long as all her other beliefs are consistent with the existence of ghosts. A rational person can prefer being hated over being loved, so long as his preferences are consistent. Rationality is logical coherence, reasonable or not. Echons are rational by this definition, but there is overwhelming evidence that humans cannot be. An echon would not be susceptible to priming, wysody, narrow framing, the inside view, or preference reversals, which humans cannot consistently avoid. The definition of rationality as coherence is impossibly restrictive. It demands adherence to rules of logic that a finite mind is not able to implement. Reasonable people cannot be rational by that definition, but they should not be branded as irrational for that reason. Irrational is a strong word, which connotes impulsivity, emotionality, and a stubborn resistance to reasonable argument. I often cringe when my work with Amos is credited with demonstrating that human choices are irrational, when in fact our research only showed that humans are not well described by the rational agent model. Although humans are not rational, they often need help to make more accurate judgments and better decisions, and in some cases policies and institutions can provide that help. These claims may seem innocuous, but they are in fact quite controversial. As interpreted by the important Chicago School of Economics, faith in human rationality is closely linked to an ideology in which it is unnecessary and even immoral to protect people against their choices. Rational people should be free, and they should be responsible for taking care of themselves. Milton Friedman, the leading figure in that school, expressed this view in the title of one of his popular books, Free to Choose. The assumption that agents are rational provides the intellectual foundation for the libertarian approach to public policy to not interfere with the individual's right to choose unless the choices harm others. Libertarian policies are further bolstered by admiration for the efficiency of markets in allocating goods to the people who are willing to pay the most for them. A famous example of the Chicago approach is titled The Theory of Rational Addiction. It explains how a rational agent with a strong preference for intense and immediate gratification may make the rational decision to accept future addiction as a consequence. I once heard Gary Becker, one of the authors of that article, who is also a Nobel laureate of the Chicago School, argue in a lighter vein, but not entirely as a joke, that we should consider the possibility of explaining the so-called obesity epidemic by people's belief that a cure for diabetes will soon become available. He was making a valuable point. When we observe people acting in ways that seem odd, we should first examine the possibility that they have a good reason to do what they do. Psychological interpretation should only be invoked when the reasons become implausible, which Becker's explanation of obesity probably is. In a nation of Ekans, government should keep out of the way, allowing the Ekans to act as they choose, so long as they do not harm others. If a motorcycle rider chooses to ride without a helmet, a libertarian will support his right to do so. Citizens know what they are doing, even when they choose not to save for their old age, or when they expose themselves to addictive substances. There is sometimes a hard edge to this position. Elderly people who did not save enough for retirement get a little more sympathy than someone who complained about the bill after consuming a large meal at a restaurant. Much is therefore at stake in the debate between the Chicago School and the behavioral economists who reject the extreme form of the rational agent model. Freedom is not a contested value. All the participants in the debate are in favor of it. But life is more complex for behavioral economists than for true believers in human rationality. No behavioral economist favors a state that will force its citizens to eat a balanced diet and to watch only television programs that are good for the soul. For behavioral economists, however, freedom has a cost, which is borne by individuals who make bad choices, and by a society that feels obligated to help them. The decision of whether or not to protect individuals against their mistakes therefore presents a dilemma for behavioral economists. The economists of the Chicago School do not face that problem because rational agents do not make mistakes. For adherents of this school, freedom is free of charge. In 2008, the economist Richard Thaler and the jurist Cass Sunstein teamed up to write a book, Nudge, which quickly became an international bestseller and the Bible of behavioral economics. Their book introduced several new words into the language, including Ekans and humans. It also presented a set of solutions to the dilemma of how to help people make good decisions without curtailing their freedom. Thaler and Sunstein advocate a position of libertarian paternalism in which the state and other institutions are allowed to nudge people to make decisions that serve their own long-term interests. The designation of joining a pension plan as the default option is an example of a nudge. It is difficult to argue that anyone's freedom is diminished by being automatically enrolled in the plan, when they merely have to check a box to opt out. As we saw earlier, the framing of the individual's decision Thaler and Sunstein call it choice architecture has a huge effect on the outcome. The nudge is based on sound psychology, which I described earlier. The default option is naturally perceived as the normal choice. Deviating from the normal choice is an act of commission, which requires more effortful deliberation, takes on more responsibility, and is more likely to evoke regret than doing nothing. These are powerful forces that may guide the decision of someone who is otherwise unsure of what to do. Humans, more than Ekans, also need protection from others who deliberately exploit their weaknesses and especially the quirks of System 1 and the laziness of System 2. Rational agents are assumed to make important decisions carefully and to use all the information that is provided to them. An Ekan will read and understand the fine print of a contract before signing it, but humans usually do not. An unscrupulous firm that designs contracts that customers will routinely sign without reading has considerable legal leeway in hiding important information in plain sight. A pernicious implication of the rational agent model in its extreme form is that customers are assumed to need no protection beyond ensuring that the relevant information is disclosed. The size of the print and the complexity of the language in the disclosure are not considered relevant, and Ekan knows how to deal with small print when it matters. In contrast, the recommendations of Nudge require firms to offer contracts that are sufficiently simple to be read and understood by human customers. It is a good sign that some of these recommendations have encountered significant opposition from firms whose profits might suffer if their customers were better informed. A world in which firms compete by offering better products is preferable to one in which the winner is the firm that is best at obfuscation. A remarkable feature of libertarian paternalism is its appeal across a broad political spectrum. The flagship example of behavioral policy, called Save More Tomorrow, was sponsored in Congress by an unusual coalition that included extreme conservatives as well as liberals. Save More Tomorrow is a financial plan that firms can offer their employees. Those who sign on allow the employer to increase their contribution to their saving plan by a fixed proportion whenever they receive a raise. The increased saving rate is implemented automatically until the employee gives notice that she wants to opt out of it. This brilliant innovation, proposed by Richard Thaler and Shlomo Benotzi in 2003, has now improved the savings rate and brightened the future prospects of millions of workers. It is soundly based in the psychological principles that readers of this book will recognize. It avoids the resistance to an immediate loss by requiring no immediate change. By tying increased saving to pay raises, it turns losses into foregone gains, which are much easier to bear, and the feature of automaticity aligns the laziness of System 2 with the long-term interests of the workers. All this, of course, without compelling anyone to do anything he does not wish to do and without any misdirection or artifice. The appeal of libertarian paternalism has been recognized in many countries, including the UK and South Korea, and by politicians of many stripes, including Tories and the Democratic administration of President Obama. Indeed, Britain's government has created a new small unit whose mission is to apply the principles of behavioral science to help the government better accomplish its goals. The official name for this group is the Behavioral Insight Team, but it is known both in and out of government simply as the Nudge Unit. Thaler is an advisor to this team. In a storybook sequel to the writing of Nudge, Sunstein was invited by President Obama to serve as administrator of the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, a position that gave him considerable opportunity to encourage the application of the lessons of psychology and behavioral economics in government agencies. The mission is described in the 2010 report of the Office of Management and Budget. Readers of this book will appreciate the logic behind specific recommendations, including encouraging clear, simple, salient, and meaningful disclosures. They will also recognize background statements such as presentation greatly matters. If, for example, a potential outcome is framed as a loss, it may have more impact than if it is presented as a gain. The example of a regulation about the framing of disclosures concerning fuel consumption was mentioned earlier. Additional applications that have been implemented include automatic enrollment in health insurance, a new version of the dietary guidelines that replaces the incomprehensible food pyramid with a powerful image of a food plate loaded with a balanced diet, and a rule formulated by the USDA that permits the inclusion of messages such as 90% fat-free on the label of meat products, provided that the statement 10% fat is also displayed contiguous to, in lettering of the same color, size, and type as, and on the same color background as, the statement of lean percentage. Humans, unlike Ekans, need help to make good decisions, and there are informed and unintrusive ways to provide that help. Two Systems. This book has described the workings of the mind as an uneasy interaction between two fictitious characters, the automatic System 1 and the ethical System 2. You are now quite familiar with the personalities of the two systems and able to anticipate how they might respond in different situations. And of course, you also remember that the two systems do not really exist in the brain or anywhere else. System 1 does X is a shortcut for X occurs automatically. And System 2 is mobilized to do Y is a shortcut for arousal increases, pupils dilate, attention is focused, and activity Y is performed. I hope you find the language of systems as helpful as I do, and that you have acquired an intuitive sense of how they work without getting confused by the question of whether they exist. Having delivered this necessary warning, I will continue to use the language to the end. The attentive System 2 is who we think we are. System 2 articulates judgments and makes choices, but it often endorses or rationalizes ideas and feelings that were generated by System 1. You may not know that you are optimistic about a project because something about its leader reminds you of your beloved sister, or that you dislike a person who looks vaguely like your dentist. If asked for an explanation, however, you will search your memory for presentable reasons and will certainly find some. Moreover, you will believe the story you make up. But System 2 is not merely an apologist for System 1, it also prevents many foolish thoughts and inappropriate impulses from overt expression. The investment of attention improves performance in numerous activities. Think of the risks of driving through a narrow space while your mind is wandering and is essential to some tasks, including comparison, choice, and ordered reasoning. However, System 2 is not a paragon of rationality. Its abilities are limited and so is the knowledge to which it has access. We do not always think straight when we reason, and the errors are not always due to intrusive and incorrect intuitions. Often we make mistakes because we are System 2 do not know any better. I have spent more time describing System 1 and have devoted many pages to errors of intuitive judgment and choice that I attribute to it. However, the relative number of pages is a poor indicator of the balance between the marvels and the flaws of intuitive thinking. System 1 is indeed the origin of much that we do wrong, but it is also the origin of most of what we do right, which is most of what we do. Our thoughts and actions are routinely guided by System 1 and generally are on the mark. One of the marvels is the rich and detailed model of our world that is maintained in associative memory. It distinguishes surprising from normal events in a fraction of a second, immediately generates an idea of what was expected instead of a surprise, and automatically searches for some causal interpretation of surprises and of events as they take place. Memory also holds the vast repertoire of skills we have acquired in a lifetime of practice, which automatically produce adequate solutions to challenges as they arise, from walking around a large stone on the path to averting the incipient outburst of a customer. The acquisition of skills requires a regular environment, an adequate opportunity to practice, and rapid and unequivocal feedback about the correctness of thoughts and actions. When these conditions are fulfilled, skill eventually develops, and the intuitive judgments and choices that quickly come to mind will mostly be accurate. All this is the work of System 1, which means it occurs automatically and fast. A marker of skilled performance is the ability to deal with vast amounts of information swiftly and efficiently. When a challenge is encountered to which a skilled response is available, that response is evoked. What happens in the absence of skill? Sometimes, as in the problem 17 times 24 equals, which calls for a specific answer, it is immediately apparent that System 2 must be called in. But it is rare for System 1 to be dumbfounded. System 1 is not constrained by capacity limits and is profligate in its computations. When engaged in searching for an answer to one question, it simultaneously generates the answers to related questions, and it may substitute a response that more easily comes to mind for the one that was requested. In this conception of heuristics, the heuristic answer is not necessarily simpler or more frugal than the original question, it is only more accessible, computed more quickly and easily. The heuristic answers are not random, and they are often approximately correct. And sometimes they are quite wrong. System 1 registers the cognitive ease with which it processes information, but it does not generate a warning signal when it becomes unreliable. Intuitive answers come to mind quickly and confidently, whether they originate from skills or from heuristics. There is no simple way for System 2 to distinguish between a skilled and a heuristic response. Its only recourse is to slow down and attempt to construct an answer on its own, which it is reluctant to do because it is indolent. Many suggestions of System 1 are casually endorsed with minimal checking, as in the bat and ball problem. This is how System 1 acquires its bad reputation as the source of errors and biases. Its operative features, which include Wiseauti, intensity matching, and associative coherence, among others, give rise to predictable biases and to cognitive illusions such as anchoring, non-regressive predictions, overconfidence, and numerous others. What can be done about biases? How can we improve judgments and decisions, both our own and those of the institutions that we serve and that serve us? The short answer is that little can be achieved without a considerable investment of effort. As I know from experience, System 1 is not readily educable. Except for some effects that I attribute mostly to age, my intuitive thinking is just as prone to overconfidence, extreme predictions, and the planning fallacy as it was before I made a study of these issues. I have improved only in my ability to recognize situations in which errors are likely. This number will be an anchor. The decision could change if the problem is reframed, and I have made much more progress in recognizing the errors of others than my own. The way to block errors that originate in System 1 is simple in principle. Recognize the signs that you are in a cognitive minefield, slow down, and ask for reinforcement from System 2. This is how you will proceed when you next encounter the Muller-Lyer illusion. When you see lines with fins pointing in different directions, you will recognize the situation as one in which you should not trust your impressions of length. Unfortunately, this sensible procedure is least likely to be applied when it is needed most. We would all like to have a warning bell that rings loudly whenever we are about to make a serious error, but no such bell is available, and cognitive illusions are generally more difficult to recognize than perceptual illusions. The voice of reason may be much fainter than the loud and clear voice of an erroneous intuition, and questioning your intuitions is unpleasant when you face the stress of a big decision. More doubt is the last thing you want when you are in trouble. The upshot is that it is much easier to identify a minefield when you observe others wandering into it than when you are about to do so. Observers are less cognitively busy and more open to information than actors. That was my reason for writing a book that is oriented to critics and gossipers rather than to decision makers. Organizations are better than individuals when it comes to avoiding errors because they naturally think more slowly and have the power to impose orderly procedures. Organizations can institute and enforce the application of useful checklists, as well as more elaborate exercises such as reference class forecasting and the promotum. At least in part by providing a distinctive vocabulary, organizations can also encourage a culture in which people watch out for one another as they approach minefields. Whatever it else produces, an organization is a factory that manufactures judgments and decisions. Every factory must have ways to ensure the quality of its products in the initial design, in fabrication, and in final inspections. The corresponding stages in the production of decisions are the framing of the problem that is to be solved, the collection of relevant information leading to a decision, and reflection and review. An organization that seeks to improve its decision product should routinely look for efficiency improvements at each of these stages. The operative concept is routine. Constant quality control is an alternative to the wholesale reviews of processes that organizations commonly undertake in the wake of disasters. There is much to be done to improve decision-making. One example out of many is the remarkable absence of systematic training for the essential skill of conducting efficient meetings. Ultimately, a richer language is essential to the skill of constructive criticism. Much like medicine, the identification of judgment errors is a diagnostic task which requires a precise vocabulary. The name of a disease is a hook to which all that is known about the disease is attached, including vulnerabilities, environmental factors, symptoms, prognosis, and care. Similarly, labels such as anchoring effects, in narrow framing, or excessive coherence bring together in memory everything we know about a bias, its causes, its effects, and what can be done about it. There is a direct link from more precise gossip at the water cooler to better decisions. Decision-makers are sometimes better able to imagine the voices of present gossipers and future critics than to hear the hesitant voice of their own doubts. They will make better choices when they trust their critics to be sophisticated and fair, and when they expect their decision to be judged by how it was made, not only by how it turned out. Appendix A, Judgment Under Uncertainty, Heuristics and Biases * Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman. Many decisions are based on beliefs concerning the likelihood of uncertain events such as the outcome of an election, the guilt of a defendant, or the future value of the dollar. These beliefs are usually expressed in statements such as "I think that," "chances are," "it is unlikely that," and so forth. Occasionally, beliefs concerning uncertain events are expressed in numerical form as odds or subjective probabilities. What determines such beliefs? How do people assess the probability of an uncertain event or the value of an uncertain quantity? This article shows that people rely on a limited number of heuristic principles which reduce the complex tasks of assessing probabilities and predicting values to simpler judgmental operations. In general, these heuristics are quite useful, but sometimes they lead to severe and systematic errors. The subjective assessment of probability resembles the subjective assessment of physical quantities such as distance or size. These judgments are all based on data of limited validity, which are processed according to heuristic rules. For example, the apparent distance of an object is determined in part by its clarity. The more sharply the object is seen, the closer it appears to be. This rule has some validity because in any given scene the more distant objects are seen less sharply than nearer objects. However, the reliance on this rule leads to systematic errors in the estimation of distance. Specifically, distances are often overestimated when visibility is poor because the contours of objects are blurred. On the other hand, distances are often underestimated when visibility is good because the objects are seen sharply. Thus, the reliance on clarity as an indication of distance leads to common biases. Such biases are also found in the intuitive judgment of probability. This article describes 3 heuristics that are employed to assess probabilities and to predict values. Biases to which these heuristics lead are enumerated, and the applied and theoretical implications of these observations are discussed. Representativeness. Many of the probabilistic questions with which people are concerned belong to one of the following types. What is the probability that object belongs to class B? What is the probability that event originates from process B? What is the probability that process B will generate event A? In answering such questions, people typically rely on the representativeness heuristic, in which probabilities are evaluated by the degree to which it is representative of B, that is, by the degree to which it resembles B. For example, when it is highly representative of B, the probability that originates from B is judged to be high. On the other hand, if it is not similar to B, the probability that originates from B is judged to be low. For an illustration of judgment by representativeness, consider an individual who has been described by a former neighbor as follows: Steve is very shy and withdrawn, invariably helpful, but with little interest in people or in the world of reality. A meek and tidy soul, he has a need for order and structure, and a passion for detail. How do people assess the probability that Steve is engaged in a particular occupation from a list of possibilities, for example, farmer, salesman, airline pilot, librarian, or physician? How do people order these occupations from most to least likely? In the representativeness heuristic, the probability that Steve is a librarian, for example, is assessed by the degree to which he is representative of or similar to the stereotype of a librarian. Indeed, research with problems of this type has shown that people order the occupations by probability and by similarity in exactly the same way. 1. This approach to the judgment of probability leads to serious errors because similarity, or representativeness, is not influenced by several factors that should affect judgments of probability. Insensitivity to prior probability of outcomes. One of the factors that have no effect on representativeness but should have a major effect on probability is the prior probability, or base rate frequency, of the outcomes. In the case of Steve, for example, the fact that there are many more farmers than librarians in the population should enter into any reasonable estimate of the probability that Steve is a librarian rather than a farmer. Considerations of base rate frequency, however, do not affect the similarity of Steve to the stereotypes of librarians and farmers. If people evaluate probability by representativeness, therefore, prior probabilities will be neglected. This hypothesis was tested in an experiment where prior probabilities were manipulated. 2. Subjects were shown brief personality descriptions of several individuals allegedly sampled at random from a group of 100 professionals, engineers, and lawyers. The subjects were asked to assess, for each description, the probability that it belonged to an engineer rather than to a lawyer. In one experimental condition, subjects were told that the group from which the descriptions had been drawn consisted of 70 engineers and 30 lawyers. In another condition, subjects were told that the group consisted of 30 engineers and 70 lawyers. The odds that any particular description belongs to an engineer rather than to a lawyer should be higher in the first condition, where there is a majority of engineers, than in the second condition, where there is a majority of lawyers. Specifically, it can be shown by applying Bayes' rule that the ratio of these odds should be 7/3 or 5.44 for each description. In a sharp violation of Bayes' rule, the subjects in the two conditions produced essentially the same probability judgments. Apparently, subjects evaluated the likelihood that a particular description belonged to an engineer rather than to a lawyer by the degree to which this description was representative of the two stereotypes, with little or no regard for the prior probabilities of the categories. The subjects used prior probabilities correctly when they had no other information. In the absence of a personality sketch, they judged the probability that an unknown individual is an engineer to be 7 and 3, respectively, in the two base rate conditions. However, prior probabilities were effectively ignored when a description was introduced, even when this description was totally uninformative. The responses to the following description illustrate this phenomenon. Dick is a 30-year-old man. He is married with no children. A man of high ability and high motivation, he promises to be quite successful in his field. He is well liked by his colleagues. This description was intended to convey no information relevant to the question of whether Dick is an engineer or a lawyer. Consequently, the probability that Dick is an engineer should equal the proportion of engineers in the group as if no description had been given. The subjects, however, judged the probability of Dick being an engineer to be 5 regardless of whether the stated proportion of engineers in the group was 7 or 3. Evidently, people respond differently when given no evidence and when given worthless evidence. When no specific evidence is given, prior probabilities are properly utilized. When worthless evidence is given, prior probabilities are ignored. 3. Insensitivity to sample size. To evaluate the probability of obtaining a particular result in a sample drawn from a specified population, people typically apply the representativeness heuristic. That is, they assess the likelihood of a sample result, for example, that the average height in a random sample of 10 men will be 6 feet, by the similarity of this result to the corresponding parameter, that is, to the average height in the population of men. The similarity of a sample statistic to a population parameter does not depend on the size of the sample. Consequently, if probabilities are assessed by representativeness, then the judged probability of a sample statistic will be essentially independent of sample size. Indeed, when subjects assessed the distributions of average height for samples of various sizes, they produced identical distributions. For example, the probability of obtaining an average height greater than 6 feet was assigned the same value for samples of 1,000, 100, and 10 men. 4. Moreover, subjects failed to appreciate the role of sample size even when it was emphasized in the formulation of the problem. Consider the following question. A certain town is served by 2 hospitals. In the larger hospital, about 45 babies are born each day, and in the smaller hospital, about 15 babies are born each day. As you know, about 50% of all babies are boys. However, the exact percentage varies from day to day. Sometimes it may be higher than 50%, sometimes lower. For a period of 1 year, each hospital recorded the days on which more than 60% of the babies born were boys. Which hospital do you think recorded more such days? The larger hospital, 21, the smaller hospital, 21, about the same, that is, within 5% of each other. 53. The values in parentheses are the number of undergraduate students who chose each answer. Most subjects judged the probability of obtaining more than 60% boys to be the same in the small and in the large hospital, presumably because these events are described by the same statistic and are therefore equally representative of the general population. In contrast, sampling theory entails that the expected number of days on which more than 60% of the babies are boys is much greater in the small hospital than in the large one, because a large sample is less likely to stray from 50%. This fundamental notion of statistics is evidently not part of people's repertoire of intuitions. A similar insensitivity to sample size has been reported in judgments of posterior probability, that is, of the probability that a sample has been drawn from one population rather than from another. Consider the following example. Imagine an urn filled with balls, of which 2/3 are of one color and 1/3 of another. One individual has drawn 5 balls from the urn and found that 4 were red and 1 was white. Another individual has drawn 20 balls and found that 12 were red and 8 were white. Which of the two individuals should feel more confident that the urn contains 2/3 red balls and 1/3 white balls, rather than the opposite? What odds should each individual give? In this problem, the correct posterior odds are 8-1 for the 4-1 sample and 16-1 for the 12-8 sample, assuming equal prior probabilities. However, most people feel that the first sample provides much stronger evidence for the hypothesis that the urn is predominantly red because the proportion of red balls is larger in the first than in the second sample. Here again, intuitive judgments are dominated by the sample proportion and are essentially unaffected by the size of the sample, which plays a crucial role in the determination of the actual posterior odds. 5. In addition, intuitive estimates of posterior odds are far less extreme than the correct values. The underestimation of the impact of evidence has been observed repeatedly in problems of this type. 6. It has been labeled conservatism. Misconceptions of chance. People expect that a sequence of events generated by a random process will represent the essential characteristics of the process even when the sequence is short. In considering tosses of a coin for heads or tails, for example, people regard the sequence HTHTTH to be more likely than the sequence HHHTTT, which does not appear random, and also more likely than the sequence HHHTH, which does not represent the fairness of the coin. 7. Thus, people expect that the essential characteristics of the process will be represented, not only globally in the entire sequence, but also locally in each of its parts. A locally representative sequence, however, deviates systematically from chance expectation. It contains too many alternations and too few runs. Another consequence of the belief in local representativeness is the well-known gambler's fallacy. After observing a long run of red on the roulette wheel, for example, most people erroneously believe that black is now due, presumably because the occurrence of black will result in a more representative sequence than the occurrence of an additional red. Chance is commonly viewed as a self-correcting process in which a deviation in one direction induces a deviation in the opposite direction to restore the equilibrium. In fact, deviations are not corrected as a chance process unfolds. They are merely diluted. Misconceptions of chance are not limited to naive subjects. A study of the statistical intuitions of experienced research psychologists had revealed a lingering belief in what may be called the law of small numbers, according to which even small samples are highly representative of the populations from which they are drawn. The responses of these investigators reflected the expectation that a valid hypothesis about a population will be represented by a statistically significant result in a sample with little regard for its size. As a consequence, the researchers put too much faith in the results of small samples and grossly overestimated the replicability of such results. In natural conduct of research, this bias leads to the selection of samples of inadequate size and overinterpretation of findings. Its sensitivity to predictability. People are sometimes called upon to make such numerical predictions as the future value of a stock, the demand for a commodity, or the outcome of a football game. Such predictions are often made by representativeness. For example, suppose one is given a description of a company and is asked to predict its future profit. If the description of the company is very favorable, a very high profit will appear most representative of the description. If the description is mediocre, a mediocre performance will appear most representative. The degree to which the description is favorable is unaffected by the reliability of the description or by the degree to which it permits accurate prediction. Hence, if people predict solely in terms of the favorableness of the description, their predictions will be insensitive to the reliability of the evidence and to the expected accuracy of the prediction. This mode of judgment violates the normative statistical theory in which the extremeness and the range of predictions are controlled by considerations of predictability. When predictability is nil, the same prediction should be made in all cases. For example, if the descriptions of companies provide no information relevant to profit, then the same values such as average profit should be predicted for all companies. If predictability is perfect, of course, the values predicted will match the actual values and the range of predictions will equal the range of outcomes. In general, the higher the predictability, the wider the range of predicted values. Several studies of numerical prediction have demonstrated that intuitive predictions violate this rule, and that subjects show little or no regard for considerations of predictability. 9. In one of these studies, subjects were presented with several paragraphs, each describing the performance of a student-teacher during a particular practice lesson. Some subjects were asked to evaluate the quality of the lesson described in the paragraph in percentile scores, relative to a specified population. Other subjects were asked to predict, also in percentile scores, the standing of each student-teacher 5 years after the practice lesson. The judgments made under the two conditions were identical. That is, the prediction of a remote criterion success of a teacher after 5 years was identical to the evaluation of the information on which the prediction was based the quality of the practice lesson. The students who made these predictions were undoubtedly aware of the limited predictability of teaching competence on the basis of a single trial lesson 5 years earlier. Nevertheless, the predictions were as extreme as their evaluations. The illusion of validity. As we have seen, people often predict by selecting the outcome, for example, an occupation that is most representative of the input, for example, the description of a person. The confidence they have in their prediction depends primarily on the degree of representativeness, that is, on the quality of the match between the selected outcome and the input, with little or no regard for the factors that limit predictive accuracy. Thus, people express great confidence in the prediction that a person is a librarian when given a description of his personality which matches the stereotype of librarians, even if the description is scanty, unreliable, or outdated. The unwarranted confidence which is produced by a good fit between the predicted outcome and the input information may be called the illusion of validity. This illusion persists even when the judge is aware of the factors that limit the accuracy of his predictions. It is a common observation that psychologists who conduct selection interviews often experience considerable confidence in their predictions, even when they know of a vast literature that shows selection interviews to be highly fallible. The continued reliance on the clinical interview for selection, despite repeated demonstrations of its inadequacy, amply attests to the strength of this effect. The internal consistency of a pattern of inputs is a major determinant of one's confidence in predictions based on these inputs. For example, people express more confidence in predicting the final grade point average of a student whose first-year record consists entirely of B's than in predicting the grade point average of a student whose first-year record includes many A's and C's. Highly consistent patterns are most often observed when the input variables are highly redundant or correlated. Hence, people tend to have great confidence in predictions based on redundant input variables. However, an elementary result in the statistics of correlation asserts that, given input variables of stated validity, a prediction based on several such inputs can achieve higher accuracy when they are independent of each other than when they are redundant or correlated. Thus, redundancy among inputs decreases accuracy even as it increases confidence, and people are often confident in predictions that are quite likely to be off the mark. 10. Misconceptions of regression. Suppose a large group of children has been examined on two equivalent versions of an aptitude test. If one selects 10 children from among those who did best on one of the two versions, he will usually find their performance on the second version to be somewhat disappointing. Conversely, if one selects 10 children from among those who did worst on one version, they will be found, on the average, to do somewhat better on the other version. More generally, consider two variables x and y which have the same distribution. If one selects individuals whose average x score deviates from the mean of x by k units, then the average of their y scores will usually deviate from the mean of y by less than k units. These observations illustrate a general phenomenon known as regression toward the mean, which was first documented by Galton more than 100 years ago. In the normal course of life, one encounters many instances of regression toward the mean in the comparison of the height of fathers and sons, of the intelligence of husbands and wives, or of the performance of individuals on consecutive examinations. Nevertheless, people do not develop correct intuitions about this phenomenon. First, they do not expect regression in many contexts where it is bound to occur. Second, when they recognize the occurrence of regression, they often invent spurious causal explanations for it. 11. We suggest that the phenomenon of regression remains elusive because it is incompatible with the belief that the predicted outcome should be maximally representative of the input, and, hence, that the value of the outcome variable should be as extreme as the value of the input variable. The failure to recognize the import of regression can have pernicious consequences, as illustrated by the following observation. 12. In a discussion of flight training, experienced instructors noted that praise for an exceptionally smooth landing is typically followed by a poorer landing on the next try, while harsh criticism after a rough landing is usually followed by an improvement on the next try. The instructors concluded that verbal rewards are detrimental to learning, while verbal punishments are beneficial, contrary to accepted psychological doctrine. This conclusion is unwarranted because of the presence of regression toward the mean. As in other cases of repeated examination, an improvement will usually follow a poor performance and a deterioration will usually follow an outstanding performance, even if the instructor does not respond to the trainee's achievement on the first attempt. Because the instructors had praised their trainees after good landings and admonished them after poor ones, they reached the erroneous and potentially harmful conclusion that punishment is more effective than reward. Thus, the failure to understand the effect of regression leads one to overestimate the effectiveness of punishment and to underestimate the effectiveness of reward. In social interaction, as well as in training, rewards are typically administered when performance is good, and punishments are typically administered when performance is poor. By regression alone, therefore, behavior is most likely to improve after punishment and most likely to deteriorate after reward. Consequently, the human condition is such that, by chance alone, one is most often rewarded for punishing others and most often punished for rewarding them. People are generally not aware of this contingency. In fact, the elusive role of regression in determining the apparent consequences of reward and punishment seems to have escaped the notice of students of this area. Availability. There are situations in which people assess the frequency of a class or the probability of an event by the ease with which instances or occurrences can be brought to mind. For example, one may assess the risk of heart attack among middle-aged people by recalling such occurrences among one's acquaintances. Similarly, one may evaluate the probability that a given business venture will fail by imagining various difficulties it could encounter. This judgmental heuristic is called availability. Availability is a useful clue for assessing frequency or probability because instances of large classes are usually recalled better and faster than instances of less frequent classes. However, availability is affected by factors other than frequency and probability. Consequently, the reliance on availability leads to predictable biases, some of which are illustrated below. Biases due to the retrievability of instances. When the size of a class is judged by the availability of its instances, a class whose instances are easily retrieved will appear more numerous than a class of equal frequency whose instances are less retrievable. In an elementary demonstration of this effect, subjects had a list of well-known personalities of both sexes and were subsequently asked to judge whether the list contained more names of men and of women. Different lists were presented to different groups of subjects. In some of the lists, the men were relatively more famous than the women, and in others the women were relatively more famous than the men. In each of the lists, the subjects erroneously judged that the class sex that had the more famous personalities was the more numerous, 13. In addition to familiarity, there are other factors, such as salience, which affect the retrievability of instances. For example, the impact of seeing a house burning on the subjective probability of such accidents is probably greater than the impact of reading about a fire in the local paper. Furthermore, recent occurrences are likely to be relatively more available than earlier occurrences. It is a common experience that the subjective probability of traffic accidents rises temporarily when one sees a car overturned by the side of the road. Bias is due to the effectiveness of a search set. Suppose one samples a word of 3 letters or more at random from an English text. Is it more likely that the word starts with R or that R is the 3rd letter? People approach this problem by recalling words that begin with R road and words that have R in the 3rd position car and assess the relative frequency by the ease with which words of the two types come to mind. Because it is much easier to search for words by their first letter than by their 3rd letter, most people judge words that begin with the given consonant to be more numerous than words in which the same consonant appears in the 3rd position. They do so even for consonants, such as R or K, that are more frequent in the 3rd position than in the first, 14. Different tasks elicit different search sets. For example, suppose you are asked to rate the frequency with which abstract words thought, love and concrete words door, water appear in written English. A natural way to answer this question is to search for context in which the word could appear. It seems easier to think of context in which an abstract concept is mentioned love in love stories than to think of context in which a concrete word such as door was mentioned. If the frequency of words is judged by the availability of the context in which they appear, abstract words will be judged as relatively more numerous than concrete words. This bias has been observed in a recent study of 15 which showed that the judged frequency of occurrence of abstract words was much higher than that of concrete words, equated in objective frequency. Abstract words were also judged to appear in a much greater variety of contexts than concrete words. Biases of imaginability. Sometimes one has to assess the frequency of a class whose instances are not stored in memory but can be generated according to a given rule. In such situations, one typically generates several instances and evaluates frequency or probability by the ease with which the relevant instances can be constructed. However, the ease of constructing instances does not always reflect their actual frequency, and this mode of evaluation is prone to biases. To illustrate, consider a group of 10 people who form committees of K members, 2 less or equal to K greater or equal to 8. How many different committees of K members can be formed? The correct answer to this problem is given by the binomial coefficient n/k, which reaches a maximum of 252 for k equals 5. Clearly, the number of committees of K members equals the number of committees of 10 K members, because any committee of K members defines a unique group of 10 K non-members. One way to answer this question without computation is to mentally construct committees of K members and to evaluate their number by the ease with which they come to mind. Committees of few members, say 2, are more available than committees of many members, say 8. The simplest scheme for the construction of committees is a partition of the group into disjoint sets. One readily sees that it is easy to construct 5 disjoint committees of 2 members, while it is impossible to generate even 2 disjoint committees of 8 members. Consequently, if frequency is assessed by imaginability or by availability for construction, the small committees will appear more numerous than larger committees in contrast to the correct bell-shaped function. Indeed, when naive subjects were asked to estimate the number of distinct committees of various sizes, their estimates were a decreasing monotonic function of committee size 16. For example, the median estimate of the number of committees of 2 members was 70, while the estimate for committees of 8 members was 20. The correct answer is 45 in both cases. Imaginability plays an important role in the evaluation of probabilities in real-life situations. The risk involved in an adventurous expedition, for example, is evaluated by imagining contingencies with which the expedition is not equipped to cope. If many such difficulties are vividly portrayed, the expedition can be made to appear exceedingly dangerous, although the ease with which disasters are imagined need not reflect their actual likelihood. Conversely, the risk involved in an undertaking may be grossly underestimated if some possible dangers are either difficult to conceive of, or simply do not come to mind. Illusory correlation. Chapman and Chapman 17 have described an interesting bias in the judgment of the frequency with which 2 events co-occur. They presented naive judges with information concerning several hypothetical mental patients. The data for each patient consisted of a clinical diagnosis and a drawing of a person made by the patient. Later, the judges estimated the frequency with which each diagnosis, such as paranoia or suspiciousness, had been accompanied by various features of the drawing, such as peculiar eyes. The subjects markedly overestimated the frequency of concurrence of natural associates, such as suspiciousness and peculiar eyes. This effect was labeled illusory correlation. In their erroneous judgments of the data to which they had been exposed, naive subjects rediscovered much of the common, but unfounded, clinical lore concerning the interpretation of the draw-a-person test. The illusory correlation effect was extremely resistant to contradictory data. It persisted even when the correlation between symptom and diagnosis was actually negative, and it prevented the judges from detecting relationships that were in fact present. Availability provides a natural account for the illusory correlation effect. The judgment of how frequently 2 events co-occur could be based on the strength of the associative bond between them. When the association is strong, one is likely to conclude that the events have been frequently paired. Consequently, strong associates will be judged to have occurred together frequently. According to this view, the illusory correlation between suspiciousness and peculiar drawing of the eyes, for example, is due to the fact that suspiciousness is more readily associated with the eyes than with any other part of the body. Lifelong experience has taught us that, in general, instances of large classes are recalled better and faster than instances of less frequent classes, that likely occurrences are easier to imagine than unlikely ones, and that the associative connections between events are strengthened when the events frequently co-occur. As a result, man has at his disposal a procedure, the availability heuristic, for estimating the numerosity of a class, the likelihood of an event, or the frequency of co-occurrences, by these with which the relevant mental operations of retrieval, construction, or association can be performed. However, as the preceding examples have demonstrated, this valuable estimation procedure results in systematic errors. Adjustment and anchoring. In many situations, people make estimates by starting from an initial value that is adjusted to yield the final answer. The initial value, or starting point, may be suggested by the formulation of the problem, or it may be the result of a partial computation. In either case, adjustments are typically insufficient. 18. That is, different starting points yield different estimates, which are biased toward the initial values. We call this phenomenon anchoring. Insufficient adjustment. In a demonstration of the anchoring effect, subjects were asked to estimate various quantities stated in percentages, for example, the percentage of African countries in the United Nations. For each quantity, a number between 0 and 100 was determined by spinning a wheel of fortune in the subject's presence. The subjects were instructed to indicate first whether the number was higher or lower than the value of the quantity, and then to estimate the value of the quantity by moving upward or downward from the given number. Different groups were given different numbers for each quantity, and these arbitrary numbers had a marked effect on estimates. For example, the median estimates of the percentage of African countries in the United Nations were 25 and 45 for groups that received 10 and 65, respectively, as starting points. Payoffs for accuracy did not reduce the anchoring effect. Anchoring occurs not only when the starting point is given to the subject, but also when the subject bases his estimate on the result of some incomplete computation. A study of intuitive numerical estimation illustrates this effect. 2 groups of high school students estimated, within 5 seconds, a numerical expression that was written on the blackboard. One group estimated the product 8 times, 7 times, 6 times, 5 times, 4 times, 3 times, 2 times 1, while another group estimated the product 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8. To rapidly answer such questions, people may perform a few steps of computation and estimate the product by extrapolation or adjustment. Because adjustments are typically insufficient, this procedure should lead to underestimation. Furthermore, because the result of the first few steps of multiplication performed from left to right is higher in the descending sequence than in the ascending sequence, the former expression should be judged larger than the latter. Both predictions were confirmed. The median estimate for the ascending sequence was 512, while the median estimate for the descending sequence was 2250. The correct answer is 40,320. Biases in the evaluation of conjunctive and disjunctive events. In a recent study by Bernoulli, 19 subjects were given the opportunity to bet on one of two events. 3 types of events were used. Simple events, such as drawing a red marble from a bag containing 50% red marbles and 50% white marbles. 2 conjunctive events, such as drawing a red marble 7 times in succession with replacement from a bag containing 90% red marbles and 10% white marbles, and 3 disjunctive events, such as drawing a red marble at least once in 7 successive tries with replacement from a bag containing 10% red marbles and 9% white marbles. In this problem, a significant majority of subjects preferred to bet on the conjunctive event, the probability of which is 48, rather than on the simple event, the probability of which is 50. Subjects also preferred to bet on the simple event rather than on the disjunctive event, which has a probability of 52. Thus, most subjects bet on the less likely event in both comparisons. This pattern of choices illustrates a general finding. Studies of choice among gambles and of judgments of probability indicate that people tend to overestimate the probability of conjunctive events 20 and to underestimate the probability of disjunctive events. These biases are readily explained as effects of anchoring. The stated probability of the elementary event success at any one stage provides a natural starting point for the estimation of the probabilities of both conjunctive and disjunctive events. Since adjustment from the starting point is typically insufficient, the final estimates remain too close to the probabilities of the elementary events in both cases. Note that the overall probability of a conjunctive event is lower than the probability of each elementary event, whereas the overall probability of a disjunctive event is higher than the probability of each elementary event. As a consequence of anchoring, the overall probability will be overestimated in conjunctive problems and underestimated in disjunctive problems. Biases in the evaluation of compound events are particularly significant in the context of planning. The successful completion of an undertaking, such as the development of a new product, typically has a conjunctive character. For the undertaking to succeed, each of a series of events must occur. Even when each of these events is very likely, the overall probability of success can be quite low if the number of events is large. The general tendency to overestimate the probability of conjunctive events leads to unwarranted optimism in the evaluation of the likelihood that a plan will succeed or that a project will be completed on time. Conversely, disjunctive structures are typically encountered in the evaluation of risks. A complex system, such as a nuclear reactor or a human body, will malfunction if any of its essential components fails. Even when the likelihood of failure in each component is slight, the probability of an overall failure can be high if many components are involved. Because of anchoring, people will tend to underestimate the probabilities of failure in complex systems. Thus, the direction of the anchoring bias can sometimes be inferred from the structure of the event. The chain-like structure of conjunctions leads to overestimation, the funnel-like structure of disjunctions leads to underestimation. Anchoring in the assessment of subjective probability distributions. In decision analysis, experts are often required to express their beliefs about a quantity, such as the value of the Dow Jones average on a particular day, in the form of a probability distribution. Such a distribution is usually constructed by asking the person to select values of the quantity that correspond to specified percentiles of his subjective probability distribution. For example, the judge may be asked to select a number, x90, such that his subjective probability that this number will be higher than the value of the Dow Jones average is 90. That is, he should select the value x90 so that he is just willing to accept 9 to 1 odds that the Dow Jones average will not exceed it. A subjective probability distribution for the value of the Dow Jones average can be constructed from several such judgments corresponding to different percentiles. By collecting subjective probability distributions for many different quantities, it is possible to test the judge for proper calibration. A judge is properly or externally calibrated in a set of problems if exactly Roman 2% of the true values of the assessed quantities falls below the stated values of Roman 12. For example, the true values should fall below zone for 1% of the quantities and above x99 for 1% of the quantities. Thus, the true values should fall in the confidence interval between zone and x99 on 98% of the problems. Several investigators 21 have obtained probability distributions for many quantities from a large number of judges. These distributions indicated large and systematic departures from proper calibration. In most studies, the actual values of the assessed quantities are either smaller than zone or greater than x99 for about 30% of the problems. That is, the subjects state overly narrow confidence intervals which reflect more certainty than is justified by their knowledge about the assessed quantities. This bias is common to naive and sophisticated subjects, and it is not eliminated by introducing proper scoring rules, which provide incentives for external calibration. This effect is attributable, in part at least, to anchoring. To select x90 for the value of the Dow Jones average, for example, it is natural to begin by thinking about one's best estimate of the Dow Jones and to adjust this value upward. If this adjustment, like most others, is insufficient, then x90 will not be sufficiently extreme. A similar anchoring effect will occur in the selection of x10, which is presumably obtained by adjusting one's best estimate downward. Consequently, the confidence interval between x10 and x90 will be too narrow, and the assessed probability distribution will be too tight. In support of this interpretation, it can be shown that subjective probabilities are systematically altered by a procedure in which one's best estimate does not serve as an anchor. Subjective probability distributions for a given quantity, the Dow Jones average, can be obtained in two different ways. I by asking the subject to select values of the Dow Jones that correspond to specified percentiles of his probability distribution, and II by asking the subject to assess the probabilities that the true value of the Dow Jones will exceed some specified values. The two procedures are formally equivalent and should yield identical distributions. However, they suggest different modes of adjustment from different anchors. In procedure, the natural starting point is one's best estimate of the quantity. In procedure, II, on the other hand, the subject may be anchored on the value stated in the question. Alternatively, he may be anchored on even odds or a 50-50 chance, which is a natural starting point in the estimation of likelihood. In either case, procedure II should yield less extreme odds than procedure I. To contrast the two procedures, the set of 24 quantities such as the air distance from New Delhi to Peking was presented to a group of subjects who assessed either x10 or x90 for each problem. Another group of subjects received the median judgment of the first group for each of the 24 quantities. They were asked to assess the odds that each of the given values exceeded the true value of the relevant quantity. In the absence of any bias, the second group should retrieve the odds specified to the first group, that is, 9-1. However, if even odds or the stated values serve as anchors, the odds of the second group should be less extreme, that is, closer to 1-1. Indeed, the median odds stated by this group across all problems were 3-1. When the judgments of the two groups were tested for external calibration, it was found that subjects in the first group were too extreme, in accord with earlier studies. The events that they defined as having a probability of 10 actually obtained in 24% of the cases. In contrast, subjects in the second group were too conservative. Events to which they assigned an average probability of 34 actually obtained in 26% of the cases. These results illustrate the manner in which the degree of calibration depends on the procedure of elicitation. Discussion. This article has been concerned with cognitive biases that stem from the reliance on judgmental heuristics. These biases are not attributable to motivational effects such as wishful thinking or the distortion of judgments by payoffs and penalties. Indeed, several of the severe errors of judgment reported earlier occurred despite the fact that subjects were encouraged to be accurate and were rewarded with the correct answers. 22. The reliance on heuristics and the prevalence of biases are not restricted to laymen. Experienced researchers are also prone to the same biases when they think intuitively. For example, the tendency to predict the outcome that best represents the data with insufficient regard for prior probability has been observed in intuitive judgments of individuals who have had extensive training in statistics. 23. Although the statistically sophisticated avoid elementary errors, such as the gambler's fallacy, their intuitive judgments are liable to similar fallacies in more intricate and less transparent problems. It is not surprising that useful heuristics such as representativeness and availability are retained, even though they occasionally lead to errors in prediction or estimation. What is perhaps surprising is the failure of people to infer from lifelong experience such fundamental statistical rules as regression toward the mean, or the effect of sample size on sampling variability. Although everyone is exposed, in the normal course of life, to numerous examples from which these rules could have been induced, very few people discover the principles of sampling and regression on their own. Statistical principles are not learned from everyday experience because the relevant instances are not coded appropriately. For example, people do not discover that successive lines in a text differ more in average word length than do successive pages because they simply do not attend to the average word length of individual lines or pages. Thus, people do not learn the relation between sample size and sampling variability, although the data for such learning are abundant. The lack of an appropriate code also explains why people usually do not detect the biases in their judgments of probability. A person could conceivably learn whether his judgments are externally calibrated by keeping a tally of the proportion of events that actually occur among those to which he assigns the same probability. However, it is not natural to group events by their judged probability. In the absence of such grouping, it is impossible for an individual to discover, for example, that only 50% of the predictions to which he has assigned a probability of 9 or higher actually came true. The empirical analysis of cognitive biases has implications for the theoretical and applied role of judged probabilities. Modern decision theory 24 regards subjective probability as the quantified opinion of an idealized person. Specifically, the subjective probability of a given event is defined by the set of bets about this event that such a person is willing to accept. An internally consistent or coherent subjective probability measure can be derived for an individual if his choices among bets satisfy certain principles, that is, the axioms of the theory. The derived probability is subjective in the sense that different individuals are allowed to have different probabilities for the same event. The major contribution of this approach is that it provides a rigorous subjective interpretation of probability that is applicable to unique events and is embedded in a general theory of rational decision. It should perhaps be noted that, while subjective probabilities can sometimes be inferred from preferences among bets, they are normally not formed in this fashion. A person bets on team A rather than on team B because he believes the team is more likely to win. He does not infer this belief from his betting preferences. Thus, in reality, subjective probabilities determine preferences among bets and are not derived from them, as in the axiomatic theory of rational decision 25. The inherently subjective nature of probability has led many students to the belief that coherence, or internal consistency, is the only valid criterion by which judged probability should be evaluated. From the standpoint of the formal theory of subjective probability, any set of internally consistent probability judgments is as good as any other. This criterion is not entirely satisfactory because an internally consistent set of subjective probabilities can be incompatible with other beliefs held by the individual. Consider a person whose subjective probabilities for all possible outcomes of a coin-tossing game reflect the gambler's fallacy. That is, his estimate of the probability of tails on a particular toss increases with the number of consecutive hits that preceded the toss. The judgments of such a person could be internally consistent and therefore acceptable as adequate subjective probabilities according to the criterion of the formal theory. These probabilities, however, are incompatible with the generally held belief that a coin has no memory and is therefore incapable of generating sequential dependencies. For judged probabilities to be considered adequate or rational, internal consistency is not enough. The judgments must be compatible with the entire web of beliefs held by the individual. Unfortunately, there can be no simple formal procedure for assessing the compatibility of a set of probability judgments with the judge's total system of beliefs. The rational judge will nevertheless strive for compatibility, even though internal consistency is more easily achieved and assessed. In particular, he will attempt to make his probability judgments compatible with his knowledge about the subject matter, the laws of probability, and his own judgmental heuristics and biases. Summary: this article described 3 heuristics that are employed in making judgments under uncertainty. Irrepresentativeness, which is usually employed when people are asked to judge the probability that an object or event belongs to class or process B. Roman II availability of instances or scenarios, which is often employed when people are asked to assess the frequency of a class or the plausibility of a particular development, and Roman III adjustment from an anchor, which is usually employed in numerical prediction when a relevant value is available. These heuristics are highly economical and usually effective, but they lead to systematic and predictable errors. A better understanding of these heuristics and of the biases to which they lead could improve judgments and decisions in situations of uncertainty.
And that's the end of this book. Thank you so much for listening and sharing your time with this story. If you'd like to hear more, subscribing to the channel is the best way to stay updated. Your support means the world.